It was an ordinary day, but when she opened her eyes, she saw two stern men in front of her. One of them told her that she had better remember the laws of the Winter Castle quickly if she was going to survive. The girl thought that this was a very strange dream, and the man had a contemptuous cold look, sharp, like a knife blade, facial features and hair, with eyes the color of pitch darkness. She suggested that she was dreaming about the plot of her favorite short story, The Shadow of Viratu, where the main character Viola became the ruler of the Winter Castle and protector of the North, who was adopted by her beloved hero, Heron, although the blood of the Viratu family did not flow in her veins. But still he felt that she was very hardworking and had outstanding abilities. The girl remembered that although the main character became the head of the clan, emptiness and loneliness reigned in her soul. At the end of the novel, already quite mature, Viola whispered that Viratu, whom she had dreamed of for so long, was now completely hers. So there was nothing left. The girl felt sorry for the main character and believed that if she were in her place, then everyone would have a happy ending. Suddenly, she realized that it was because of this thought that she was now having such a dream. Remembering the words the man said to her, she realized that it was none other than Heron Viratu, the owner of the Winter Castle, who pulled Viola out of the slums. It was in this corridor that the prologue of her much-loved short story, The Shadow of Viratu, began. The girl frantically tried to remember what was discussed at the very beginning of the story. She remembered that the reason Heron took her to the Winter Castle was that when they first met, he saw in her an excellent killer. Viola believed that it was worth thanking all the significant people of the Viratu family, because most likely they played a role in the decision to adopt her. The girl thought that in the original, Viola always listened to the Duke in silence. However, she, as a reader, was always upset about this. But since it was just a dream, she decided that she could do what she wanted. Therefore, she tried to stop the men leaving so that they would listen to her first. As soon as they turned around, the girl good-naturedly asked if he would now become her father. Heron coldly noted that she understood everything correctly, after which he told her about it again. Viola thought that she had guessed correctly, that this was exactly the same story. In the original story, Viola, who conquered Virata, was a legitimate child because she became the only mistress of the Winter Castle. The girl lived the way any person would dream of living, but she always wondered if she was even for a moment part of the family, because she always wanted to become a beloved daughter. Reader Josephine knew very well about this secret dream of the main character, so she decided that in her dreams she would become happy. Therefore, the girl told her new father that she had heard a lot about Virata, for example, that their family adheres to rational politics and values logical thinking. Walking closer to him, she asked, why don't they give her the opportunity to choose her father? She added that she wanted choice because it was the Viratu family's style. Her speech was interrupted by a servant standing next to the man, coughing roughly, hinting at the baseness of her position. The gray-haired man continued to look menacingly at the little girl, trying to convey to her that it was better not to joke like that. Viola thought that, judging by the scar on his face, it was clear that it was Carlton. She was well aware that Duke Heron would hear her provocative question, because her favorite hero is an insightful character. Her new father concluded that she knew a lot about the ancient Viratu family, to which she nodded affirmatively. Turning around, the girl began to walk in the opposite direction and said that in this place, abilities decide everything. She added that, in other words, natural selection reigned in the family because it is a ruthless family that does not spare even relatives, while being a shield that protects people from snow oppression with pure thoughts in order to preserve the family. Turning around, Viola said that this duke's family was of silver blood, after which she thought that she knew them better than they knew themselves. Pointing her finger at the duke, she asked why she was not given the right to choose, since their family was so famous for rationality. Heron sternly said that he had heard her words, and then asked if she would like to become his daughter. An awkward silence hung in the corridor, because the girl did not at all expect that he would so easily agree with her words. Smiling, she calmly said that she wanted to become his daughter, after which he asked for what reason. Viola thought that it was all because he was her favorite character, but she said out loud that the man was very handsome. At these words, an awkward silence fell in the corridor again, As the two men were a little embarrassed by her words, the girl was the first to break the silence, declaring that her adoption was not their decision, because it belonged to her. She added that her father asked her to become his daughter, so she agreed. Having heard that the man agreed to her terms, Viola said that she had one last request. Taking him by the sleeve, the girl quietly told him that she would not regret adopting her for a day. She said that she would not be a sacrificed adopted daughter, nor would she become a puppet, so she would like him to love her too. Even in her dreams, she would like Viola's dreams to come true, so she said that she always dreamed of a family. They are just about a father. The girl said that she would like him to become her real father, who would love her. Heron continued to look at her coldly, after which she felt his strong, heavy aura. Viola felt incredible fear and could not move, so she just looked at him in fear. She felt that he was ready to tear her to pieces, but she did not understand why it hurt so much, because it was just a dream. Turning around, her new father declared that she had held out very well, after which she was able to calmly breathe in the air and catch her breath. Smiling, the man calmly advised her to make every effort to survive. He sternly added that this time he would not kill her, and the girl thought it was some kind of wild dream. Returning to his office, Heron began to think again and again about what had happened the day before. When he first saw this child, the girl was sitting in pools of blood and holding a fragment in her hands, which she used for the murder. Looking into her evil eyes, the man saw that they were scarlet, as was customary in their family. He decided that perhaps the murdered man tried to kidnap her, but she stabbed him in the neck with a shrapnel. The Duke was amazed that an untrained 7-year-old child could refute such a thing, just like a child who appeared several times in history and was born under a star, bringing misfortune. Heron understood that he took her out of interest, but no matter how much he thought about it, she did not look like a 7-year-old child at all. The butler entered the room, assuming that his master was in excellent spirits. The man confirmed his guess and sternly said that it was very entertaining. He explained that he meant the words of an adult from the mouth of a child, to which Carlton said that although she claimed that she was only 7, her mental development had advanced by about 5 years, and since she was malnourished and growing slowly, therefore could be embarrassed to say her real age. The Duke said that he did not think that the girl was inherently shy in such matters, but her thoughts differed from her actions, to which the butler asked if she was behaving unnaturally. To his master's affirmative answer, he assumed that she pretended to act confidently, but in fact she was very worried. So now it became clear to him why everything looked so natural. Suddenly, he realized that despite all the excitement, she dared to talk to the Duke like that, which means she had a strong character that helps overcome fear. The butler thought that with such a character, it would be very difficult not to love her. Looking at his master, he noticed something unusual in his stern appearance. Heron kept replaying her words in his head about him loving her. He decided that no other person in Veratu had ever demanded love from him so proudly. Suddenly, the man came out of his thoughts and turned to his servant Carlton. He wondered what the likelihood of a girl in Veratu surviving to adulthood was. At the same time, Josephine, in Viola's body, kept biting her finger in order to finally wake up from this dream. She reasoned that perhaps her dream had come true, because this morning she did not wake up again, and 2 days had already passed. She couldn't believe what was happening, because she had only seen something like this in novels. According to the story, the girl knew that she had fallen into a body that caused the death of 10,000 people. This was too much for her, but she understood that she could not get away from the truth, because she had moved into the body of the adopted daughter of the Duke of Veratu. Having calmed down, the girl decided that in this place she needed to prove her abilities, so even in difficult times, she needed to be on her guard. Approaching the window, Viola thought that instead of being a nurse, she needed to make a plan for survival. She recalled that this family is the last psychos, but she needed them to accept her as theirs, after which she would help become the first princess to become the heir. When a successor is chosen, the war for this place ends, and all significant problems end, so the first princess should become the heir without problems. The girl understood that she could not do this in the same way as the main character from the original story, because she did not want to kill or die. Clenching her hands into a fist, Viola decided that she would live a completely different life, because she did not want to be left alone in the end, and since she cannot get out of this body, then she should think positively, but also be afraid that everything could turn fatal if she makes a mistake. After that, she wondered if her life in the real world had already ended. The girl remembered being in a class where classmates were discussing that her father abandoned her and her mother died, so she lived in medical school. Her father told her he would pick her up after midnight, but 100 nights passed, and then another, and he never returned, and she didn't accept it until high school. As she grew older, she returned to normal life, where she realized that she was the most unhappy person in the world, and when she woke up, she was already standing at the barrel roof. Standing on the edge of life, Josephine realized that she did not want to jump and die at all, because she was very afraid of death. She realized this when she came face to face with death, but she wanted to live, so she did her best to replenish her love for herself. The girl studied diligently and made friends, after which she noticed the result of the enormous work done. Her efforts paid off with success, and there was hope for a bright future, because now she had found support in herself. One day, during the second semester of her freshman year of college, she fell asleep while reading books in the library. She woke up in her favorite short story, where for a long time she believed that it was just a dream. Viola reasoned that in this life she had a family and a father, but it was no better than the previous one. Deciding to do everything possible, the girl suggested that the first thing she needed to do was come up with a new title for the novel. She recalled that as soon as she was adopted in the novella, the Duke asked her what the likelihood of her daughter surviving in Veratu to adulthood was. Carlton thought for a while and said that, in his opinion, her chance of survival was no more than 10%. The girl began to hit herself on the cheeks, realizing that if her talent was rated so low, then this was a terrible place, and she needed to wake up. At the same time, in the Duke's office, the faithful butler Carlton said that since his master was asking his opinion, he would answer honestly. Pressing his hand to his chest, he suggested that the girl's survival rate was no more than 40%. Heron Veratu Mach read other people's thoughts with just one glance, which was called the divine eye. Thanks to this ability, he was able to read the mind of his unborn daughter, where he learned that she truly wanted to become part of the Veratu family. It was as if he saw how her soul strives with all its strength towards him, because she so needed a family. The man realized that the girl liked him too much, but in his heart he did not understand why everything was so. Looking at her pure and bright soul, he inadvertently thought that it was as if she had been waiting for him all this time. Her soul was already hugging him when he realized that all this was sincere and alien to him. Trying to push unnecessary thoughts aside, the Duke turned again to his butler. Heron ordered him to give Zeno the role of butler for the child, to which Carlton decided that this would be a waste of talent. The man decided to clarify whether this person would remain on a permanent basis or whether this was a temporary measure. The Duke informed him that the chosen butler would serve Viola on a permanent basis. The girl recalled that in the original story, they would have to assign to her a knight named Elliot, who was from a noble family and whose name was Zeno. She knew that this man had killed 20 of the Empire's greatest knights and dedicated himself to serving Vareth. At first, he did not recognize Viola's talent, watched her and subjected her to various tests to make sure of her abilities. Although Viola was able to become exceptional by becoming famous, he kept insisting that she would be tested again and again. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door, after which she immediately ran over to let the man inside. The voice behind the door said that a new butler, whose name was Zeno, had been introduced to her. The girl reached for the door handle to open it, not understanding why it was so high. Finally opening the door, she began to slowly examine the butler assigned to her. Opening the door wide, Viola saw a man with purple hair standing in front of her. The man smiled calmly and asked if she herself personally opened the door for him. He explained to her that from now on she must give orders, because opening the door is the task of the butler, not the princess. The girl quickly realized that Zeno would test her to see if she was a suitable mistress for him, but she couldn't leave it like that, so she angrily asked if he really decided to lecture her. The butler asked in surprise if she really took it that way, to which she also politely asked if he really meant something else. All the while, they continued to maintain eye contact, waiting to see who would give up first. Zeno thought she had passed his test, so he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. The girl said that the butler's job is to give advice, and not to tell his master what to do. Josephine knew that in order to survive as Viola Veratu, she must constantly monitor the actions of the entire family. In the original story, Viola constantly maintained her reputation and maintained power, but she suppressed everyone with her strength, which is why I lost my circle at the end of the novel. The girl firmly decided that this time she would win over everyone without exception, so that in the end she would not be left alone. The butler Veratu plays a significant role because he is always close to the owner and helps him to help the owner achieve success. However, a butler whose master has died or lost is sent into eternal exile, and also vice versa. If the butler managed to create the ideal winner, then he will be able to gain limitless power. Viola knew that she needed Zeno to be on her side first and foremost. So now she said that she had heard that Veratu's butlers had an important role to play. She added that she wanted to remember the face of the man who became her butler, so she opened the door personally. Hearing her words, Zeno sat down on one knee and apologized, saying that he did not expect that there were hidden intentions in this, and then stated that the princess was very smart, and it was a great honor for him to become her butler. Viola joyfully stated that she really liked him, to which he asked if she really did, even after the mistake he made. The girl said that this mistake did not make him a bad butler, because it really was not in Veratu's style. That's why he said so. Stepping back a little from him, she bowed her head and began to quietly explain her position to him. The duke's daughter looked at him sternly and said that she was not interested in his words, but that she was worried about his attitude. Seeing her stern look, the butler suddenly realized that after all, she really was in the right place. He noticed that her violet eyes turned violet scarlet when she was truly angry, which meant that she was born under the star of misfortune. Although her eyes were not yet completely red, he could already feel the strength of her anger, which meant that she could control her lust for murder. All this time, the man thought that the princess had many more amazing qualities than he imagined. The girl could not believe that she would receive his affection after 10 minutes. She explained that he should listen to his first assignment, to which he thought that she did not need to listen to instructions explaining the laws of the Veratu family, because she already knew what to do. Viola still sternly told him to bring her a bird feather and red frog poison. Zeno reminded her that the poison of the red frog is a very powerful neurotoxin. Noticing his excited look, she thought about what clearly interested him in this first assignment. Turning around, the girl asked what his role was in this family, to which he replied that he had to follow the princess and help her. Without turning around, Viola said loudly that in this case he must fulfill his duties. The butler got up from his knee and said that he would bring everything he needed in 12 minutes. Hearing the door slam, the girl turned around to check if she was alone. Wiping the sweat from her face, she decided that saying something like that was very similar to Veratu's style. Exactly 12 minutes later, the butler knocked on the door and notified her that he was about to enter. Handing her the necessary items, he said that he had brought more paper, since he thought that she also needed it, to which she replied that he had done his job well and could now go. Zeno stated that if she needed anything, she could call him at any time. There were no ordinary people in this family, so the fifth Prince Vincent, whom they were to meet the next day, also had a deviant character, because from birth he was taught to kill, and he was never tormented by remorse, because he was raised like a machine for murders. Holding a bottle of red frog poison in her hands, the girl sincerely hoped that it would help her when she first met her new brother. The next day, she expected that a man would appear who would become her sworn enemy. Viola knew that he was a real killer, which meant that relaxing in front of him would be the same as giving up her life. The maids announced that Prince Vincent had finally arrived, to which she said that they could let him in. A blonde boy with red eyes entered the room, whose name was Vincent Veratu, and he was also the fifth prince, who had just turned 8 years old. She knew nothing more about him, and he said from the doorway that she should not be surprised. The boy said that someone like her could not be his precious little sister. Viola understood that he came to express contempt, but she knew very well that he was pretending. In fact, Vincent dreamed of having a twin, because all the older brothers and sisters had younger twins. As soon as Viola was adopted, he was immediately happy about it and shouted that he had to find out everything from his mother. His mother said that the girl was not worthy to be his sister because she was taken from the street. She added that Viola is just a commoner. Veratu's blood does not flow in her veins, which means she cannot be his sister, but only a victim. The boy asked in a shaking voice if he couldn't go and greet her, to which his mother replied that he should go and show that she didn't belong here. Having gathered his courage, Vincent firmly decided that he would show his new sister how scary he was. In the original story, Viola, who witnessed this scene, received a misconception about her new brother, as a result of which both were seriously traumatized, and from then on, their relationship became very complicated. Deciding that they couldn't follow the same scenario, the girl cheerfully asked what he meant. The boy involuntarily remembered his strict mother, who told him that the girl was just a victim. Pointing his finger at her, Vincent happily explained that she was a victim, to which the girl replied that this was not the case at all. He was very annoyed because he expected a completely different reaction from her, because in his imagination, she should have gotten angry, after which they would have fought, and since he was clearly stronger than the girl, he could have intimidated her. But now he asked if she didn't understand that he was trying to humiliate her. While drinking her tea, the girl asked if he really wanted to make her angry, to which he replied that he had insulted her, so she should be very angry. Putting the mug on the table, she said that she would do as he wanted, which made her brother very happy. Suddenly, an object flew past him, leaving behind a small cut on his cheek. His younger sister stood in front of him, her hand extended forward, but there was nothing in it. Touching his cheek, the boy noticed that he had been wounded, after which he smiled enthusiastically. Vincent began shouting joyfully that she was very accurate, which means she couldn't be an idiot. At that time, the girl was thinking that she was trying to scare him, but if she had done it a little more, she would have hit him right in the eye. Pointing to the wound on his cheek, he angrily asked if this was really a warning on her part. He said that this was very interesting, after which he accidentally called her sister, but quickly corrected himself. Viola asked if he liked it, to which he replied that it was a great warning, and she looked like crazy. Spreading his arms wider, the boy joyfully offered her a hug in honor of their first meeting. The girl caught herself thinking that she practically rushed to hug him, but she understood that she should not relax. Viratu's hugs are a sign of friendly greeting, and the unexpected embrace of her new brother is an attempt to explore her body and identify weaknesses. The boy was still waiting for her to come up to him to hug him, and at that time, she thought that she should act in a family style. Viola smoothly approached him and quickly hugged him so that he did not have time to realize what was happening. Vincent happily clasped his hands on her back and then explained that he really liked her. He angrily said that he was very interested in which of them would die first, after which he suggested that they try their best. The girl knew that as a rival in the fight for success, he was very well trained, but she needed to win him over to her side. She understood that if she made a mistake, he would pursue her day and night to kill her. As in the original, Viola was afraid to even think about it, and then she realized that he was holding her for too long. The butler managed to approach them, who hinted to young Mr. Vincent that this was crossing boundaries. Zeno leaned towards them and introduced himself, saying that he was the princess's personal butler. He added that the Duke gave them 10 days, to which the boy asked in surprise what that meant. The butler explained that they must refrain from touching for 10 days, so he would be glad if he moved away from the princess. Vincent annoyedly asked what would happen if he gave up this idea. The man said that he would have no choice but to report to the Duke, because he plays the role of informant, butler, and overseer of the princess. To the boy's questions about why he would inform and follow her, the butler replied that she was too calm for her age, and therefore aroused suspicion. The new brother asked if the butler really shouldn't keep this a secret, to which Zeno explained that he was not given instructions to hide this information. Vincent glared at him, clearly not going to back down from his new sister. With a quiet click, the boy decided to concede this round to an adult opponent. Moving away from her, he quietly explained that this time he would calmly leave her. Touching her shoulder, Vincent angrily declared that they would see each other again soon. As soon as his hand touched her shoulder, he immediately fell flat on the floor, unable to resist the poison in his body. The whole world was spinning around him, and the boy did not understand at all what was happening to him. Viola asked her butler to get rid of the boy, to which he replied that he would do it right away. Watching the maid carry him away, the girl was glad that the poison of the red frog had finally worked, but since her brother was immune to the poison, he should wake up soon. Holding the feather she shot at him, Zeno declared that this was a very worthy move. He added that this was her unconditional victory, because if she had wished for his death, Tun would already be dead. Showing her the pen, he asked if that was why she asked to bring a fountain pen and frog poison. The girl answered him in the affirmative and thought that he shouldn't ask why she did it. The butler looked at her mysteriously and asked if she would mind if he asked her a question. Viola was very frightened, because if he guessed everything, it did not bode well for her. She tried to reassure herself and stated that she would only answer if the question was worth it. Crouching down on one knee again, the butler waved the fountain pen right in front of his nose. Putting the feather to his face, he asked why she allowed Mr. Vincent to hug her. Viola was ready for any question, but definitely not for this one. So she looked at him in amazement for a while. The girl was afraid that he would ask why she ordered him to prepare in advance. To his question, she replied that during a hug, one can easily analyze a person's physique, as well as identify weak points. The Duke's daughter reported that she was able to determine how long her arms were, to understand which parts of the body were more mobile, and if she had time to feel the muscles, she would have been able to determine which parts of the neuromuscular system were more developed. The butler politely noted that Mr. Vincent could also carry out all these same calculations at the same time. Zeno thought about what he had heard, that this 7-year-old girl came from the slums, so she did not receive a proper education. But, since she arrived at the Viratu estate only 3 days ago, she could not learn this, which means she had an innate instinct. When she asked if there was a problem with this, he replied that there was nothing like that. Starting to take something out of his tailcoat, Zeno said that her self-confidence was worthy of praise. After some time, he held a knife in his hands, with which he carefully cut off a protruding thread from her dress. The girl noticed with horror that such a scene had never happened in her favorite short story. The butler, meanwhile, put the knife back, after which he explained that he must report to the Duke. Handing her a piece of paper, the man said that he intended to tell her the contents of the report. Taking the piece of paper from his hands, she again thought that this didn't happen in the novel either. It was written on paper that Miss Viola was able to become an integral part of the Winter Castle, so she needs to get a basic education because she has all the necessary qualities, an instinctive desire for dominance and vanity. Butler also wrote that she has a touch of madness that is necessary to become a member of the Viratu family, but other than that, she is quite intelligent to control this trait. Giving the paper back, she asked why he showed her this, to which Zeno explained that he had been watching her, and she had fully proven her right after meeting Prince Vincent. The inspired man added that he would do everything possible to help her become a duchess. The girl thought that she did not intend to become her at all, because her original plan was to stay alive and help the Duke's eldest daughter take the place of heiress. Viola looked at him with horror and thought that he should see her persistent gaze. The man did not take his eyes off her, so he immediately noticed the changes in her face. He embarrassedly announced that he had not seen such a persistent and sincere look for a very long time, so he again said that he would try very hard to help her. Realizing that this could not be avoided, the girl asked him to find detailed family records. At the same time, in Vincent's room, his mother stood with a rod in her hand and asked him how his child was. The boy answered enthusiastically that it was quite an interesting meeting. The woman said that the girl would become his enemy in the future, and one should not show weakness towards such people, and then asked what should be done with such people. Her son replied that such people need to be crushed, after which the mother asked why he was behaving this way if he knew everything very well, to which he replied that he was wrong. She asked her son what she should do in this case, to which the boy calmly replied that he needed to be punished. The woman raised the rods higher and declared that since he understood everything perfectly well, who should be ready for the rods? Vincent looked at her carefully and quickly realized that he should accept this punishment. The boy squatted down with lightning speed, exposing his back to his mother for the blow. The woman suddenly waved her rods and with all her might hit her son on the back. The blows did not stop for some time, but Vincent did not make a sound, but only cried quietly. Viola, meanwhile, tiredly collapsed on her bed and sighed heavily with relief. She thought that the day had been too busy, but fortunately for her, everything went very smoothly. The girl decided that in the future, she would not have to prove that she was worthy of being Viratu. Sitting up on the bed, she remembered that Zeno's behavior, which was not in the book, was very unexpected for her, but she also remembered that her new brother was most likely beaten at that moment. But he was thinking about his mother's hands, on which traces of the rods remained. Viola knew that she had not yet met his real mother, Duchess Isabella, so she hoped that part had not changed. Deciding to act, the girl called her butler, who immediately appeared at the door of her bedroom. She said that she needed to visit somewhere, to which Zeno asked if it was really at such a late hour. The girl explained that he should accompany her to Vincent's room, and she herself thought that she needed to win everyone over to her side. The boy sat on the floor, hugging his knees, blood slowly dripping from his back, oozing from the wounds left by the rods. Tears flowed from his eyes, but he kept repeating that he was wrong, that he was a bad boy, which is why his mother's hands again suffered from the rods. The butler brought her in and pointed to the large wooden doors, explaining that this was where Mr. Vincent's bedroom was located. Viola calmly praised him and told him to immediately open the doors so she could enter. The man asked if she really wasn't going to knock on them, to which she replied that she would enter that way. The girl noticed that there was a smell of blood and despair around her. It was the same smell that she had read about and imagined in her imagination. It was the smell of unhappiness that emanated from her exhausted new big brother. Zeno calmly opened the door and said that she could pass through, but he was abruptly interrupted. Vincent's butler explained that his master didn't want to see anyone right now, so they should leave. The man stood right in the doorway, not intending to give them way into the room. Viola immediately realized that it was none other than Vincent's personal butler. Zeno menacingly declared that his mistress certainly wants to see Mr. Vincent, to which the butler replied that his master refuses to meet. Her butler again reported that the lady was very insistent on the meeting. The man warned that Zeno should shut his mouth, otherwise irreparable things could happen. Her butler smiled mysteriously, and a spark of playful mischief flashed in his eyes. Turning to the girl, he asked with interest what they would do in such a situation. Viola asked if he could take it by force, to which the butler replied that as far as she knew, all the butlers in this estate were quite strong. In response to her question about whether he could do this, the man took a dagger from his tailcoat and stated that it would not be easy, but not impossible. Her brother's butler asked him not to be stupid, to which Zeno asked if they were really so close as to address each other on a first-name basis. The man asked if her butlers really ignored the rules of the Winter Castle, to which he replied that it was for this reason that he had not hit him yet. Violence or murder is impossible within the walls of the castle. In other words, if not for these rules, Zeno would have stabbed him with a knife long ago. Viola immediately noticed that her butler gave off an ominous aura, which meant that she needed to leave quickly. Walking between them, the girl headed into the depths of the dark room, which was not even illuminated by the moon. The butler followed her with his gaze, without removing the knife from his opponent's throat. After she disappeared into the darkness, Zeno put the knife back, and his opponent reported that at the very moment when he pressed him, their mistress left, and there was not an ounce of doubt in her steps, to which the other replied that the ability to make decisions and act, as well as perseverance, which helps to pull together at the right moment. These are the basic principles of the Veratu family. Vincent's butler asked whether if he had really blocked the way, he would have hit him, to which Zeno answered in the affirmative. The man said that he got a very good hostess, after which he congratulated him. He asked if he was really ready to serve her, to which her butler replied that she had a strong desire for dominance and vanity. He added that here wounds alone cannot be avoided, because she was born to become a ruler, because even the first order that she gave him 10 minutes after they met was to get poison that could poison her brother. Zeno said that she also scolded him, as if she had been born and raised in this family. He explained that if you add excellent observation and a precise understanding of your role in the reality around you to your innate abilities, that this is quite possible. And he himself thought that she had already proven this several times, because she had managed to guess the state in which Mr. Vincent will be subject to educational measures. The man remembered that he had asked her before whether she could stab the gentleman with a knife if he was unconscious, to which she replied that in that case, he himself would be executed for not keeping an eye on her. The butler explained that he could not allow this to happen, to which she replied that the death of her servant was not good for her either. But his question is why? The girl angrily said that Viola Virat really needed him. He understood that since she called herself Viola Viratu, she perfectly understood her role and position in this family. The butler did not know that she had a habit of putting herself in the place of the heroine, so she herself did not notice how she called that name. Now she walked around the dark room and thought that Zeno's laughter was coming from somewhere. Looking around, she noticed that the room was really large, after which she wondered how many rooms there were in the castle. Seeing the door that she had once read about in a book, Viola quickly hurried towards it. Looking inside, the girl saw her new older brother sitting on the floor, his shirt covered in blood. The younger sister decided that she could, because she just needed to try to introduce herself as Veratu, so she reported that he looked just terrible. Sitting down on the chair next to him, she angrily asked if he had been beaten badly. The girl noticed that there was too much blood on his back, to which he replied that this time there was not so much. Noticing next to him the object with which he was beaten, Viola said boredly that it probably hurt. The crying boy explained that his mother was also in pain, to which his sister said that it was her choice. Vincent said in a trembling voice that it was all his fault, after which she asked again if she understood him correctly. The older brother looked up at her, bitter tears flowing from his eyes, but he kindly explained that he was a bad boy. Looking straight at him, the girl could not understand how a child could say something like that. She ordered him to turn his back on her, to which he reminded her that they were in a winter castle, so if she touched him, she would be in trouble. Viola menacingly declared that she was not going to touch him, but someday he would fall on his face in front of her, and then crawl on the floor, trying to please her. The inspired boy asked if she was telling the truth, and she thought that she did not at all expect that these words would revive him. She added that she did not like such a pathetic brother, because humiliating him was too boring. Turning his back to her, Vincent laughed and confirmed her words about his insignificance. Looking at his wounds, she realized that this was too much even for a crazy dukedom from a fantasy world, because the child was only 8 years old. Hearing that she was taking something out of her purse, the boy began joyfully asking if it was a knife, or poison, or hydrochloric acid. Suddenly, a shudder ran through his body, as he felt incredible pain. All of his wounds stung very much, which is why he began to squeal loudly, to which she said that he should not pretend. He asked what kind of poison it was, because this was the first time he had experienced such sensations, to which she assured him that it was not poison, but an ointment. She explained that she had already said that she did not want to see her pathetic brother on his knees, so he should heal his wounds faster. When he asked why, she answered with a grin that in that case, it would be more pleasant to kill him, but at the same time, she thought that she did not want him to be hurt. Vincent said incredulously that all this sounded strange, to which the girl decided that apparently she was a bad actress. The boy pointed to his chest and said that he had some strange feeling that arose right in his chest. Tears formed in his eyes again, but now they were not out of self-pity or anxiety, but for a completely different reason. Noticing that he was crying again, Vincent asked why he was crying if he was laughing. The boy asked his younger sister when she managed to give him poison to drink. Turning to her, he continued to ask why her eyes were also red, and then suggested that she also drank poison. The girl explained that if she wanted to poison him, she would not have used such a weak poison. Sitting down next to him, Viola stated that she was almost disappointed in him when she saw that the son of the Duke of Veratu was shedding tears, to which the boy explained that when he was sad, tears appeared in his eyes. She added that if Duchess Isabella had beaten him, he would not have been sad. Standing near the window, his face was illuminated by moonlight, and the boy continued to repeat that he was to blame for everything. Viola told him that the real reason for his despondency was that he was being physically oppressed in this castle, breaking an absolute rule. Another rule of the Winter Castle was that all children under 10 years of age were under the protection of the castle, and those who violated this rule were subject to capital punishment. In the original story, he came to his mother and said that since she broke the rules, now he must kill his own mother, to which she replied that he must kill his mother in order to become a real king. She added that she was very glad that he had grown up to be a worthy contender, while Vincent, meanwhile, could not stop his tears. Gathering his will into a fist, he swung a dagger at his mother, after which he turned into a killer. The girl knew that her older brother never wanted to kill his beloved mother, but unfortunately for her, there was not a single normal person in the novel. The boy doomedly explained to her that this woman was his mother, and she could not do this to him. Viola said that he himself knew very well that all this was not so, and she herself thought that she had to change the plot of the novel and prevent Vincent from becoming a murderer. She said that time would pass. He would have to kill his mother with his own hands because she beat him, because this was the law of the Winter Castle. Raising his gaze to her, the boy quietly told her that his mother had given him one task. Viola quickly realized that this again did not go according to the plot, because the conversation about the task was supposed to take place in a few days. Vincent smiled happily and invited her to play with him, which greatly worried his little sister. In the original story, her brother said that it would be more fun if they competed with each other. Now the boy happily explained that it would be very interesting to play with him. The girl understood that she could not be deceived by looking at his appearance, and also could not be moved, because he was still an extremely dangerous creature. She calmly stated that she also thought it would be interesting, but she also thought that this episode was a very important moment for Viola. The next day, Zeno told her that robbers usually use arrows smeared with a weak poisonous substance, and it also happens that in the next battle, they swing axes, but without adhering to a certain fighting technique, they begin to quickly become exhausted. Showing the dagger in his hands, he said that the object was smeared with a strong poison, so she should be careful when using it. The butler hinted that if he touched him by mistake, he would also be in serious danger. Viola couldn't believe how he could say such terrifying words with such an innocent smile. The girl assured him that she had no need for strong poison, to which he replied that it would certainly come in handy. She stated that she was not going to use poison during games, and she herself thought that she would rather die if she touched it by mistake. The man wiped the poison from the dagger, saying that she was right, after which he wished her to cope with her task. He explained that he would accompany her, but could not help her, because this was the task of the fifth prince. Holding a small dagger in her hands, Viola sadly confirmed his words about their game. The game that her older brother was talking about was to punish the robbers who hunted in the mountains. Viola thought that this was less like a task and more like training Vincent, because an 8-year-old boy could never cope alone with the evil and huge leader of a gang of robbers. She knew that the most important thing during this task would be that the main male character would finally appear. The mother of the main character of the novel, Tyrion, could not cope with poverty and ran away when he was still very young. The boy was left with his father and sick older sister, but by supporting each other, they were able to get out of poverty. From the age of 6, he began to hunt, and each time he became more and more successful in this matter, so they did not starve as before. He firmly believed that he would become a famous hunter, and his sister would be able to undergo treatment in the temple, which meant they did not have to worry about medicine. One day, returning from a hunt, Tyrion joyfully told them that he had caught a rather large deer. Walking inside the house, his great dream was shattered because his father was brutally murdered. Looking around, he frantically tried to find his sister, but soon thought that perhaps she had been stolen. Rising from the floor, Tyrion asked his father to forgive, because he needed to find his sister. The guy quickly discovered the traces of the kidnappers and followed them for the 3rd day, after which he realized that he had gone quite far, which meant that somewhere nearby there was a lair of robbers. Taking out his bow and arrows, the orphan thought that his only relatives were outside the walls of their lair. Viola understood that this was all the information that had been told before Tyrion's first appearance. Her brother said that he preferred to ride, to which she replied that it was his right. Vincent irritably asked why she allowed herself to talk to him like that. To her silent question, he explained that she was only 7 years old, and he had already turned 8 a long time ago. The boy added that she should call him brother, and she thought that he was still just a boy. Vincent said that he could kill 10 more people than herself, and Viola, trying to change the conversation, invited him to ride a horse. Her brother said that in this way he would use up all his strength, which means he would not be able to appear before her in the best light. The girl thought that she needed to understand what he was thinking and try to turn it to her advantage, because such training was too dangerous for her, so she told him that she wanted to give him the chance to start first. She explained that since the game was originally his, he should try it first. Viola warned him to put himself out there, but not to put too much effort into showing off in front of her. Looking at him angrily, she added that if things got really hard for him, she would of course help. The boy enthusiastically said that this would definitely not happen, so she could sit quietly while he did everything himself. His fiery speech was interrupted by the butler's voice that they had finally arrived at the place, and Zeno explained that the path was too narrow for a carriage, so they would have to continue on foot. Vincent immediately rushed ahead of everyone, shouting for her to watch carefully, while her butler helpfully lowered her from the carriage. Entering the den of robbers, the boy, throwing the dagger in his hands, sadly declared that there was no one here. Suddenly, her older brother smelled blood, which was all too familiar to him. Turning around, he saw a dead man, indicating that the corpse was buried, but someone was rummaging in the ground. Viola thought that even though this was the world of a book, she couldn't miss this, because the buried man looked about 10 years old. Meanwhile, her older brother advanced to the only standing wooden building and knocked on it. His younger sister immediately approached him and said that the door was open, but from the footprints, it was clear that it had been opened quite recently. To his question about how she understood this, the girl explained that usually the doors of forest gazebos open towards themselves, because that is why you can gain at least a little time when you are running away from being chased. Realizing that this corpse was unlikely to be Tyrion's sister, since he looked much younger, Viola said out loud that someone had been here before them. She assumed that someone who knew how to shoot a bow shot the person watching and got inside, which is why there was a fight here recently, which is why there was a strong smell of blood. Realizing that she was trying to get ahead of him, the boy abruptly rushed inside the building, saying that this would not work at all. His butler asked Zeno if he really explained all this to her, to which he replied that he had no idea about it. The man stated that he could not understand where she was so observant, and her butler replied that if he could not understand, then he should just accept it as a fact. Suddenly, Vincent's butler disappeared from his place, saying that he was obliged to accompany his master, so he left. Approaching his mistress, Zeno asked why she didn't go inside and see everything with her own eyes. The girl said that on the way here, she noticed small footprints, but judging by the size, it was a child of about 12 years old, since he was able to get to this place. Then he has good stalking abilities. She added that if at such a young age he was not afraid to come to the lair alone, then he had a good reason, for example, a desire for revenge, to which her butlers asked why she wanted to find this child. Viola smiled evilly and said that it was quite funny because he survived. The girl noticed that there was no disorder inside the lair, which meant that he could not take proper revenge. Zeno thought that she very accurately notices every detail and tells him about it deliberately in order to demonstrate her abilities, after which he decided that he would certainly make her an heiress. Entering another wooden building, she found a shaking guy inside. Walking closer to him, the girl suddenly stopped, trying to believe what she saw. The stranger was very similar to the person from her real world with whom she had once been in love. She began to slowly approach him, which is why the guy began to panic greatly and scream for her not to come near him, otherwise he would stab her. The girl knelt down, deciding to make sure it was really her lover. Pulling up his pant leg, she saw moles on the back of his leg that formed a triangle. Once she saw exactly the same moles on the boy's leg, and said that it was by them that she could easily recognize him. In that ordinary life, this boy's name was Paul, who was 5 years older than her. In the shelter, he became her only support until her 19th birthday. That day, he approached her and told her that he wanted to introduce her to someone. Having brought up a girl she didn't know, Paul told her that he and she were dating, which made Josephine think her heart would break into pieces. Crying at night, she suddenly realized how much she liked him, so when she got older, she decided to confess her feelings to him, but it was too late. She was never able to do this, because the guy died tragically, but he forever remained in her heart. Therefore, now, the girl could not believe that she could again meet the one she once loved. The guy asked in surprise if she was really the daughter of the robber whom he attacked. Looking straight into his eyes, Viola found herself dizzy and had persistent tinnitus. He kept trying to find out from her whether she was the daughter of the gang leader or not. His eyes seemed to slowly approach her and convulse her entire body. Zeno watched all this, so he was very surprised that his mistress was behaving so strangely. Tyrion, meanwhile, jumped up from his seat, pulled out a dagger, and put the weapon to her throat, informing the butler that he must take him to the leader, because if he does not do this, his mistress will die. The man still could not understand whether his mistress had really made such a stupid mistake. At the same time, the girl angrily and sternly asked if he really allowed himself to point his knife at her. Her eyes glowed with rage, and their color became bright scarlet, causing an ominous aura to be felt around her. Zeno immediately realized that everything was wrong, and that now she would finally show her true colors. Viola quickly jumped to her feet and slapped the attacking guy in the face with all her might. From an unexpected blow, Tyrion fell exhausted to the floor and dropped his weapon from his hands. By stepping on him, the girl told him that he was just a pathetic bastard. She took the dagger into her hands and slowly stabbed it into the ground next to his face. The girl sarcastically asked what he thought would happen to him if she moved a little to the side. Looking at the hand with the dagger, Viola tried to understand what was wrong with it, after which she assumed that the main character decided to come to her senses, but later noticed that the guy had doomedly surrendered. Watching him, she suddenly realized that he just wanted to give up everything because he saw no meaning in life. She thought about how she felt the same way that day when she stood on the roof, about to jump down. Viola knew that he had lost absolutely everything, so he wanted to die, but she believed that he should not even think about it in the body of her lover. Paul had always supported her, so this time she decided that she would be by his side until the very end. As her body began to move again, Viola stood up and heard the butler begin to praise her. The man said that she deliberately showed her weak point, to which Vincent approached and said that he could also do the same. The girl understood that it was not she who did this, but the real Viola, but later decided that she came to her senses just in time, because she did not have time to stab him with a knife. Viola told everyone present that she really liked the guy, so she would make a toy out of him. That same evening, Zeno brought the bound guy to his mistress's room, awaiting further orders. Throwing it on the floor, the man asked what he should do with the toy, to which she replied that he should leave it there so that it would be pleasing to the eye. The butler smiled mysteriously, saying that he understood her perfectly, after which he began to cast a spell. Because of his magic, Tyrion, chained hand and foot, suddenly flew into the air. Viola continued to play her role and told Zeno that he had done well, so he could go. To his question about what she was going to do with them, the Duke's daughter replied that this dog had bitten her, so he would have to be trained. The man said that if she meant the very method that was prohibited in the Winter Castle, then he would pretend that he knew nothing. The girl politely thanked him, after which she released the butler to go about his business. She briefly thought about what was best for her to do, because in the beginning, she had brought the guy to save her, but now she needed to raise him. Viola assumed that the Veratu family adopted only cruel educational measures. The Duke's daughter understood that she would never be able to beat him, because he looked exactly like her lover. While she was thinking about what to do in this situation, the guy began to suddenly wake up and realize where he was. Tyrion began to speak loudly and incomprehensibly, trying to get out of his bonds, but nothing worked. He tried to tell her that he would kill her if she didn't untie her alive now, but the mask on his face muffled absolutely all the words. Viola realized that this man was not Paul at all, but simply looked exactly like him. She told him to try to calm down, after which she explained that he had foolishly climbed into the bandit's lair alone, but only killed 2. The girl said that he sat wounded in the corner and trembled, not being convinced of his sister's death. The guy was thinking about how she was able to find out about her sister, and in the meantime, she assumed that he probably wanted to give up everything, like the last coward. Suddenly, Viola explained to him that she too had once been as cowardly as him. She added that she grew up in an orphanage and became Viola Veratu after she was adopted, so she understood him better than others. The girl knew better than anyone what it was like to lose her entire family overnight, so she promised to be by his side. Tyrion didn't realize why tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, because he didn't even think about crying. Viola invited him to calm down and think for himself, because she took revenge on his enemies instead of him and saved his life. She reminded him that even though she grew up in the forest, he must understand how he should behave. Seeing his short, affirmative nod, the girl assumed that he was now ready to listen to her. Having freed him from the trenches, Viola sat him down opposite her and told him about everything. She sternly asked if he now understood the seriousness of the situation, to which he answered in the affirmative. A couple of minutes before, she talked about how she was adopted, so she had no reliable relatives or anyone who would be on her side, so she needed her people. She explained that she had chosen him to be her man in this dark, sinister castle. When he asked why, Viola good-naturedly replied that she really liked his look. Extending her hand to him, she added that it was for this reason that she decided to be close to him, because she hoped that he would become an outstanding person at her side. She thought that the words about the look were a lie, because unlike Paul, his gaze was too cold. The girl hoped that she would not begin to doubt this reason, because Tyrion was an intelligent and rational character. The guy, meanwhile, still couldn't understand how it all happened, but decided that this was his last chance. He calmly asked if now he should really become her personal dog and serve her. Smiling, the Duke's daughter replied that he understood everything correctly, and from that moment on, he became her dog, or her toy. This was the only way to keep Tyrion in the Veratu family, because if he was taken for her toy, then no one would follow him or compete. She explained that since he attacked her, she couldn't forgive him, because you can't forgive dogs that bite their owners. Viola said that this is just in the spirit of the Veratu family, so he needs training. The guy thought that, although she looked cold, she had a warm and friendly look, so it seemed that her words were not entirely sincere, and then asked if they had met before, to which she answered negatively. The girl said that as soon as everything was resolved, they could go to his hut to send his father on his last journey, and then thought that, according to the plot, Tyrion subsequently greatly regretted that he could not bury his father on time. The Duke's daughter looked him straight in the eyes and gently explained that she would go there with him. This time, the guy was very embarrassed, but managed to sincerely thank her for her help. Rising from his seat, he said that he had already calmed down and was ready to begin parenting. Viola ordered him to sit in a distant place, after which she went to take the rods. She explained that it would be incredibly painful for him, to which he replied that he knew this very well, so she could hit from the heart. Holding the instrument of punishment in her hands, the girl said that this is exactly what she would do, and he should try to scream beautifully. The guy began to tremble after several blows, and she thought that her soul was very uneasy, but Zeno was probably listening in the next room, and in order to avoid suspicion, she had to be cruel. As soon as she swung, Vincent immediately entered the room, interrupting the upbringing procedure. The boy shouted excitedly about whether she was really playing, to which she replied that she was raising her dog. When she asked why he came, her older brother replied that he wanted to see what she was doing with the toy. Zorka looked at her and asked if she would treat his wounds with ointment. The girl asked if this was really important, to which the boy explained that it was better not to do this. He added that if she dared to do this, he would immediately kill her toy. Viola asked why on earth he had the right to dispose of her property. The boy said menacingly that he said so he would certainly kill him if she decided to treat him. The girl explained that this had absolutely nothing to do with him, and if he killed her toy, then they wouldn't say otherwise. She added that this would mean that he coveted what belongs only to her. Viola challenged him to give a good reason why she shouldn't do this. Vincent shouted in embarrassment that he should be the first, so she dared not apply the ointment to anyone else but him. She asked if he really didn't want to give his primacy to anyone, after which she stated that he was behaving too strangely. The girl said that she was taught that the Veratu family behaves reasonably and rationally, but she was ready to be disappointed in him. Viola told him to offer some logical reason, and if he continued to talk nonsense, she would be disappointed in him. She added that subsequently she would never treat his wounds again. The boy proudly declared that since these were the conditions, he forgives her insolence, to which she noticed that he was showing off again. As he was about to leave her room, Vincent said loudly that she could apply the ointment to him as much as she liked. As he walked out the door, he said that when she turned 10, the first thing he would do was kill him. Going out into the corridor, the older brother wondered if he needed to kill the guy, after which he remembered that his mother said that Verret should only do this. Walking into his room, the boy understood that he did not want to kill his younger sister Viola. At the same time, the girl wondered why her brother was so attached to this ointment, but she could not understand what was wrong. Looking at the wounded Tyrion, she decided that the training could end there. While collecting the rods, she suspected the butler into the room, after which he immediately entered. She explained that she had finished raising the dog, and then ordered Zeno to clean the room, because she needed to rest. Looking at the wounded guy, the man thought that she had tortured him enough. Holding the rod in his hands, he reasoned that even Tyrion's very gaze had completely changed. The butler said that this young man pointed a knife at his mistress. He even presented the weapon to her throat, after which he added that if she had not been so generous, he would have torn the mouth of this little beast so that he would no longer dare to bark. Viola was greatly surprised by how much anger her butler contained, but then remembered that it was very similar to the words from the book that the butler said to his mistress when he checked on her. For Viratu, generosity was considered a luxury that only someone like Heron could afford, but Viola was for Zeno generous, and this meant that she was stupid and weak. The girl decided that she couldn't just hush up this matter, so she turned to her butler. As soon as he sat down next to her, she immediately slapped him in the face with all her might. She added that he may well be checking her right to be called Viratu, but he should not do it so openly. Viola said she felt disgusted by it, but then decided she had hit him too hard. The butler stated that he asks for forgiveness and is also ready to cut off his own hand in order to earn her mercy. To her negative answer, Zeno asked if she really wanted him to give his life. The girl assumed that he was serious, so she explained that in this case, he would not be able to work for her, and without his hand, the effectiveness of his work would decrease. She stated that next time he should think first and only then say anything. The man happily decided that she was desperately trying to control the bloody madness within herself, and was amazed that at 7 years old, she had such strength of will and mind. He thought that if she had not used mana to protect herself, there would have been no living space left on his face. Zeno remembered very well that during the first meeting with Prince Vincent, she also put mana into that feather, thanks to which she was able to break through the prince's protective dome, and a scratch remained on his face. The butler believed that she had an innate ability to manipulate mana, and had also reached a certain level in it. After thinking a little, the man asked why she took him aside, because she didn't want to ruin his authority in the eyes of her toy. The girl explained that he understood everything correctly, because he was the only servant in her immediate circle. The man thanked her for such generosity, and then thought that Virat would never have done such a thing. Standing on one knee in front of her, Zeno suddenly began to say that he had thoughts that it would be nice if she ruled the Viratu clan. Viola couldn't believe that her childish slap had such a stunning effect. She chuckled smugly, but at the same time thought that everyone in this castle was kind of sick in the head. A few days later, Tyrion was able to take his father's body and quietly bury him near the castle. Viola handed him a beautiful flower and said that it should be placed on the grave. Taking the plants from her hands, the guy put it on the grave and said that his father no longer had to worry about him and that he should rest in peace. As she promised, they buried Tyrion's father, after which, under the pretext that he was not suitable for her position, the guy was given a room and also fed good food and dressed in good clothes. Thus, the guy turned into her faithful dog. But there was still one problem. The girl carefully tried not to look him in the eye, because she had experienced the consequences of this action firsthand. If she looked into his eyes for a long time, or touched him, then in the near future the real Viola would appear. Leaving his room, the Duke's daughter decided that she could not allow her to take over his body. Tyrion noticed that she no longer looked at him with the same tenderness as before. As they walked along the corridor, the butler reported that he had heard that Mr. Vincent had been subjected to educational measures. Entering her older brother's room, Viola froze in horror for a while. She looked deep into the room, where Duchess Isabella stood, and a beaten boy lay at her feet. The woman turned around and asked if she had already arrived, because her son was really looking forward to his sister's arrival. She asked if she really was the same Princess Viola, and the girl meanwhile thought about why the woman was still in the room. Duchess Isabella was second only to her father in power and influence, and also took part in a political marriage, and although there was no love between them, they remained faithful to each other. Viola knew that the fiery red hair, the poisonous gaze, and the scarlet lips belonged only to Isabella, so anyone who held the book in their hands could immediately recognize her. The girl greeted her by name, to which the woman said that since she recognized her so quickly, it means she was definitely preparing, to which she replied that she lived in harsh conditions, so it was necessary. The Duke's daughter felt enormous strength. It seemed to her that she would lose consciousness, but at the same time, she knew that she should under no circumstances give in to her, because as soon as she showed weakness, she would die immediately. And Isabella, meanwhile, said that she quickly savvy, thanks to his street origins. Turning to the boy, the woman said that he was good, but he lacked anger because he grew up in hothouse conditions. Viola asked if she really meant that some commoner should not communicate with a boy of noble blood. The Duke's wife sarcastically replied that this was exactly what she was trying to convey to her. She added that the girl should not only not communicate with her son, but should be prepared to give her a white flower. The woman explained that she did not know whether it was customary for low-grade people to sleep eternally with white flowers, to which the girl stated that she was not low-grade, but simply poor. Viola said that these are completely different concepts, because even in poverty you can remain noble, and the rich can be low class, but the poor also honor the memory of the dead. Isabella said that she behaves like a lady, and such behavior does not suit her, to which the girl said that she considers honoring the memory of the dead some kind of luxury. The Duke's daughter involuntarily remembered her words that she was going to give the impudent girl a white flower. The Duke's wife said that outsiders have no right to express opinions regarding how a mother should love and raise her child. The girl noticed that she was not a stranger at all, because now she and the boy were brother and sister. Looking at the exhausted body, Viola happily noticed that he was beginning to come to his senses. Examining his neck, she found new wounds and assumed that Isabella had used poison this time. The woman said that she hoped that her adopted daughter was not going to allow herself too much, to which the girl replied that she was allowing herself too much, because within the walls of the Winter Castle, all children under 10 years of age have the right to protection. And since she violates this rule, one of the mistresses of the castle, then the subordinates can start a riot. Vincent's mother explained that this is acceptable for educational purposes, because the child finds it fun to play with his rival, and because of such nonsense thoughts, she had to start mentoring the future heir. Isabella said that she simply taught him a lesson so that he would be attentive and careful. Viola asked the butler if he had a magical recording device with him, to which he answered in the affirmative. As soon as the girl ordered him to record their conversation, the woman immediately rushed to Zeno. Liza did not expect such a reaction from Vincent's adult and cunning mother. Isabella kept her hand on the butler's neck and ordered him to stop recording. And meanwhile, Viola thought that she was very fast, because no one could catch her movements. The man answered her that he was following orders received only from the princess herself. Viola suggested that, judging by her behavior, she herself understands that she is absolutely wrong. The butler asked whether he should start recording, because blood was starting to flow from his neck, to which the girl replied that she could not lose her servant. Isabella removed her hand from Zeno's neck and then straightened her tie, which was stained with blood. The woman said that her youngest daughter is quite cheeky, so the welcome dinner will not be boring. Viola said she was grateful in advance for accepting her as part of the family. The girl added that Vincent now found out that she still violated the rules established in the castle. She turned to her brother to find out if he had exactly seen and heard everything that confirmed her words. The boy did not answer. Then she began to treat his wounds with ointment, asking him not to move. Vincent's mother, watching this picture, said that it was all very funny. She asked if he really decided to serve the sixth princess, to which he replied that this was his job, which was not related to his feelings. The woman turned sternly towards the children, who were both sitting on the floor next to each other. Vincent was still trying to wipe away the incessant tears, and Viola was taking out a jar of ointment from her bag. Having collected some medicine, the girl thought that Isabella had hit him too hard. She understood that it was definitely not love, but addiction and insane violence. As soon as she touched the ointment to his wounds, the boy immediately squealed that it stung him, to which the girl said that she tolerated the rod well. Her older brother said that he thought that he would have to deal with her, and since he was destined to suffer at the hands of another person, then it had to be her. When she asked why he decided that way, the boy replied that he just felt that way. Turning to his younger sister, he declared that she could not die because of someone else, because it was he who had to kill her. Viola decided that in this way he was trying to express his love for her, but she did not understand whether she should cry or laugh at these words. Closing the jar of ointment, the girl invited him to lie down so that she could lull him to sleep, because she knew very well that he would not be able to sleep. The boy fearfully asked how she knew about this, to which she said that she saw the story of his insomnia in family records, and she thought that she had read about it in a book. Turning to the butler, Vincent asked if this was true, to which Zeno replied that all the servants knew about it. Yielding to their persuasion, the Duke's son asked how she would lull him to sleep. Would she really give him a sleeping pill, or immobilize his whole body with poison? Viola helped her older brother onto the bed, placing a pillow under his head. The boy thought that she had very small hands and thin wrists, and then wondered why she was so small when there was only a year difference between them. Sitting down next to him, she realized that she wouldn't be able to put him to sleep just like that, so she decided to use the method described in the novel. Touching his forehead, Viola intimidatingly ordered him not to relax, because this would create a desire to deal with him. Vincent's eyes began to slowly close, after which he reported that he wanted to sleep. He vaguely heard her words that if he fell asleep, he would definitely die in his sleep, because the enemy would come and kill him. After these words, the boy fell fast asleep, and Viola began to rise from his bed. Vincent was trained by Isabella from early childhood, so he endured until the last, and when he had no strength left, he calmly fell asleep, and thus his childhood years passed. Isabella no longer came to his room at night, and he was very afraid of the night, so he developed insomnia. Looking at her older brother, the girl mentally wished him a peaceful sleep, and also sincerely sympathized with his misfortune. As soon as she was about to get up, Vincent took her hand and asked her not to leave him. The boy cried in his sleep and said that she just needed to be close to him. He asked her, and also said that he was completely lonely because no one loved him. Viola wiped the tears from his eyes and asked him not to cry, and then added that she would stay with him for a while, after which she fell asleep next to him. In the dead of night, she was awakened by the butler, who carried her to his room, so she asked what time it was. The man said that he did not want to wake up his mistress at 3:30 in the morning, but he had several questions about the report, after which he added that she played amazingly, and he was able to see her real image. The girl thought with fear that he probably understood that she was afraid of Isabella, but the book said that if she did not show abilities, he would have to kill her. Zeno said that her eyes were full of bloodlust, and then asked why she acted so affectionately. He listed the times when she cared for her older brother, as well as when she helped Tyrion keep his father. He explained that she even seemed a little upset, but bloodthirsty people do not experience such emotions, even if Duchess Isabella herself is in front of them. The butler suggested that she deliberately pretended to be upset in front of her, and then asked if he could find out the reason for such an action. Viola felt the evil aura emanating from her butler, and realized that she could not concentrate. She began to slowly close her eyes, thinking that this would not work, because she really wanted to sleep. Closing her eyes, the girl mumbled that she was not ready to answer, but would simply sleep. The man was a little shocked by these words, but he was even more confused by how nicely she slept. He understood that he shouldn't say that, but he couldn't restrain himself as he watched her peacefully dozing in her bed. As he left the room, the butler thought that the person who controlled mana should be able to control his sleep. Close the door. He said that this was a lice test for her butler, after which he promised to definitely pass this test. That evening, Carlton stood in the hallway, holding a towel for his master. Heron slowly changed into the white robe that the butler had also brought him. The man said that if Mrs. Rail were alive, she would not like all this. He added that she asked him to make sure that the Duke put on his robe properly after his shower, because she was constantly worried that he would get a stomach ache. Rail was the only person in the whole world whom he loved with all his heart. She always worried that he might get indigestion if he continued to wear his robe incorrectly. The Duke told her every time that he did not have indigestion because his mana protected him from all diseases. The girl insisted that she was still very worried, no matter how he managed to get sick. The man gently pulled her towards him and told her that worrying about his health was her destiny. Rail did not have long to live, so she was unable to fulfill her destiny and left this world 15 years ago. While tying her robe, Heron thought that she missed her very much, so after swimming, she deliberately did not tie her robe, hoping that she would scold him again, so it became a habit. The butler said that it was time to report on the plans that he would have to carry out. The man said that Zeno came 25 minutes ago to make a report in person, so he was still waiting for the Duke outside. After a couple of minutes, Heron got ready and invited his adopted daughter's butler to come in to see him. After listening to his report, he asked if Isabella was wary of Viola, to which Zeno explained that he had never said that word. The man noticed that his wife told him almost everything that happened in the house, but did not mention her adopted daughter, to which Carlton noted that perhaps she decided that the girl was not worthy of mention. The Duke explained that, judging by Zeno's words, this was not so, after which he thought that If she did not even mention her adopted daughter, then most likely her wife was wary of her, but he was very amazed that she was afraid of a 7-year-old child. Meanwhile, the butler watched his master's face, realizing that he had not seen such an expression for a long time. After the death of Madame Rael, the Duke seemed to have forgotten what emotions were, so he focused only on work. Carlton realized that he had not seen him like this for a long time, because the one in whom the Duke showed interest appeared. Heron said that the adopted 7-year-old daughter knows how to put on various masks and use those around her for her own purposes. Zenon explained that the gentleman would not regret it if he deigned to see his daughter in person. The man asked if the butler was really so confident that he was asking for a personal meeting with her, to which he stated that the lady had arranged a test for him. Viratu's servants constantly question the abilities of the heirs and test them, because if the heirs do not develop properly, the servants face dismissal. The Duke asked Carlton when the welcome dinner would take place, to which he replied that the event would take place in 3 days. He then asked if he had time that he could spare before dinner, to which the butler replied that he was free the next day from 3 to 5 o'clock. After which, Heron informed Zeno that he would devote this time to his adopted daughter. Suddenly, Zeno began to say that he would like to say something else before he left that was not related to the report. Carlton couldn't believe that the butler was going to directly express his personal opinion about his lady. The man said he thought Princess Viola was an extremely sweet child. An awkward silence hung in the room, and Carlton and Heron looked questioningly at the butler. Zenon explained that such a word is not entirely suitable for members of their family, but at the same time, the girl is a real Viratu. Turning his head away from him, the Duke noticed that this was a useless assessment, but his butler thought that these were useless moral principles. Heron said that he had to prepare his adopted daughter for a meeting with her father, and he himself thought that such a quality had no meaning for their family, but he also understood why the butler excluded this from his report. The next day, Viola looked through billions of dresses, telling the butler that she didn't like any of them. Zeno explained that they were very popular among young girls her age, and that she would look very cute in them. The girl tried to figure out what kind of test he had arranged for her this time and why he was choosing a dress. She understood that if Viola had originally been a nice character and acted like this, then everyone would have loved her. Noticing that he was holding a pencil with a notepad in his hand, she asked what he was writing, to which the butler replied that he was writing down that she did not like the dress. He added that it was his mistake that he could not find the clothes that would suit her. Having chosen a snow-white dress, the girl said that it would suit her because she looked quite comfortable, after which they went to town. The butler told her that he would accompany her everywhere, and Viola tried to figure out what he was up to. Realizing that she would torment herself more than she would guess the truth, the girl decided to stop thinking about it. It turned out that they had arrived at the Azalesia Cafe, where they sold egg tarts, which she adored so much. Enjoying the goodies that were absolutely everywhere, she decided that she couldn't help herself. Holding the sweets in her hand, she remembered that she had wanted to try them so much when she first read their description in the novel, and now she actually had the opportunity to try them. Having bitten into the first dessert, she felt how warm and tender it was, and also that her mouth was filled with a pleasant sweetness that spread through the veins of her entire body to the very tips of her toes. Everything was just like in the book, so the girl was very happy that she could be in the novel. Her pleasure was interrupted by the unexpected silence that arose in the cafe, and all the people stood in a reverent pose. Suddenly, she saw none other than her adoptive father, as well as her favorite character from her book, heading towards her table. Viola could not believe that the butler had arranged all this, because their first meeting was not supposed to take place in this cafe. The Duke's daughter did not understand whether she should get up and say hello, because she really wanted to finish her egg tart. When she lived in the real world, she dreamed that she could eat sweets whenever she wanted. Therefore now, she was not going to so easily refuse the half-eaten dessert in her hands. Josephine loved sweets so much that she preferred to eat everything first, and then say hello to the Duke. People around began to whisper about where such a lady came from if she dared to behave like that in front of the Duke. She thought that the point was not at all that she did not know the rules of etiquette, but that her body simply did not listen to her. The girl guessed that the butler would not just invite her to a cafe with sweets. With one movement, her adoptive father forced everyone present to stop whispering. Viola knew that it was too late to welcome him, because otherwise everything would become even worse, after which she decided that she should behave as confidently as possible, because she knew her favorite character better than anyone. As her adoptive father walked closer to her, she realized there was something she hadn't noticed last time. Now she clearly understood how handsome the Duke was, because he looked better than any star. The girl thought that now she understands why, in the novel, you talked about the book 101 Ways to Win the Heart of Hiran Viratu. Viola greeted him, to which he asked why she was staring at him like that, and his adopted daughter asked if she really could look at the man who would become her father without looking at her like that. The man said that this was exactly the case, after which she asked why he thought so. The butler approached him, holding a document stating that he was now officially her father. The Duke added that, as of yesterday, according to documents, she is his legal daughter. Viola quickly remembered that Heron did not like obedient children, so she decided to show character by asking if she should thank him. Her new father stated that this would be appropriate in this situation, after which she again asked why he thought so. While he was talking about how she was asking too many questions, the girl took the next portion of goodies. Noticing that she was behaving strangely, the Duke stopped saying anything and just watched her. The girl suddenly found herself thinking about eating the egg tart again, and then wondered why she couldn't stop. Trying to show hospitality, she handed her new father the next piece, saying that he should definitely try it because it was very tasty. The man noticed that she looked like she was sorry to give away the dessert, to which she replied that she was really like that, but she was sharing it with him because he was now her father. The Duke noticed a crumb on her cheek, after which he tried to gently remove it with his finger. He said that Zeno should start teaching etiquette, because it was the first time he had seen their family members sit with crumbs on their lips while eating. Hiran said that everyone who is in the Winter Castle, when they see him, expresses their respect by placing their right hand on their chest and bowing their head, after which he asked why she did not do this. Viola asked if this was exactly what he wanted from her, and then said that if this was so, then that's exactly what she would do. The girl noticed that it seemed to her that he didn't really want this, so she didn't bow to him. Her new father asked if everything really looks like that in her eyes, to which she answered in the affirmative. She calmly added that she would never do anything he didn't want to do. The man immediately remembered his beloved, who told him in the same way that if he doesn't want something, then she won't do it either. The Duke said that her butler reported that she was a 7-year-old princess capable of manipulating people. He added that the girl made the right choice, because in order to dominate, you need to be able to pretend. Hiran warned that this time she had made a mistake in choosing a mask, because it should behave like a real Viratu. Putting a mug of tea on the table, Viola said that she had not lied at all when she asked him to become a real father for her. The girl proudly said that he should treat her person very carefully. Carlton entered the conversation, saying that this was not like Princess Verada, because she did not watch her words, but he was quickly stopped by the Duke's gesture. Rising from his seat, her new father announced that they would now meet at the welcome dinner. Viola also stood up from her seat and bowed gracefully to him, saying farewell words. As soon as he left, the girl thought that she was using the so-called emotion management method. In the real world, she saw a blog post from the author of the novel about the Duke secretly courting a cute hedgehog in a monster coffin that had 7 magical barriers placed on it, which meant that the seemingly stern man liked cute things. The girl believed that since she had little cuteness and tenderness in her, she decided to use the emotion management method, so it would be much easier if Viola's character was cute to begin with. Sitting in the carriage, the Duke did not stop thinking about his meeting with his adopted daughter. The man thought that Zeno's report was quite reasonable, because it looked like she was trying to carefully hide her madness. He reasoned that Viola was trying to act like an ordinary 7-year-old girl. Suddenly, Heron asked Carlton whether all children really have such plump and soft cheeks. The butler suggested that children's skin is quite delicate, so children can easily cut themselves even with blunt objects. He thought about whether his master was really going to cut more rivers, because no matter how ill-mannered she was, it was still forbidden to kill a child under 10 years old. The Duke asked if all children really get so dirty when they eat something, and why he asked if this was the reason why Zeno said that she was cute. The man added that she was a little girl who wanted to deceive him by hiding under a mask. After some time, Viola returned to the palace, where the maids changed her into a different dress. Having let them go, the girl plopped down on the bed, thinking that she had managed to visit both heaven and hell. She was worried about the question of why Heron came to her and what Zeno said to him. Noticing a butler next to her, she began to wonder if all butlers really follow their master like tails everywhere. She only knew what was described in the book, so she had to act carefully so as not to pay with her life. But it was extremely important for her to know something. She asked her butler to call Tyrion, after which the guy quickly ran to her room. Viola sat at the table, looking at him and thinking that he looked like 12-year-old Paul. The girl asked if he knew why she brought him to the castle, to which he replied that she wanted him to become her faithful dog. Rising from her chair, the Duke's daughter began to slowly approach him, telling him that she needed a dog, a well-trained hunting dog with sharp fangs. Coming close to him, she asked what kind of fangs he had, after which she explained that she meant what kind of weapon he could use. Taking his hand, she assumed that he wouldn't think anything strange if she simply touched him. She turned her palm over in her hands, thinking that when she looked into his eyes or touched him, the real Viola began to emerge. So there must surely be some threshold that she wanted to find in order to be prepared for this in advance. Continuing to feel the guy, the girl noticed that the muscles on his back and shoulders were quite developed. She added that at that time, he was wearing some kind of tattered clothing made from animal skins, and although it could protect the skin, it would not have saved him from the cold. Viola said that for this reason, she decided to drive around the area where he lived, but at the same time, she thought that if she didn't hug him, then nothing would happen. The Duke's daughter said that, judging by the fact that he was attacked by bandits, she assumed that the area was very poor in terms of security. Intertwining the fingers of his hand with hers, she continued to say that if he was the son of a hunter, he probably knew how to shoot a bow. The guy was a little embarrassed by the touching, and meanwhile, she asked why he had calluses on his index and middle fingers. Tyrion examined her carefully and said that he had a strange feeling that he had already seen her somewhere, but could not remember where. The girl looked at him carefully, let go of his hand, and thought that intertwining her fingers was also acceptable, but that was the end of the test. She knew what his future teacher would say about him, that he had good eyesight and excellent reflexes at close range, as well as innate physical abilities due to the instantaneous contraction and relaxation of muscles, and his body was very suitable for handling a sword. Therefore, now Viola said that he needed to master not archery, but the sword. The guy told her that he had never held a sword in his life, to which she replied that he simply did not have such an opportunity. Taking his hand again, she told him that he was lucky to be Viola Veratu's dog. Having removed the handcuffs that were holding him down, she said that she didn't need a dog who didn't know what fangs he had, so he should master the sword, for her sake, because she needed a pet who knew how to fence, and for this, she would introduce him with an outstanding teacher. Tyrion stood silently and vigilantly looked straight into her eyes, while the girl, meanwhile, counted the seconds until she began to turn into Viola. When she counted to 5, the guy suddenly turned away and became embarrassed. She thought about why he was shy. Suddenly, he asked her in a trembling voice whether she often did this. The girl continued to look at him in bewilderment, waiting for at least some explanation. To her silent question, he explained that he wanted to know whether ladies from aristocratic families always touched the male body so much. Viola thought that of course it was cute, but she had the mind of a 21-year-old adult girl, so she didn't even perceive him as a man. Trying to make him stop being embarrassed, the girl stroked his head and told him that he was her dog. The guy got down on one knee and said that he would study fencing to become a good man. Bowing his head before her, he added that he promised her that he would sharpen his fangs. He hoped that if he studied the sword technique diligently, she would be able to pat him on the head again, and also finally recognize him as a man. Suddenly, he reached out to kiss her shoes, which greatly shocked the 8-year-old girl. Viola quickly moved away from him, thinking that it was very disgusting, because her feet could smell. Tyrion expressed his respect with all sincerity, but for a person of the 21st century, it was unpleasant and unusual, so she sent him to the room. After some time, Zeno came to him, carrying food for him on a tray, saying that he brought food for Mr. Dog. The guy asked him to call him by his first name, to which the butler quickly agreed. Seeing a paper on the table with the inscription companion, the man asked what it was, to which he said that his father taught him to dream, and said that dreams come true, and also told him to always write down his dreams and say them out loud. The butler asked what this had to do with the companion. The guy explained that the animals that aristocrats keep at home are called that way. Tyrion gave the example of a canine companion and then assured the butler that he would become just that. He added that now this was his new dream, and he himself thought that if he learned to wield a sword and his owner recognized him as a man, then he could become her companion dog. The guy imagined how it would stroke his head again and gently take his hand. The butler reported that a companion dog sounded pretty good for the boy he picked. Zeno said with all sincerity that he congratulated him on such a good dream, to which the guy also sincerely thanked him. At the same time, Viola herself felt a certain coldness surrounding her everywhere. The next day, the butler showed her out and said that a separate building of the palace was located in this country. The girl knew that Tyrion's future teacher was staying in the outbuilding of the Duke's estate, where only large merchants, scions of famous families, brave knights, outstanding magicians, and all other famous people could stay. Among all these people was Hickson, who would once have been Duke Heron's comrade in arms. This man was called a hero and savior at the time, but the years still took their toll. Viola told the butler that many people now called him a fool who couldn't stop drinking. She added that she read about this in the notes that he gave her not so long ago, to which the man noticed that she had acted prudently. He asked why she chose him, to which she replied that her dog could not be kept in check until he became a faithful hound. No one was going to restrain the princess's dog, which was supposed to be trained by some drunkard. But the story said that Tyrion, having learned to handle the ball from Hickson, showed extraordinary abilities. So the girl explained to the butler that she had seen this master when she lived among the poor. Zeno assumed that she had seen him when the man went into the slums several years ago in search of his missing daughter. But Viola was no more than 3 years old at the time, so it was a mystery to him how she could remember his face. The butler did not stop looking at her mysteriously and admiring her, but the Duke's daughter still could not understand what was wrong with him this time. She knew that in the original story, Hickson met Tyrion completely by accident, but she could not miss such a chance, because she also wanted to win the master over to her side. Hickson, meanwhile, sat on a bench and recalled how his daughter once told her father that the sky was orange, and then they all laughed together. The maids passing by decided that this man was out of sorts again, so he sat alone with a bottle of wine. Hickson, Heron's comrade and Tyrion's future teacher, stood up and shouted for them to leave immediately. The girls tried to quickly retreat from his field of vision so that he would not inadvertently attack them. Suddenly, a child's voice called him, asking him if he really thought that his late daughter would return in this way. Turning around, he saw a little 7-year-old girl standing bravely in front of him. The man took the bottle in his hands and shouted that she was a crazy girl and should get lost. Viola, meanwhile, calmly told him that his own daughter had long since died. Angry, the master began to swing a bottle of wine and shout that she was crazy. Suddenly, he heard his daughter's voice, after which his hand shook and he dropped the bottle, saying that he asked her to leave him alone. The girl asked if he really didn't want to find out who killed his only daughter. Viola looked at him expectantly and told him that she had seen that same killer. Hickson exhaled heavily, straightened up, and almost completely sobered up from the words she said. The man sternly asked who she was, to know such details of his life. The girl said that she saw his daughter on 11th Street in a poor neighborhood, and the crime scene was a sewer. She said that the girl had fiery red hair, freckles on her cheeks, and small earrings in the shape of crosses in her ears, and then added that the girl, even before her death, believed that her father would come to save her. Josephine read this terrible moment in a novella, which said that Viola saw it with her own eyes. Hickson asked how she saw it, to which the girl replied that it was hiding behind a sewer pipe. To convince him, she said that his daughter called him a hero and a black whale. To his question about what she wanted to say by this, Viola replied that in addition to this, he was also a friend of her father, the owner of the Winter Castle. The man recalled that there was some kind of commotion in the Winter Castle, so he heard from the maids that the Duke had adopted a poor girl. Hickson asked if she really was the same famous Viola, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. Tyrion's future teacher looked at her incredulously, not realizing what she wanted. The master let them inside the room where he lived, saying that it was a little untidy, but he washed the cups for apple tea. The butler noted that it was simply an unprecedented case, that the man had deigned to invite them. He added that the whole city knows that he does not invite anyone to his place and quarrels with everyone, to which Hickson offered to quarrel with him. Sitting down next to the lady, Zeno said that the teacher had not allowed anyone to enter the room for 3 years in a row. The butler said that the Duke, although he allocated a room to Sir Hickson, never came to see him. Hickson reasoned that his longtime friend had an unusual daughter, to which she said that almost everyone said that. Shortly before this, Viola told him that there were at least 2 criminals who kidnapped his family. The master listened carefully to her story, assuming that she would give answers to the question that was tormenting him. She said that while he was looking for his daughter, at that moment he lost his wife, as if someone had set everything up. The girl suggested that he think carefully about the question of whether this could be an accident. The man understood that at that moment he was not himself, so he could not reason soberly. But now that she started talking about it, he realized everything. Hickson assumed she wouldn't just tell him this information, so he asked directly what she wanted. Viola made a mysterious face, pretending to think about his question for a long time, to which he asked her to stop testing him. A little later, she announced that she had a personal dog, to which he looked at her in surprise. The girl explained that the dog is a human, but he is quite big and bites, so he needs to be trained. After listening carefully to her, Hickson asked in surprise how exactly he should train him. The Duke's daughter said that there was nothing special about this, because he just needed to be taught fencing. Having heard the cherished word, he sharply answered her negatively and added that he did not want to do this. Viola tried to convince him, saying that she would find his daughter's killers for him, to which the man said that he could find them himself. The girl knew that according to the plot, he really found them, but, deciding not to retreat, she asked why he did not want to do this. Hickson did not invent beautiful speeches and simply stated that he was lazy, to which the Duke's daughter asked him to first meet with the student. When he refused her a second time, she thought that this was a tough nut to crack, after which she decided to use something that would certainly work on Hickson, namely the emotional method. Knowing that his dream was to become a good husband and a caring father, Vila began to talk about how, when his daughter died, she called for her father, after which she stated that she hoped that he would turn out to be a real hero. The girl added that now she sees that this is completely wrong, and his daughter was cruelly deceived by him. In response to his silent question, she asked if she really had to tell him this, because she asked him for help because she wanted to survive. Zeno closely followed her speech, trying to figure out what his mistress was up to this time. Viola explained that he should know that in the Winter Castle it is survival of the fittest, but her mother is addicted to beatings with rods, and her brothers are just waiting for the moment to kill her. She said that she also has an abusive father in her life, which is why Hickson began to remember his past. He grew up in a tyrant's family, so he hates cruelty and assault on children. The Duke's daughter said that her father was not interested in her at all, so he left her to be eaten by predators and showed no interest in her life. She added that if he was smart enough, then he probably already understood exactly why she came to him, but he still pretends that he doesn't know anything. Extending her small hand to him, Viola asked him to be next to her, because she needed an adult on whom she could rely, because she was all alone. Hickson thought that her hand was much smaller than it should be at that age, so he decided to help and said that it was simply incredible. That same evening, Heron sat in his office and calculated purchases for the needs of the castle. His thoughts were at the moment when his adopted daughter said that she thought he didn't want it. At that moment, the girl was chewing an egg tart and saying that if he didn't want it, she wouldn't do it. His thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected cry of his butler, who was shouting loudly in the corridor. Carlton said that Sir Hickson should observe manners and decorum in the Winter Castle. The Duke ordered the guest to be left alone, after which he asked his old friend what had happened. A friend said that the owner of the castle has a rather sweet daughter, even too seductive. Continuing to take notes, Heron explained that this was not at all like Virata. Tyrion's future teacher said that he once dreamed that someday he would laugh at him, lonely and unhappy, but now his dream was gone, and his world collapsed because he had turned into a drunkard. After listening to him, the Duke asked what it all meant and why he had come to him. The man replied that he knew why he was kept closer to the castle, and, pointing to the butler, he said where, probably, this boring old man always advises him to kick him out. His cunning wife is just waiting for an opportunity to poison him, because he is ruining his reputation, Viratu. Handing over the papers to Carlton, Heron noted that he was well aware of the current situation in the castle. The butler obediently took the papers and headed towards the exit from the room to take them where they needed to be. As soon as he left, Hickson stated that the Duke allowed him to live in the outbuilding anyway. Heron interrupted him, saying that he did this to personally kill him if his friend did not recover. To his question about how long he was going to wait, the Duke replied that he had allocated 5 years for this. Laughing, Tyrion's future teacher explained that this was exactly what he intended, because it was a way to respect his dear friend. The Duke noticed that he had finally come to his senses, to which the man replied that he had a dream again. He added that they made an absolute rule last year that it was forbidden to kill children under 10 years of age. Hickson explained that this all had to do with his daughter Viola, who was now legally his daughter. The man said that he wanted to try to make her his daughter after his own heart, because her legal father was not interested in participating in her life, because for him, she was a capable heiress. Heron did not answer anything and only looked sternly into the depths of the room, not seeing his opponent. The master asked if he didn't like his proposal, to which he replied that he was free to do as he wanted. Turning away from the window, Hickson said that the girl extended her hands to him and asked for help, and also wanted him to be nearby, because she needed an adult on whom she could rely. He added that her behavior did not seem alien because she was very similar to Virata, but at the same time, she was completely different. The man explained that she was a very unusual girl, to which the Duke said that he spoke exactly like Zeno. The master said that he wanted to become a support for her so that she would grow up to be the right person, because he wanted her to grow up in a slightly more beautiful world. Heron continued to look deeper into the room, without turning to his friend and saying that he should do as he wants. Hickson immediately realized that Heron Viratu was diligently pretending that he didn't care at all. Deciding to finish his speech, the man headed towards the exit and quietly said goodbye to him. As soon as he walked out the door, the Duke began to sign the documents again, but the handle in his hand broke in half from the tension. That evening, Carlton was shocked that there were as many as 7 broken feathers on his master's table. Sitting at the table with her father, the girl talked about the advantages of moving into Viola's body, because now she had a warm and soft bed, as well as delicious food on schedule. But on this day, she had no appetite at all. Looking at her adoptive father's stern features, she realized that no matter how beloved a character he was still cold to her. This time, the Duke invited her and simply remained silent for 10 minutes, putting her in an awkward position. Viola was thinking that there would be a welcome dinner soon, so she didn't understand why he called her. The Duke had a rule. He did not hold personal meetings with candidates for heir so as not to take sides. The silence was interrupted by Heron, who said that she knew how to use a mask, and then asked if she had asked Hickson to be next to her. The girl answered in the affirmative, but decided to herself that her adoptive father somehow found out about their meeting. To his question about why she asked for help, she replied that if she used him wisely, she could win him over to her side. After which she added that an idealist with a wonderful dream is very easy to use for her own purposes. Viola believed that her father was testing her with his question, because Viratu should not ask for help from others, but his behavior was a little different from what she read in the book. The man asked if Hickson really agreed to help her, to which she answered in the affirmative. Haran advised her not to extend her hands to everyone, because at any moment the assistants could disappear. The girl quickly realized that even if her favorite hero had somehow changed, she still shouldn't let her guard down. Looking at the food brought, the Duke calmly announced that they could start eating. Viola calmly started eating, hoping that the questions would end there. Ripe persimmons in honey sauce were placed next to her, and after tasting them, she decided that it was the first time she had tried such a delicious dessert. Returning from the fairy tale world of sweets, she noticed that the Duke continued to look at her. The girl asked if he could stop looking at her when she eats goodies. She added that it is indecent to look at a person like that when he is eating. The Duke immediately remembered his love, who spoke the same words in exactly the same way. Then he answered Rael that, in fact, he was her husband, so he had every right to do this. Now he answered Viola that he was her father, and all the comforts that she enjoyed, and the delicious food, and even that egg tart, and the cold persimmon. She had all this thanks to him. He concluded that he had every right to behave this way, to which she replied that he did not bring her to this place because she wanted it that way. Viola asked if it was possible to boast that he adopted her of his own free will. The Duke immediately remembered how Rail said that he married her because he fell in love. The girl told him that she loved him too, but he was the first to propose marriage, so he could not boast about it. So now the man said he couldn't say he was pleased to hear that, but she was completely right. Noticing her gaze, he reminded her that she herself had just said that it was indecent to look at other people like that while eating, to which the girl replied that, in fact, he started first. Viola thought that Viratu always gets back what she gets, so she decided to do two things with one action. Once again prove that she is worthy of being Viratu, and at the same time, she will look at the face of her adoptive father. The man decided that the girl really couldn't help but be cute, and then asked if she was really demonstrating self-defense to him now. His daughter proudly declared that he understood her correctly, and this was truly self-defense. The Duke decided that complex words were difficult for her, so he again said the word self-defense. The girl repeated, again saying self-defense, to which he again repeated the word self-defense. Heron explained to her that she needed to speak correctly, and then spelled out the word self-defense. Angry, Viola stood up from the table and loudly shouted the word self-defense, syllable by syllable. Looking at him, the girl thought that in fact, she was no longer small, so that he could laugh at her pronunciation. Her adoptive father said she was ill-mannered and also mispronounced words. The man added that on top of everything else, his adopted daughter is extremely harmful. Viola was very surprised by this analysis, so her anger went away by itself, and he decided that she knew how to restrain it. The Duke thought about why she couldn't hide her passionate desire to eat cold persimmons, but she was able to calm down her anger. He suggested that it was all a carefully calculated act in which she put on the mask again. The man decided that his adopted daughter could easily change emotions, changing them like gloves. He understood that the demonic look and the barely suppressed killer instinct were her real appearance, and he liked her that way. Heron thought that some sweet appearance of his adopted daughter could not deceive him. He still continued to watch her furiously gobble up persimmons in honey sauce. The man again saw that crumbs from the dessert appeared on her face, which made him very nervous. Heron told Zeno that he ordered him to take care of the princess's education, after which he declared that he should not make him repeat it twice. The next day, early in the morning, someone persistently knocked on the door, but there was no such episode in the book, so she wasn't expecting anyone. The man broke through the door with all his might and announced that he had finally arrived at her place. The girl asked if he always knocked like that, to which he replied that recently his mana had activated and he couldn't control the power. Falling into a chair, Hickson stated that thanks to her, he was able to find a thread leading to those bastards whom he was going to destroy. Viola said that she was very glad to hear this, and she herself thought that she just had to start, and he would continue everything. The man asked how her dinner with the Duke went, because that was all everyone was talking about. The girl said that he scolded her, saying that she was ill-mannered and also had bad pronunciation, so she was still angry with him. Hickson said she might not believe it, but her adoptive father used to be very emotional. Viola calmly informed him that she was well aware of this, which greatly surprised the man. She was very proud of her favorite character, because he looked like such an unapproachable handsome man, and he himself served some hedgehog. To her question about why he started talking about his father, the teacher replied that it seemed to him that he had some kind of interest in her. Noticing her calm reaction, he asked why she was not happy, to which the girl replied that he was initially interested, which is why he adopted her. Hickson asked loudly if this was too weak a reaction to being adopted by the strongest duke on the mainland, the great Heron Viratu of the Winter Castle, and then asked if he was acting strangely, expecting from her a more emotional reaction, which is characteristic of 7-year-old children. Viola calmly noted that she did not like that her adoptive father was such a tyrant. The master stated that what she said was true, and then added that he would protect her, so that she would have a reliable adult by her side. The girl said that first he must get rid of his belly, otherwise he might hit it with a sword when he starts waving the weapon. The man explained to her that he had come to her room for a reason, but with a question about where the dog was that he needed to tame. Tyrion had been full of anticipation and hope for the past few days after Viola promised to introduce him to a fencing teacher. The guy imagined how he would learn to wield a sword and become an outstanding dog, protecting Princess Viola from everyone around him. This became Tyrion's goal and driving force until he met his master. Seeing Hickson for the first time, the guy could not understand how a man with a huge belly, a shabby face, and who stinks of fumes could become his teacher. Zeno, meanwhile, said that he could not even think that he would still agree. And Viola encouraged Tyrion, saying that he just had a small belly, but in fact, he was a good teacher. The guy, trembling with anger, asked if he would really raise him, to which the man asked what he meant. Tyrion shouted that the girl said that he should learn to wield a sword for her sake, and also that he should sharpen his fangs, and she treated him with such contempt. He had been waiting for this day to finally get the opportunity to be close to her, but now his teacher was asking how he dared talk to adults like that. The man explained that the guy would have to relearn how to deal with elders, because he was quite strict in his training. The master threw a wooden sword at him, which the guy effortlessly caught next to him. Hickson asked the girl to leave them, because it was time for the trainer and the dog, and he expected it to be a cruel spectacle. Viola happily noticed that the man looked very cheerful compared to the previous days. The master said that he likes people with such a sparkle in their eyes, because his old friend immediately comes to mind. The girl reminded him that now he is just an uncle who likes to drink alcohol. Looking at him with interest, she added that she sincerely believed that he would become a good adult. Viola said that if he also lost his belly, he might become a little prettier. Hickson knew that if his daughter had lived, he would have been a good father to her, but now he decided to become a good man for these two. He told her that he would try to become very nice, after which he asked the guy if it was time for them to talk like men. Leaving them alone, the Duke's daughter and the butler went about their business, and in the meantime, she thought that she had calmed down a little after introducing them to each other. Their passage was blocked by a woman dressed entirely in a red suit, who was interested in who she had met. The girl tried to remember her description from the book, because she was very tall with white skin, short hair, and red lips. As soon as the man, in a rough, masculine voice, asked if she really was Princess Viola, who had recently appeared in the castle, the Duke's daughter immediately realized that it was Savan Marcos, one of the Duke's inner circle. This man was a masquerade master and puppeteer who used dead bodies to make masks, and also had the ability to change appearance and skillfully control puppets. Savan gave a small compliment to Zenon, to which he replied that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Viola immediately asked if he was Savan Marcos, to which the man was surprised that she knew him. He mysteriously asked if their Duke had already told about him, and then suggested that Heron was not such an attentive man. Changing the mask on his face, the man asked himself why he loved the Duke so much if he was so inattentive. Returning to his natural image, he explained that Heron Viratu was a very handsome man. The original story said that the reason why this man stayed in the Winter Castle was because of the Duke's appearance, which made Savan simply fall in love with him. When her adoptive father told him that Savan should not allow himself too much, otherwise his throat would be cut, even then the man admired him, and said that even death at his hands sounded quite charming. Heron not only did not kill the man flirting with him, but also allowed him into his inner circle, and this spoke of the man's outstanding abilities. There was also cruel discrimination against sexual minorities in this world. Viola noticed that he looked much nicer than she thought, to which he asked if she had really looked for information on him in advance. Savan wondered what the sixth princess thought of him, since the others thought he was disgusting. The girl rudely stated that he was really disgusting, and also looked like a pervert with whom something was wrong. The man noticed that these were very offensive words, but he often hears that something is wrong with him. In the book, Viola often spoke openly about her disgust, and the Duke's close associate liked this straightforwardness. Now the girl said that if you do not take into account what gender he likes, then still pestering a married man is disgusting. She said that, of course, there is a marriage of convenience, but it is still an agreement and an oath of two people. Viola said that it was somehow not entirely normal that someone would get into this agreement and flirt with her father. In fact, she already disliked Savan, who always pestered her favorite character, but still he tried to be useful to the Duke. The girl assumed that if he were an ordinary pervert, then her father would not have left him alive. So it turns out that even he was of some use, and she believed that he was a fairly useful person. She also added that she really hopes that it will be useful for her too. The man, who constantly heard that he was crazy and disgusting, was greatly shocked that there was someone who could accept him. Tossing his hair, Sevan declared that these were very good words, coming from the lips of a little girl. He suggested that she do her makeup for the welcome meal to show her his abilities. The man assured her that she would shine brightest, because with the help of color magic, he would add bloodthirstiness to her arrogance and arrogance. Sevan said that he was going to give her the image of a poisonous lily, which radiates the energy of the ruler. The girl sincerely did not understand what he was talking about, but assumed that it was the soul of a mad artist. The puppeteer unexpectedly quickly looked piercingly at her and asked if she really wanted this too. Viola realized that this man could not be refused, so, trying to hide her fear, she replied that she was looking forward to it. One day, walking past a closet with a mirror, she realized that she looked very sweet and beautiful. Behind all this, she also saw an ominous coldness, after which she wondered what would happen if Sevan's makeup was added to this. It seemed to her that if she appeared in this form at the reception, then everyone would see her devilish eyes, aura of greed and charisma, which means they would immediately see her as a candidate for heir and would want to kill her when she turned 10. While she was mentally thinking about what she should do in such a situation, someone suddenly approached her and took her by the shoulder. Frightened, she sharply pulled out the dagger that was under her skirt and quickly attacked the approaching person. Her older brother jumped away from the blow in time and told her that this was becoming a problem. He playfully hinted that she was holding a knife in her hands, which meant she was now more dangerous. Seeing the dagger, the girl decided that the real Viola had done it while she was thinking. Realizing that she had attacked her older brother, she was seriously scared. But the boy, meanwhile, calmly asked what she was doing here. Viola explained to him that she had been looking in the mirror all this time, to which he asked if she really imagined herself to be a princess. Roughly answering him in the negative, the girl asked why he came to her, to which he showed her a wound on his knee and said that it was very painful for him, so she should treat the wound with ointment. Putting the dagger back, she asked why he couldn't anoint himself, but at the same time, she thought that he said that after being stabbed with a knife, it didn't hurt him, but because of an ordinary scratch, he came to her to ask for help. The boy confidently stated that he had never done this himself, so he did not know how to do it, to which she advised him to order his servant. He argued with her for a while, and then pulled out a jar of ointment from his pocket and handed it to his little sister. She agreed, but also said that she had one condition that he must fulfill, because otherwise she would not do anything. Offended, Vincent turned away from her and said that she didn't have to do this because he could handle it himself. A few seconds later, the boy was asking her what he would need to do. The girl calmly said that he would then have to fulfill one of her wishes. As soon as he started talking about how he thought it was too much of a deal, she immediately started giving the ointment back to him. Seeing what she was about to do, Vincent confidently declared that he would fulfill her wish. The girl thought that his passion for the ointment was much stronger than she thought, and then handed him a sheet, saying that he must sign the contract. As soon as she said that, if he signed, she would apply the oil, the boy immediately began to bite his finger. She wanted to give him a pen, but was very shocked that he was going to sign in blood. When Viola finally applied the ointment to him, she immediately asked why he didn't leave, to which he replied that he was still in pain. Holding a jar of ointment in his hands, Vincent said that he was very jealous of his little sister. The girl asked in surprise what exactly he was jealous of, because she had a difficult life. He explained that they were throwing a welcome breakfast for her, but he didn't have one because he was told not to say anything at all, but only to eat. Viola thought that there was absolutely nothing to envy here, because the purpose of breakfast was by no means greeting. If this were really the case, they would simply spend time with their family. But the main characters of this dinner are Duke Heron, Duchess Isabella, and Viola, so it will be assessed how worthy the adopted daughter is of the Veritu surname. Even in the novella, this event is called the Duke's cruel test, so she told her brother that their father was only busy eating. Trying to cheer him up, the girl promised that next time they would play with him. The boy immediately began to ask if she knew that the promise must be kept, to which she answered in the affirmative. Joyfully running out of the room, Vincent said that in this case, they would see each other the next day. As soon as he left, Viola realized that the day had finally arrived, and she felt a little excited. Later that night, she was awakened again by Zeno, who said that since the welcome meal was scheduled for 9 a.m., they needed to prepare in advance, so he woke her up at 4 a.m. The man explained that there was not much time left, and although it was not easy for her, she needed to get up. The girl unconsciously wanted to hit him, but did not calculate the strength, so the child's palm flew past. But he managed to notice a small amount of mana. Zeno politely advised her to tilt her hand a little to the left next time, about 3 degrees, so that she would hit it accurately. Lifting her up on the bed, he continued to talk about how if you relax a certain part of your arm, then when you swing, the probability of death increases by 10%. She didn't understand what was happening and why her body was moving as it pleased, but she couldn't talk about it because she really wanted to sleep. The next time she opened her eyes, Savon was telling her that it was already 8:30, and she looked very beautiful, like the most elegant lady of 7 years old that he had ever seen. But the girl thought that he had some kind of a different face. But then I remembered that he was a master of disguise. The man asked to put the scissors in place, because during all this time, he almost died 3 times, to which Viola realized that her body was again moving as it pleased. Savon said that it was very mesmerizing to look at her when, with her eyes closed, she was trying to find a vital organ to strike, and later suggested that we look at ourselves in the mirror. Viola was finally fully awake and was extremely surprised at how beautiful she was. The girl slowly felt her face, not understanding how he could achieve such beauty. The Duke's daughter decided that this was not just a technique for transforming one's appearance, but most likely some kind of special magic. Suddenly, the butler approached them and said that she looked very beautiful. The man bowed and called her Princess Viola, then extended his hand. He said that he was seeing her off, because that day she was the heroine of the event. Holding her hand, the butler told her that today she would shine brighter than anyone else in the family. He added that she should be the brightest, to which she thought that she knew this very well, because it was all part of the test. Zeno led her to the front doors, after which they swung open, and then the butler announced that the 7th princess of the Veritu family had arrived. The man solemnly introduced that the newly arrived guest's name was Viola Veratu. The girl began to walk slowly but confidently towards the table, where all the family members were waiting for her. Passing by the butler, with a sharp movement of her hand, she cut the stretched thread with a dagger. Viola knew very well that this would be the first exam of the Duke's cruel test. It was a test of the reaction to the incorrect announcement of her title as the 7th princess. But the real Viola would have plunged a knife into the servant's throat without hesitation. In the book, a thin thread was tied on the ring finger of the butler's left hand, so she aimed at it so that the person who controlled the puppet would realize that it was not to be trifled with. Stepping on the lifeless body of the doll, the girl confidently said, turning to Savon Marcos, that such jokes are not funny. The man only laughed mysteriously, after which he said that he had been tactless. He asked to forgive her, to which she asked if he wanted to kill himself if he felt so much guilt. Savon said that she did not consider his offense to be so great, so she offered to count the scratch he received in the morning as part of his apology. Their conversation was interrupted by the Duke's voice, saying that they should stop and she should take her seat. The girl humbly greeted everyone, but thought about how wonderful her favorite character was. Zeno helpfully pushed her chair back and said that she could sit in this place. As soon as the girl sat down, he immediately pulled the chair towards the table, and she thought that this was the main character's place. Looking around at those sitting at the table, Viola realized how much discomfort she felt among all the bloodthirsty family members. She decided that she wouldn't talk to her siblings anyway, so she shouldn't even look at them. Viola considered it necessary to look only forward, at Heron and Isabella, who were most important. The Duke's daughter thought that before her adoptive mother started asking her questions, she should take the initiative, and then said that this was not like simply welcoming a new family member. She added that they brought her here of their own free will, but in order to check her right to be called Veratu, another person had to come, and since he was not there, the girl assumed that Duchess Isabella would do this. In fact, there were 2 duchesses, but one of them was not there at the moment. In fact, just like in the novel, the woman cheerfully said that the 6th princess was quite smart, to which she replied that she was grateful for the compliment. Isabella immediately asked why she didn't stick a knife in the heart of the puppet who called her the 7th princess. Viola asked if this was really her question, which greatly puzzled everyone sitting at the table. The woman explained that she only asks questions for which she received the Duke's permission, and the girl demonstrates her disdain. The Duke's daughter said that it was too obvious, so she didn't immediately understand whether it was an accurate question, and then added that she didn't mean to be disdainful at all, but if the adoptive mother felt that way, then she apologizes. There was an awkward silence at the table, because no one dared to report how impudent the little 7-year-old girl was acting. The butler thought that even Duchess Isabella herself did not embarrass his mistress. She had no interest in her brothers and sisters. He believed that she behaved as freely as befits a real princess, and the girl, meanwhile, wondered why they only talked to Isabella. She understood perfectly well that if she made a mistake, it would be the end for her, because right now the real test was beginning. Isabella again asked why she didn't stab the servant, because did she really understand that he was a puppet? In response to her affirmative answer, the woman asked how she knew, to which the girl replied that he called her the 7th princess instead of the 6th, and this was a direct request to kill him. Viola said that there are absolute rules on the territory of the Winter Castle that cannot be broken. The girl said that today's meal is intended only for family members and the closest circle, but the puppeteer Savon, who is an outsider, is present at it. She added that this meant that such a top-notch doll could be killed. The Duke's daughter suggested that the man could not act willfully without the permission of her father, and therefore was simply following orders. She concluded that it was for this reason that she did not kill the obvious puppet. The woman could not believe that a 7-year-old girl understood all this in such a short time, having heard just one word, and also guessed who controlled the puppet. The Duke, meanwhile, proudly announced that his adopted daughter had coped with the test brilliantly. One of his sons thought that only the 1st princess had ever heard praise from the Duke, and he praised the 6th, who was the latest to get involved in this battle for the inheritance. Isabella stated that this was a very unexpected praise from him, to which the man said that she deserved it. The woman announced that there was no point in asking the second question now. The girl said that the second question was also obvious to her, because she was going to ask how she dared to pull out a weapon in front of the Duke and Duchess. The adoptive mother thought with horror that this girl was dangerous, because she was able to guess this too. Their conversation was interrupted by Heron, who ordered them to stop arguing at the family breakfast. He understood that now his adopted daughter was not only not inferior to Isabella, but even, on the contrary, worthy of opposing her. The man believed that the girl acted as befits Viratu and deserved praise, but he still could not stop thinking about that Viola, who was not like Viratu. The Duke assumed that he had some kind of inexplicable sympathy for this girl, where she was so impeccable and calculating, which greatly pleased him. Stopping the flow of his thoughts, the man decided that he was simply very glad that he was able to adopt a child who was very suitable for the Viratu family, and this had nothing to do with sympathy. He then asked Carlton to bring in a gift, after which the man entered the room holding a box of various vials. Viola quickly remembered that this was the Duke's last exam at the welcome breakfast. The girl understood that all these vials contained poison so strong that it caused instant death, so none of them should be drunk. Isabella, meanwhile, said that they had prepared a gift for her, because these were extremely healthy drugs, but each had its own effect. In the original story, Viola knocked over the entire tray on the floor while talking about how she felt like she was being tested. The main character turned to her new relatives and said that they brought her to this castle without asking her opinion. The girl decided to do what would be more convenient for her, so she thanked them for the gift. The butler knelt down on one knee to make it easier for her to choose a potion. Viola began to gradually take out bottle after bottle and carefully examine them. The Duke's daughter said that from the moment she was named the 7th princess, the test began for the right to be called Viola Viratu. Having deliberately dropped the first bottle on the floor, the girl said that anyone with the surname Viratu should treat absolutely everyone except himself with suspicion and doubt. Isabella asked who gave her such advice, to which she proudly replied that the owner of these words was her servant. Zeno immediately opened a small jar to cover up the scratch on her shoes. Viola thought that the butler was right, and then decided that he was applying too much care. Taking out the next bottle, the Duke's daughter asked what it was this time, but then said that a familiar smell emanated from the bottle. She added that she had a feeling that he had some kind of special story. Noticing how the Duke trembled, The girl quickly realized that this drug was connected with Rael. Rael is the only woman Heron loved. She was also an outstanding alchemist and potion master. 15 years ago, a girl fell ill with a rare disease and left one bottle before her death. His beloved gave him a potion called Viola, which she brewed personally, hoping that they would leave this place together and go to warmer lands, because if they died together, it would not be so painful. Now Viola remembered that Heron was about to drink the drug, but Carlton, the head butler, stopped him. The girl again realized that there is not a single normal person in this world, because her adoptive father named her after this poison. As she was about to open the bottle, she assumed that it was the name, but the novella said that Viola was not affected by the deadly properties of Viola's potion. Seeing what was happening, the Duke asked what she was going to do, to which she replied that she knew very well that it was a deadly poison, but she really wanted to try it. Zeno suddenly showed up and said that this was the most powerful poison of all 5 provided. The girl explained that the potion beckons her to it, as if it contains the voice of some woman. Her father sternly asked what and where she heard, to which she replied that she saw it with her own eyes. Viola added that she feels longing for someone, as well as a love that is stronger than death, and a cherished desire. Having gathered her courage, the girl said that the potion smelled pleasantly of wine, and then said that she was going to drink it. She was a little worried that she would still die due to the most powerful poison that could exist in this world. Isabella watched in surprise as the girl absorbed the potion and thought that this child was born with a lust for murder, but she could control her bloodthirstiness. The woman decided that she had amazing insight and extraordinary endurance, as well as the ability to demonstrate her value and use the situation to her advantage. Isabella thought that the girl was not hiding her abilities, which meant that she herself wanted to take the position of head of Viratu. Heron watched everything in disbelief, thinking that she was just the perfect Viratu. But, for some reason, he was not at all happy about it. The girl quickly drained the bottle, saying that she drank it all, but in her heart she rejoiced that everything was fine with her after all. While she consumed the potion, Viola felt a strange thirst for blood, but then assumed it was a side effect. Returning to her place, the girl confidently asked if they could now start eating. The Duke reached for the cutlery and informed everyone that they could start breakfast. Viola involuntarily noticed that, although there were many people sitting at the table, only the sounds of instruments were heard. The girl was proud that she had succeeded, and the Duke was pleased, because otherwise he would not have even looked in her direction. Looking around the whole table, she decided that her brothers and sisters had accepted her as one of their own, so she needed to act in the same spirit. The Duke's daughter suddenly felt a heavy gaze on her, after which she raised her eyes and met her sister's gaze. This girl was the 4th princess, whose name was Hera, and she was lame from birth. But her sister was a real genius who made up for her physical inferiority with mental abilities. In the original story, Viola often quarreled with her until she took the place of the head, but now the girl decided to definitely win her over to her side, because she was a brilliant strategist. Viola also knew that Hera would own untold riches thanks to her intelligence. The Duke's daughter decided that she needed to be kind to her sister, because she was about to become fabulously rich. Realizing that she had been declassified, the girl quickly turned away, and the adopted daughter remembered that the real Viola did not take her sister seriously, but she would correct that. She did her best to send her rays of goodness. I hope that her efforts will pay off dramatically. The welcome meal ended, and Viola immediately fell asleep from fatigue, so she vaguely remembered what she said to the butler before she finally fell asleep. In fact, the girl quietly asked him to bring strawberry lemonade with plenty of ice when she woke up. Zeno promised that he would prepare crushed ice and decorate the drink in the form of snow. Viola thought that he might not try so hard, but then she imagined how delicious it would be. After this, the Duke's daughter quickly plunged into a dream world, very tired from the tension. After about 4 hours, the girl opened her eyes and asked the butler what he was doing, to which he replied that she was constantly opening up and throwing off the blanket with her feet. She asked if that was why he had been sitting next to her all this time, to which he replied that under no circumstances should she get sick, especially after something like this. He explained that she drank Viola's potion, so she realized that he couldn't just worry about her, so perhaps he was afraid of rumors that she drank poison and was now lying in bed. because Virat should not be given any slack. Zeno quietly said that he was very glad that she was not sick, as he had assumed. Viola thought that perhaps he was saying this sincerely, and in the meantime, he offered to bring ointment, because it seemed to him that she had minor burns. When she agreed, the man took off his glove and removed the blanket from her legs, then opened the ointment. Gently rubbing the healing agent into the wounds, he said that he was a little sad when the wounds appeared on her legs. When she asked why, Zeno replied doomedly that he himself did not understand and considered it strange. Viola could not believe that the same butler, who has no compassion for the pain of others and who does not know his own feelings, was sad. The girl believed that this character had no emotions, because in the novel, he never said that he was sad. The man explained that this was very strange, because she had wounds, but for some reason, he was sad. He added that this was some kind of extraordinary feeling that he was experiencing for the first time in his life, because it was somehow unpleasant inside, but he did not want him to have these emotions, and the butler said that he understood exactly what if she will get hurt again, which will make him very sad. Zeno said that he sincerely hopes that everything will always be okay with her. Viola decided that maybe the butler had changed because she had changed Viola's character. Continuing to examine Zeno, she spent a long time speculating about why he, too, had changed. She soon decided that this was also another test, because the butler would not worry about her. Viola asked if he really didn't want her to get hurt, and then asked who he thought she was. The man said that she was Princess Viratu, whom he served faithfully, and whom he was going to make heir. After listening to him, the girl told him to stop talking nonsense, but then she regretted it for a long time, because she wanted to say that she would try to be careful, since the Foundation was so worried about her. The butler got down on one knee and told her that she could give him orders. He explained that he would definitely fulfill her order to guard and protect her from any adversity. The man assured that he did not want her to get sick, so the desire to protect her arose in him. Viola thought that it seemed like the truth, but then decided that she had almost fallen for the trick again. The Duke's daughter said that he is still a butler, not a knight, so she must protect herself, and protecting people from the danger of the northern forest, shrouded in snow, is the responsibility of the Viratu family. Rising from his knee, the butler asked whether she would have asked him for help if he had been a stranger, like Sir Hickson. Zeno continued to look at her with interest, waiting for what she would answer him. At that time, she did not yet know the true meaning of this question, so she answered in the affirmative. When she woke up, the butler brought her strawberry lemonade and told her that he had submitted his resignation letter. He added that from now on, he would no longer be her butler, which is why the girl didn't know what to say for a long time. The man asked if he could now protect her if he tried harder than Hickson. Zeno had two big plans, but Carlton explained to him that he had not yet worked for 7 years. The head butler said that if he wants to quit, he must pay a fine for failure to fulfill the terms of the contract, amounting to 10 billion delirs. When he told her about this, Viola asked if he really signed such an unthinkable agreement, because it was a huge amount. He said that he thought that he would never quit, so he didn't even look at the clause that described the termination of the contract, and the rest of the conditions suited him. The novella said that there were almost no butlers as good as Zeno. Therefore, now she asked with horror if he had 10 billion dolirs, to which he answered negatively. Sipping cold lemonade and rejoicing that he would not leave her, the girl said that he could remain a good butler by her side. Zeno smiled joyfully and warmly thanked her for such an offer that warmed his soul. Suddenly, he revealed that he had more news for her regarding her dog Tyrion. The man said that he was beaten every day, and the guy was not going to give up, but many believed that he might die. The girl remembered that in the original story, it was described that Tyrion trained a lot, which means he increased his durability. Viola said that Hickson would not allow this to happen because the dog belonged to her. Putting the book back into his tailcoat, Zeno confirmed her words, but at the same time thought that the master was a hero, and then for 3 years he was just a nobody, so he could not understand why she trusted him more than him. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, and assumed that it was the same jealousy that he had only heard about. Looking at his mistress, he thought that since she needed a good butler, then he had no need to be jealous of her. The man asked if she wanted to go to the training field in person. Zeno suggested that she should see in person how Hickson handled her item. The girl caught herself thinking that he wanted to complain about Tyrion's teacher. After a while, they walked into the courtyard, and she thought that she was really curious to see Tyrion's training. Hearing the sounds of battle, she assumed that now they should hone their skills. Viola saw her faithful dog throw his opponent back a few steps. When the enemy landed on his feet, the girl realized that the guy was fighting with Vincent. The Duke's daughter sensed a strange, ferocious aura emanating from both duelists. Hickson approached them, wondering why they decided to come to training. The girl asked why they were fighting, to which the master said that it was a duel. Viola asked if he could really call it a duel, and she thought that their anger was so great that she could feel it on her skin. Trying to change the topic of conversation, he said that he had lost weight and began to look much better. The Duke's daughter reported that her father was present at yesterday's welcome meal. She added that, compared to him, Hickson looks like an ordinary sea squid. The teacher noted that it was the first time he had heard such an expression, but he understood perfectly well what it meant, and this made him feel unpleasant. The man asked when she managed to become so close to the Duke that she began to call him her father, to which she replied that they were not so close, but she did not know what to call him differently. Hearing that they were not close at all, Hickson began to sing melodiously and happily said that it didn't matter then. Viola continued to watch the fierce wooden sword duel between Tyrion and Vincent. This time, her older brother began to quickly attack his opponent, not giving him a chance to attack in reverse. Hickson asked her who she thought would win if they fought for real. The girl asked if he was talking about what they are like usually, or what they are like now, during the fight. In response to his answer that he meant this particular moment, the Duke's daughter said that Vincent would win this time, because he had trained a lot since birth, and besides, he was a purebred Viratu. She added that it would be very strange if her older brother lost, to which their teacher asked why she was talking about the current situation. The girl explained that Vincent and Tyrion have completely different skill levels. She said that Viratu's son learned to handle cutting weapons covertly, so a duel in an open space is not suitable for him. Viola said that Tyrion, on the contrary, learned fencing from a teacher, so he felt free in this kind of fights, but was inferior to Vincent in skill. The Duke's daughter said that if there were no serious mistakes, Vincent would win. The man thought that this little girl understood his question quite accurately, even though she was only 7 years old, but she did not fully appreciate the situation, the place, the weapon, and the degree of preparation. He asked what serious mistake she was talking about, to which she replied that in a fit of emotion, Tyrion could make too big a swing, get distracted, and give the enemy a chance to hit him. Seeing her older brother take a few steps back, she added that he was still too young, and it was a big game for him. Suddenly, the two dueling duelists saw that the one for whom they hated each other so much had come to watch their duel. Tyrion immediately decided that he could not disappoint his mistress, so he would give it his all. And Vincent thought that he had to show her how strong he was. He was fueled by the thought that he had to show what a tough and strong older brother he was, and his opponent thought that he needed to calm down, because there was only one chance left. Their tournament was interrupted by the master, who grabbed their swords and said that this time they had a draw. Vincent said that he could pierce his opponent's heart, to which the man said that then he would have pierced his throat. The boy shouted that he knew this very well, so he was going to quickly dodge the blow. Hearing such impudent speeches, Hickson hit him painfully on the head, and when asked why he was fighting, the man replied that he was being too impudent. The elder brother began to look at his teacher with hatred, not even trying to restrain his rage. The boy screamed that he would kill him immediately, to which the man said that he could try. Viola was already approaching them, and Vincent immediately began to make excuses that he had not lost at all. The girl showed him the contract, after which she announced that she was now ready to voice her desire. She loudly said that no matter how strong he was, he should not kill the teacher's uncle. She reminded him that he must keep his promise, because he is her older brother. Tyrion, meanwhile, asked her to forgive him for showing such a side of himself. The girl said that he was doing a great job, and most importantly, this time he was not hurt. The guy thought that his owner praised him, which he was very happy about, and then decided that he needed to try harder to get her to constantly praise him, but said out loud that he would become a good dog for her. Viola asked why he constantly calls himself a dog, because he is a man, to which Tyrion said that she promised to leave him next to her. The guy explained that there was a faithful dog next to the owner, so it was his dream to become her dog. The girl tried to understand why he behaved this way and whether he really lowered his head so that she could stroke him. Without thinking twice, she finally decided to do what he had so persistently strived for. Tyrion looked at her with encouragement and confusion, and then said that he was very pleased with her praise. All this was observed by Vincent, who was thinking about why she only praises his opponent. The two young boys hated each other, so the older brother thought that one day he would kill the enemy, and his rival thought that one day he would have to kill Vincent. The girl watched as sparks of hatred ran between the opponents, but at that time, Hickson was watching her. The man said that he had definitely revealed her secret, after which she decided that perhaps he had guessed about the transmigration of souls. The teacher threateningly explained that such a little girl had the skills of a real mercenary. He said that with such powers of observation, she could easily manipulate people. Hickson said that she pretends to be a helpless little girl, but in fact, she is the princess of iron blood, which she showed herself to be at the welcome meal. The girl knew that rumors that iron blood flowed in the veins of the adopted princess quickly spread throughout the castle and had already reached the teacher. She asked what he didn't like about all this, to which the man said that he was just saying that she was very nice. Zeno caught these words and decided that in the end, even Sir Hickson realized how sweet his mistress was. Viola, meanwhile, asked if the fight was over, because she urgently needed to talk with her older brother. As soon as he heard that she was going to talk to him alone, joy immediately appeared in his eyes, and his body became weightless. Looking at Tyrion, the girl stated that she hoped to see him stronger next time, so he should continue to train. The guy, meanwhile, was thinking that next time she should play with him. Upon entering the castle, Viola informed her brother that he should not be so openly aggressive towards her loan, because he was Viratu. She added that he should behave properly and maintain the dignity of his family name. The boy asked if he would look more noble then, and then asked if she wanted to see him like that. After this conversation, the Duke's daughter again asked the butler to bring her strawberry lemonade. Remembering the conversation with her brother, she thought that with the help of nobility, it was easier to control him, but she was not sure that she was doing everything right. Looking at Zeno, she also decided that her butler was also behaving strangely, and Tyrion had actually said that he would become her dog. The girl believed that the most important thing was that Hera should have come to her, but she still wasn't there, and the story said that she would visit her sister in a few days. After 2 weeks, her older sister still had not deigned to show up, so Viola decided that she was wasting her time. Getting ready to release the bait, the girl asked Zeno to give a note to her sister Hera. To his question about what was written there, she mysteriously answered that she was simply inviting her to make friends. The next day, the butler informed her that Princess Hera was waiting for her, who would very much like to go inside. As soon as she gave permission to open the door, a servant immediately entered the room, rolling a stroller on which his mistress was sitting. Viola looked at her sister warily, and then said that she could come closer. When the servant took her to the right place, Hera ordered him to go out the door and wait for her signal. The girl also ordered Zeno to go out the door so they could talk to their sister alone. The man asked if he should bring them cookies, to which the girl asked the guest if she would have some. Hera dryly said that she would not do anything, so Viola also answered in the negative. While the butlers were leaving, the girl thought that she was stressed by her brother's crazy anger, but her sister's coldness did not bother her at all. As soon as they were alone, Hera angrily asked for what purpose she insulted her. Viola suggested that it seemed like she had read her note, after which she assured that she had not said anything bad against her. The girl wondered if she really wanted to say that the purpose of this note was not an insult, because it said that she wanted to make friends. In the Viratu family, such words meant that a person was becoming a competitor and were considered insulting, and for Hera, who refused to be the head of the family due to physiological characteristics, it was even more insulting. Viola began to slowly approach her and said that she was very sincere, but did not know that this could offend her, and then asked why she came to her, to which her sister replied that seeing a younger member of the family is a moral thing. Duty of the elder sister. By that time, the adopted daughter came close to her and said that she could look at her as much as she liked. The novella said that Hera refused the title of head of the clan, but decided to help the future head, so she hid her sharp claws to get closer to her family. At the end of the story, she herself single-handedly decided who would be the heir and who should become an ally. In the book, even the Duke himself recognized her choice, so he told his wife that the heir would be the one Hera chose. Now Viola reasoned that she had come to see if her adopted daughter could become an heir, so the girl decided that she, too, needed to be won over to her side. They looked into each other's eyes for a while, and the eldest sister thought that at the meal, she felt Viola's self-confidence and relaxation, which were innate qualities of her personality. The adopted daughter said that she did not yet know everything about the Viratu, but she knew that the principle of natural selection was at work, where only those who were able to prove that they belonged to this family survived. Deciding to step back a little, the girl stood to the left of the wheelchair, but still continued to look at her sister with interest. Walking around her, Viola asked how such a lame princess could stay afloat in this place. The girl reported that she did not find any records indicating the presence of any responsibilities. Viola understood perfectly well that first she needed to become smart, because only those her sister loved, so now she mysteriously asked if she was ready to listen to her. The adopted daughter said that Vincent came immediately after her adoption, but for some reason he did not rush to Hera. She added that the older sister constantly visits her father's office, although they do not have any responsibilities. Viola explained that, no matter how you look at it, it seemed as if her father had ordered her not to touch her new daughter. Hera calmly said that she was absolutely right, and her father gave her exactly this order. The girl asked if this really applies to all children, because the one who enjoyed the protection of his father could never become the head of the clan. Viola noticed that the older sister probably knew this, so she assumed that she herself did not want to become the head. The adopted daughter explained that what she really wanted was the power to choose who would become the future heir. Hera didn't understand how a 7-year-old girl, who had recently become part of their family, could find out something she hadn't told anyone about. The older sister decided that this was very funny, and that she should check the younger sister properly. The girl stated that she had never said this to anyone, and then asked why she was so confident in what she said, to which Viola explained that her older sister was very smart. The adopted daughter said that most likely she made a deal with their duke himself. She added that in exchange for patronage, Hera refused the position of head of the clan, promising to provide all possible support to the one who takes this place in order to prosper the Viratu family, and since the father is a rather rational person, he immediately accepted her offer. Viola asked if she remembered correctly that in their family such people were called White Viratu, to which her sister answered in the affirmative. The Viratu clan has always been divided into 2 types of power: the Black Viratu, who were responsible for physical strength, and the White Viratu, who had unsurpassed mental abilities. Blacks were perceived as real, while whites were treated as if they were making their plans from a hiding place. Being inferior, in other words, they were seen as cowards who needed protection, and were also not considered competitors. Many people thought of Hera that way, but Viola thought she was very special because she made such a deal at just 10 years old. Viola said that although her older sister grew up White Viratu, she probably made the best choice, making a very smart and profitable decision. The adopted daughter kindly said that she considers her older sister to be the real Virata. She added that the girl made a very smart and profitable decision, for which she respects her very much. Hera thought that this was the first time she had heard such kind words addressed to her. Taking a deep breath, she asked if my younger sister was tired of living under a mask and playing a role that did not suit her, and Viola, meanwhile, wondered if her acting was really unnatural, because everything had been done before. Hera suggested that it must be hard for her to hide her madness, which was about to burst out. The older sister asked if she really didn't want cruel games with knives and poisons. She added that anyone who openly thirsts for blood can no longer be Viratu. He will simply be a madman. Hera asked if the butler had told her to control her madness, and then said that she was very curious whether Zeno had given her too generous an assessment. The older sister said that now she saw with her own eyes that the man was right, because she also liked her. The girl said that her younger sister has such an interesting face, which she really loves. Viola couldn't believe that events were developing so quickly, because her older sister already liked her. Waving her hand away from her face, the girl decided that she needed to pull herself together, because this was probably another test, because Hera wanted to see a perfect person, so there was no point in showing her what she wanted so much. The foster sister came as close as possible to Hera, and then began to finger a lock of her hair. Viola looked at her angrily and said that her beautiful sister should not cross the line, because she chooses her, but not the other way around. The elder sister tried to understand where the evil mana suddenly appeared from. The girl understood that Viola lacked a lot compared to older children, and that she had neither position nor support from her mother. But at the same time, she was only 7 years old. Hera couldn't help but think about how strong her little sister could become if she gave her a helping hand. Viola, meanwhile, said that she hopes that they will definitely become a friendly family. For Viratu, such an expression meant the opportunity to use each other's dignity for the sake of obtaining the greatest benefit, although the girl, of course, did not mean that at all. But she would still be glad if her older sister agreed to help her. Hera emphasized that her younger sister was too kind, but at the same time thought that the girl wanted to use her for lack of other support. The older sister reasoned that she really liked such resourcefulness in the face of her younger sister. Viola was worried about why some kind of threat emanates from Hera every time she smiles. Meanwhile, the girl asked if her younger sister was going somewhere with her. She added that she wanted them to share a secret, so even the butlers wouldn't have to know. Hera explained that she would like to go to the same place with her to show off her strength, which she secretly cultivates. To Viola's question about why she kept this all a secret, Hera replied that the invisible knife is much more terrible than the visible one. The next day, Viola received a strange note and now did not understand what she should do. The place where Hera suggested going turned out to be the Terra Trading Company, which was one of the organizations prepared by the elder sister in advance. The problem was that the novella didn't say anything about it, because the two sisters weren't close, so the girls had to figure it out on their own. On top of that, the eldest sister did not notify either the butlers or the father about this, which means it was clear that this was a test. The girl understood that in this case, she must definitely prepare for any outcome. Heading to the trading company, Viola reasoned that it was too easy to get out of the castle, because for some reason, no one was embarrassed that a 7-year-old girl was going somewhere alone. The third largest area of the winter castle, the seasonal crossroads seemed very bright, but there were very poor areas located next to it. The girl quickly found an inn on a moonlit night, after which she had to turn into a nook to the right, where she should have seen a small 2-story building. Having reached a dead end, Viola turned around and saw in front of her a gang of robbers who were interested in why the precious lady had come to them. They were armed with axes and sticks, but at the same time they confidently approached her closer and closer. One of them said that Charles was right, that you can meet stupid girls in this place, because she was the second one in these 2 days. Viola had no doubt that this would turn out to be a trap, and meanwhile, they were discussing that the girl was clearly from the aristocrats, so they needed to deal with her quickly so that they would not be caught by the guards. Deciding to stop being idle, the Duke's adopted daughter took a deep breath and turned to them. She introduced herself that her name was Viola Viratu, and that she was only 7 years old this year. The robbers began to whisper whether she really belonged to the Viratu family. The girl realized that Hera managed to hide her name, but at the same time informed them in such a way that they did not even know the name of the target. One of them asked why she came to such a place unaccompanied, to which she replied that, firstly, she honestly informed them that she belonged to a noble family. She added that, secondly, she did not hide the fact that she was 7 years old, because on the territory of the Winter Castle, by order of the Duke, all children under 10 years old are under his protection, but they still continue to threaten her with weapons. The robbers were clearly taken aback, but one of them said that outside the Winter Castle, no one would even know about what could happen. Zeno suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her, from whom she asked for clean water. The butler immediately handed her the bottle, and the girl said that she needed to wash her ears after such dirty words. The robbers tensed up again and began to shout about where he came from here. The one standing closest suddenly felt a sharp pain, after which he was unable to stand on his feet. The guy fell flat on the ground, not even having time to do anything to protect himself. The butler said that this man was poisoned with a powerful substance, so he was paralyzed, but he would give them a chance to make a choice. The man said that in an hour the fallen one would die, so they should take him and get away from the Winter Castle. Then he would not kill the others. Zeno began to slowly count to 3, saying that he would release poison into all the remaining ones as soon as he counted. The robbers quickly grabbed their leader and moved as fast as they could away from the mad butler. The girl thought that murder was a terrible act, but such bastards had to be destroyed, so she must be prepared for anything in order to get used to this world. She asked the man to get rid of them as soon as they left the winter castle. Viola loudly announced that if her sister did not appear this very minute, she would kill all the employees of the Terra Trading Company. Hera immediately rolled into the alley, shouting that they had agreed that she would come without a butler. The girl said that she could consider herself very lucky that the man came with her, otherwise she would have killed everyone here. She added that she immediately said that she was a member of the Veratu family and that she was only 7 years old, so she could very well kill them in self-defense. Viola explained that even if she did this, the investigators of Veratu Castle would not take the side of the one who is the instigator of the crime. The girl asked if maybe they would take her side because she behaved as befits Virat. Hera replied that she only hinted that a daughter from a bankrupt aristocratic family would appear in this alley, after which she offered to declare a draw, because the younger sister had brought a butler with her. Viola agreed with her proposal, because she herself understood that there was no point in them being at enmity. The girl approached her older sister and said that since they were now going to where they were originally going, she would push her stroller. Zeno tried to stop her, offering his help, but Viola said that she could handle it herself, because this was her older sister. Hera suddenly felt that the girl's words seemed very warm to her, after which they talked incessantly all the way. The younger sister stated that money is the main thing, and Hera wondered whether it was really appropriate for the daughter of a duke to use such low expressions. Viola suggested that she seemed to understand why aristocrats did not talk about their love for money, because they were all well-fed pigs who did not know hunger and pretended to be noble. Her older sister suddenly laughed loudly, which greatly embarrassed the girl. When Hera talked to someone she liked, she made the sound of a short laugh, so her adopted daughter assumed that her sister was now on her side. They continued talking for a very long time, until they finally approached the trading company. Viola was very surprised that the building was multi-story, unlike other buildings in the city. The girl was surprised that they were able to build a 10-story building using the technology of this world. But since they had a lot of land, there was no need to build tall buildings, which means construction technology could not be more advanced than in the modern world. Viola thought that her older sister already owned her own building at the age of 12, so she said out loud that she really liked it. Hera was a little embarrassed by this revelation from her younger sister, because she had never felt support from her loved ones before. Upon entering, the older sister said that this was her office, although the sign indicated a different name. Viola asked who she had appointed as nominal director, to which her sister asked if she really knew such words. The girl calmly said that she once had a very good merchant friend. The adopted daughter suggested that she had to kill him, to which she replied that he was already dead, so she ordered his corpse to be buried. Viola exhaled and thought that most likely they were talking about Savon Marcus, who took the place of this merchant in her company. The younger sister asked where the well-known Savon Marcus was now. Hera was a little surprised that the girl knew so much about her company and those who work in it. The elder sister asked Viola to give her her palm, but did not explain why. Placing her hand on her chest, Hera said that she should feel how hard her heart was beating. The girl explained that she was very glad that she met her on her life's path. Viola thought that she was somehow embarrassed because she had used her knowledge of the plot to win Hera's heart. She assumed that she could still make real friends with her, because the girl laughed several times, which confirmed her sincerity. The younger sister wanted to help her with her knowledge with all her might, so they could become even closer, and then completely take Viola's side. The adopted daughter asked if her older sister had a lot of money. When she asked if she really wanted to rob her because she saw precious things in her office, the younger sister said that she did not need any pennies. Hera calmly stated that although she considered it a penny, she could still call herself rich. The elder sister did not understand why a girl who grew up among common people, looking at a tall building, said that all this had no price. The stepdaughter explained that she meant cash, property, and funds. Viola asked if she really did not have enough money, to which Hera asked why she was even asking about this. The girl said that she was going to invest in her business, to which the eldest asked how much she had available. The adopted daughter honestly admitted that at the moment, she does not have a penny to her name, but promised that she could get any amount. Hera wondered if her sister could get her 100 million, because it wasn't that much money. She directly asked if she could get 100 million dailirs, or if it was too much for her. Viola reported that she quoted a much lower amount than she expected to hear. A few days later, the adopted daughter went straight to her father's office. The man asked if she really needed pocket money, because the butlers told him about it. The girl explained that she really needed money for her own needs. The butler thought that if she continued to speak in this tone, she would be in trouble, but he noticed that the Duke did not even blink an eye. Not long before this, Zeno arrived and said that Princess Viola was asking for some pocket money. After listening to him, Heron immediately asked him to call his mistress to his office. Carlton decided that the Duke was going to scold the princess properly, but it turned out that he loves impudence. The girl used Rail's method, so she easily achieved what she wanted. She very kindly asked if her daughter couldn't ask her father for money, to which he asked why she turned to him. Viola explained that she was just really bored, so she came under the pretext of pocket money. The man recognized that she was showing interest again without a good reason for it. Heron asked how much she needed, to which she replied that she wanted 100 million dailirs, because she would still be able to get this money at the age of 12. The girl asked to give her 100 million in advance, which all candidates for heirs receive at the age of 12. But unlike Hera, who provided a detailed investment plan, the adopted daughter acted too boldly. The man asked what she was going to do with them, to which she replied that she was going to earn money and help her sister, because finding capable allies was one of Viratu's tasks, and this sister would still not be able to become an heir, so she decided that it's better to win her over to your side. Her father said that she was a fairly good student, to which she replied that otherwise she would lose her head. Carlton continued to watch his master's expression because he noticed something strange again. Viola said that she doesn't ask to give her money just like that. But April is approaching, the time when monster boars are raging, from which the village always suffers losses. The girl said that she would solve the issue with these monsters, and thereby prove her abilities, to which the man asked if she was confident in her abilities. His adopted daughter from the city said that she was absolutely sure of this, and was even ready to put her life on the line. She made him laugh a lot, but it didn't seem like it was enough, so she continued talking. The girl said that he likes to give and receive something in return, so he should give her money first, because she put something more valuable at stake. The Duke again asked if she really needed all 100 million dailirs, to which he again received confirmation in response. The man enthusiastically told her that he would give her 200 million dailirs for pocket money. He later reflected on why a 7-year-old child instinctively understood the principle of financial strategy for increasing income. Heron still could not understand why she seemed to him so much like Rael in her determination. He called his butler and stated that if the adopted daughter did not achieve the desired results by the age of 10, then the question of her succession would no longer be discussed. The man decided that she would no longer make him hesitate, because he would stick to his original goal regarding the blood heirs. Watching through the window as Viola calmly walked along the path to the park, Heron was still enveloped in his thoughts. The Duke sincerely hoped that she would cope with the burden, because otherwise she would be in trouble. After this decision of Heron, spring came 3 times to the cold winter castle, and after 3 years, Vincent burst into her room, shouting that you had finally arrived. Viola still couldn't get used to the fact that he was so attached to her. She had finally turned 10 years old, which meant that the immunity rule no longer applied to her. Seeing her older brother, the girl said that they had not seen each other for 5 months. Then she immediately asked if he had already reported his arrival to the Duke, and then came to her. The guy said that he was just about to do this, to which she asked if he really wanted to blame everything on the butler. She said that by law, she can now compete with him for the right to inherit. The girl added that if he does not properly fulfill the duties of a direct prince, then she will not be able to treat him as a rival. Viola said the last part of her sentence much more sternly than he expected, so Vincent was very scared. The elder brother immediately headed towards the door, saying that he would immediately go to his father. As soon as he left, Zeno approached her, saying that Mr. Vincent wanted to report his arrival to her first of all. The man noticed that there was much less anger in his eyes than 5 months ago. The butler said that the guy was still interested in her, but besides this, the prince began to control his emotions much better, because before he was constantly trying to fight with her. He asked if she was behaving this way on purpose, to which the girl replied that she didn't know at all. Approaching the window, she thought that in order to win him over to her side, Vincent must still grow up. She understood that she was already 10 years old, which meant that the other offspring of the Duke would not sit idly by. The most important episode was the Spring Garden, which was supposed to take place on May 12th, according to which she would become a princess for 10,000 years, where she would announce to Heron that she was going to fight for the place of heiress. Viola steadfastly decided that she needed to change this episode too. When spring arrived and the rosehip flowering season began, the Duke began to go out into the garden more and more often. Heron waited for the onset of May because the memories of it were dear to him. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden approach of his adopted daughter, who addressed him rudely. He asked if she had really come to him on purpose, to which she answered in the affirmative. The girl asked if he remembered that day 3 years ago when he announced something important. Viola recalled that on that day, he said that she would be expelled and deprived of the right to inherit if she did not achieve the desired result by the age of 10. She said that she managed to save that village from the raid of crazy boars, and even without the mass slaughter of livestock. The Duke had to slaughter them every year, but Viola found another way, so she bred a hybrid of the red-lipped worm and the toothed mole so that they fertilized the soil in the mountains. And thus there was a lot of food for the boars, so they stopped coming down to the village. The man understood that thanks to the ingenuity of a 10-year-old child, this problem could be quickly and easily solved. Heron asked if she really wanted to receive thanks for her achievements, to which she responded negatively. Viola explained that she wanted to know why he didn't call her or ask her anything. She explained that it was all an accident, but that she had contributed to magical biosynthetic engineering anyway. Then the girl asked why the Duke did not deign to bring this incident to light. Viola asked if he didn't want her to become a black Veratu, since he adopted her because of her abilities. He explained that when he brought her to the castle, she was the nutrient for his children, and he wanted her abilities to make them move, to which she said that she had assumed this, but hearing such words in person was a little strange. The man continued to say that from the very first days she showed extraordinary abilities, so he wanted her to become a black Veratu. Having picked a rosehip flower, Viola asked what would happen if she disobeyed him and became white Veratu. She had a good reason, because this was the only way she could avoid the bloody struggle between them and her sisters, and this was a guarantee that she would not be killed like the last dog. The girl said that she believes that she has already proven her right to be called Veratu, so she does not try to run away from competition, but makes a choice, because an outstanding commander can defeat several opponents. A good strategist can defeat a king and an entire army. Therefore, if with her hands and feet, if you can kill 100 people, then with her mind, you can deal with tens of thousands. Viola understood that this was radically different from the plot of the novel, but the outcome remained the same. His adopted daughter continued to say that if he could be called a 1,000-year-old duke, then she would become a 10,000-year-old princess. Later that day, the Duke listened to the materials brought to him by the butler Zeno. While he was flipping through what he had written, the butler said that it recorded what exactly Princess Viola had spent her money on over the past 3 years. The man reported that she was truly amazing, and he was not saying this because he was serving her. The Duke thought that after his adopted daughter reached the age of 10, he deliberately did not accept reports about her in order to give a sober assessment. The man was greatly shocked by the data received, so he asked to bring Viola to him. The girl quickly came to her father's office, wondering if he had called her. Heron quickly examined her and asked what she was hiding behind her back, to which the girl did not answer. He asked again to tell her what she had brought, but he himself thought that it should not be something dangerous. Viola took out from behind her a wreath woven from rosehip flowers, after which she said that she thought that he loved these flowers, so she made such a gift. In response to her question about whether she had made a mistake, the man said that some kind of wreath could not be a gift. The girl quickly walked up to her adoptive father and told him that she had tried very hard for him. Viola quickly put the gift on him and happily said that it suited him very well. The Duke rudely said that he did not like such tenderness at all, but at the same time, he was in no hurry to remove it from his head. His adopted daughter said that the gift suited him very well, and it looked beautiful. The man sternly noticed that she smiled too much, which he had not noticed before. Viola showed her dark aura and said that this is her usual state, but she only behaves this way with him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a butler who ran into the office, clearly out of breath on the way. Carlton spent a long time trying to catch his breath and also understand what was going on. He immediately noticed the colorful wreath on his master's head, so he was speechless. Taking his adopted daughter's gift off his head, Heron asked if something urgent had happened. The man said that it was related to Princess Viola, and then asked if he should report it now. The Duke said that since she wanted to become a white Veratu, she must determine what Carlton wanted to tell him, to which she suggested that it would be connected with the money that he gave her 3 years ago. Heron gave Viola 200 million dailirs, which she used as collateral to take out a bank loan for another 100 million. In total, she had 300 million in her hands, 100 of which she gave to Hera, and with the remaining 200, she bought the wasteland, which was located between the Winter Castle and Garnia. But it was abandoned and infertile land, however. The Empire of Monaco, located in the center of the mainland, declared, which intends to build a trade route called the Golden Road, which will connect the Empire and the Winter Castle, as a result of which the price of this land has increased tens of times, but it was Viola who possessed most of them. The girl was very proud of herself that she managed to pull off such a cunning plan at such a young age. She said that the Winter Castle stands apart in order to resist the monsters, because this is the only way to unite the internal forces of the castle and use them to fight the monster. Viola reported that the situation in the Empire has changed, and it is currently developing at a loss. She knew that to stop this, it was necessary to connect the cities, and therefore develop transport links between them. Therefore, when asked by her father what the reason was, she replied that everything was hidden in the approaching economic crisis, where the value of the currency would continue to fall, and the empire would try to boost its economy through large-scale construction land works. The girl said that 3 years ago, a very talented minister appeared in the empire. Viola said that she thought that a person who does a lot for the sake of the people would propose such a policy, and also assumed that this would happen in 3 years, which is why she told her father that she was going to become a white Veratu. The Duke looked at the silent butler Carlton, who was clearly no less surprised than himself. His adopted daughter said that if this land had been owned by someone who did not have sufficient power, then those who had such power would have taken it away, and at the same time, they would have quietly gotten rid of the owner. The girl added that her father was Heron Veratu himself, so even the emperor would not dare to take the wasteland away from her. At the end of her speech, she smiled sweetly and said that she was very glad that she was his daughter. The Duke continued to look at her coldly because he did not know how to react to this. Later in the evening, he sat on his bed and looked at the portrait of his long-dead lover. When he told her that he was very glad that she was his wife, because now he could have her. But then he remembered that Viola was very similar to Rayleigh. In the depths of his soul, he believed that the girl sent the girl on purpose so that he would not be so lonely. But then he quickly discarded this thought. Holding the remainder of the flower wreath in his hand, the man recalled the words of his adopted daughter, that the gift suited him very well. The next day, Viola dined with her older sister Hera, who was interested in the question of why she decided to become White Veratu. The girl said that they had already talked about this, but she probably forgot. The older sister stated that she believed that she was just trying to make fun of the White Veratu, to which Viola replied that she herself was one of them, so she did not even think about making fun of them. Hera sternly reported that she was completely different, and confirmation of this was the welcome meal, before which she showed herself to be on the side of the blacks. The eldest was haunted by the question of why she decided to become white, because she was smart and without physical disabilities, because at the age of 10, she was able to cope with 10 robbers, to which Viola remembered that, in fact, Tyrion and Hickson did everything. The youngest reported that her sister 3 years ago could not understand her, asking why she was buying these useless lands, to which she replied that she was just lucky. Viola angrily asked if she, as an entrepreneur, really believed in luck. She added that if this was the case, she risked disappointing her quite quickly. The younger one came up to hug her sister, and then said that she didn't say that she didn't understand her, and also knew perfectly well what she was going through. the girl assured that one of the reasons why she wanted to become white was because she did not want her wonderful sister to be belittled just for being white, because without white Viratu, there would be no blacks. Hera continued to say that it would be unfair and wrong for her. The eldest quickly softened and said that she could not say that she did not like it. The girl assumed that their father considered Viola to be a black Virata, so she asked if she really thought that he would just agree. The adopted daughter foresaw that her father would probably arrange some kind of difficult exam. Immediately after lunch with her sister, Viola headed to her room, where Tyrion immediately came to her. The girl said that now he had more business, to which he said that he had also heard, so she was going to become a white Viratu. Viola asked with interest what he thought would happen next. The guy suggested that the Duke would arrange tests for her, to which she answered in the affirmative. Tyrion asked if he could raise his head so they could talk more easily. The Duke's daughter said that he should not do this, but in return, she patted him on the head. The guy was still glad that she still, like 3 years ago, periodically stroked his head. When he walked out the door, he thought that in 3 years he had never really seen his mistress's eyes, so he was constantly waiting for her to give him permission. Mentally, he assumed that when he became stronger, she would be able to trust him more. Tyrion quickly came back to reality because he suddenly smelled the strong smell of blood. Opposite him stood one of the Duke's children, who reeked of death and fear. The guy quickly bowed his head, because standing in front of him was the third prince, whose name was Kundo. The Duke's son asked if he really was his stepsister's toy, and then asked if it was better to call him a dog. The guy said that dogs should bow when they see their owner, to which Tyrion replied that his owner is Princess Viola. Kundo reported that the dog spoke like a person, although it should only be able to bark. When asked to bark, Tyrion explained that being the third prince of Viratu did not make him the master, after which he received a spit in the face. The Duke's son handed him a dirty rag, saying that he had accidentally coughed. Suddenly, the Duke's adopted daughter appeared in the corridor, telling her brother to stop immediately. Kundo asked if she was really ordering him, to which the girl replied that she was just asking for it. At that moment, Tyrion turned to look at her, a terrible spit dripping down his cheek. Noticing this, Viola asked the guy to come closer to her to remove the spit from his face. The girl took out her handkerchief and carefully wiped his cheek, saying that if the butlers or maids saw such behavior, it would become very awkward. The Duke's daughter gently asked the guy to return straight to his room. Tyrion looked into her scarlet eyes and thought that this was her real eye color. At the same moment, Kundo began to look around, after which he said that there were no butlers nearby, but there was one maid. He said that if he felt ashamed in front of the maid, he would get rid of her. Thanks to this witness, he would not remain. His adopted daughter began to approach him and asked if he was such an insecure bastard. A moment later, the girl with a sharp movement attacked her older brother. Suddenly, he also noticed that her eyes changed color to scarlet instead of violet. Kundo was ready the entire time, so when she attacked, he immediately drew his sword. He thought she was a special star who was written about in the history book. The guy suggested that the star had reincarnated as a human, and then quietly said that it was wonderful. In his opinion, the adopted sister was fast and elegant, which even Sister Medea at 10 years old was not like that. Putting up a guard against her next blow, the older brother said that he was using the first Viratu-style fencing technique called the pentagram. Viola tried to quickly attack him, but immediately ran into some kind of invisible shield, which caused her to jump back. The girl was thinking about whether she really shouldn't let the real Viola show herself. Kundo slowly walked towards her and said that she had great achievements at the age of 10, even though she had never studied the Viratu style of fencing. The guy added that he was just using protection, and the fact that she hit herself was entirely her fault. Suddenly, his hand was engulfed by the invisible space next to him, and he said that since he and she had met, it was time to give her a gift. He threw a wounded cat out of an invisible space, so she decided that she would have to let him go in peace in order to save her. Wiping blood from her face, the girl said that she was very sorry for her older brother. The guy asked why exactly she was sorry. Was it because of Viratu's decision to become white? Viola angrily said that she was very sorry that this was their first meeting with him, and he turned out to be such a bastard. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud man's cry, directly related to the third prince. Hickson rushed towards him as fast as he could, saying that he was a stupid freak, because of him, an innocent cat, who was not even able to speak, suffered. The man lifted the weak body from the floor and asked if he really wanted to die, after which he ordered him to follow him. Kundo fearfully said that he had insulted Virata, but then offered to go to the field. The teacher easily defeated him in a one-on-one battle, so Kundo's servant quickly ran to the rescue to raise his master. The beaten guy said it was too mean to use Sir Hickson. Viola replied that she should thank him for his praise, but clarified that it was better to call it a tactical move. The butler, who was carrying away the beaten gentleman, turned around and said that they would all regret this. The girl, meanwhile, thought that no one asked this guy to touch cats, because she knew perfectly well that Hickson simply adores them. The teacher turned to her and asked if she was okay, to which she answered in the affirmative. The man said that he was very surprised, because the call using the call bracelet was quite noticeable. If one party puts in their mana, the other party will hear a warning tone, but depending on the mana level, the power of the call can change. So the master said that he almost tore this bracelet because he thought it would explode. Deciding to change the subject, Viola turned to Tyrion with a request to bury the cat, which she had been keeping in a bundle all this time. The guy carefully took the package from her hands and said that he would definitely fulfill the order. When he left, the girl asked what was wrong with him, to which he simply waved it off. The guy continued to walk away, and Viola and Hickson looked after him until his figure disappeared into the distance. Tyrion easily found a place to bury the little cat, and after he did this, bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He believed that he could not do anything, that on the day when his father died, that now, because he was hiding behind the backs of others, but if he were stronger, he could protect his mistress. But it seemed to him that there was no way from him, no use. Thunder rumbled outside, after which heavy rain began. But the guy did not want to go to the castle. Viola approached him, holding in her small hands a heavy umbrella, under which the two of them fit. The girl said she assumed that he really went to shed tears. Extending her hand to him, she ordered him to stand up, but for some time he did not dare to do this. Still, he got up from the ground, and the Duke's daughter reported that he had done everything he had to do. Viola gently stroked his head and said that he was doing well, but she did not call the teacher for him. The guy finally calmed down and firmly promised her to become much stronger in order to protect her. Tyrion explained that he would become so strong that no third prince would even dare to look at him. For a long time, he continued to say that he would certainly crush everyone who dared to offend her. Viola, of course, assumed that Heron would immediately find out about the quarrel with Kundo. So with the help of mercenaries, she demonstrated her abilities to the White Viratu. But there was something that she could not foresee. The eldest daughter came to their father, telling her that everything had turned out just as he had told her. The girl's name was Medea. She was the oldest among all the children of Heron Viratu. She told him that Kundo was recovering thanks to the priest's prayers, but it would take several days. She then said that there was one very strange detail about this whole incident. The girl explained that a deep wound appeared on the third son's chest, seemingly inflicted from the inside. Medea assumed that Viola had inflicted it because Sir Hickson only used his fists. The eldest daughter noticed that in order to inflict a wound from the inside, it is necessary to have high skills in mana control. But even she, at 10 years old, was not capable of this. She said her adopted daughter wanted to both prove her right to be white to Virat and demonstrate that she was worthy of being called black. The man asked if his eldest daughter was finally interested, to which she answered in the affirmative, and then asked to meet with her. Viola understood that the meeting with Medea was not supposed to happen in the near future. But, to her regret, the eldest of the children of the Viratu clan came to her immediately after a clash with her third brother. All this was not so important, because she was Viola's favorite heroine from the novel. The girl told her that she had come without warning, so she thought that the younger one would not accept her, to which she replied that this was possible in case of an unwanted meeting. Medea asked if she really wanted to see her, to which the girl replied that she always wanted to look at the white north wind. Medea, the eldest princess of Viratu, was a black Viratu and was active, so at the age of 12 she received the status of a knight. That same year, the Order of Knights sent her to war, where she single-handedly destroyed a pack of goblins, receiving the 9th knight level as an exception. After this, the girl repeatedly confirmed her genius and received the status of the first in history because she destroyed a pack and gray jackals alone, became the first in history for 8th level knights at the age of 10, saved the inhabitants of Garen, and much more. So she was the first on the mainland, who at the age of 12 received the first knight level, and was also awarded the 32nd star of Emperor Nelik. Viola understood that thanks to all these merits, she was called the White North Wind, a snowstorm that happens once every few decades. Zeno brought them tea and lemonade, and Medea said that her younger sister slightly exaggerated her merits. The girl said that she didn't think so at all, and later asked if she had really come on some business. The girl took her mug of tea and said that everyone was talking about how she was able to injure Kundo. The adopted daughter said that it was not she, but Sir Hickson, because it happened on the training field. Medea stood up from the table, took out her sword, and said that hiding her power was the right choice, but she shouldn't have shown it. Viola noticed that it was very difficult to catch all the girl's movements, because she constantly trained for this. The butler noticed that the girl was on the estate, to which she replied that she was a knight who received a star from the emperor himself. Those who managed to obtain the star of Emperor Nelik have powers in all areas except those related to imperial decrees. Therefore, now the eldest daughter of the duke declared that the imperial laws were higher than the laws of the duchy, so nothing would happen to her for drawing the sword from its scabbard. Viola angrily asked if the imperial laws were really higher than the laws of the duchies. The girl asked if she understood what she was talking about, because for this, it seemed to her that she was a smart child. The girl explained that she did not believe that the laws of the owner of the Winter Castle were lower than the imperial ones. She added that the owner is their father, and she considers him the strongest person. Viola said that whoever is stronger will be right, especially in the Veratu estate. Looking straight into Medea's eyes, the adopted daughter said that she also has a special eye power, which means the older sister must understand that she is serious. The girl, with childish affectation, said that her dad was the strongest, and the older sister thought about whether this outstanding child was really an ordinary 10-year-old child. Sheathing the sword, the girl calmly stated that she was ready to admit this thought. She wondered if her younger sister would be willing to walk with her to the training field. The girl said that she had already mentioned that she shouldn't show her strength if she decided to hide it. Viola thought that she probably wanted to know where their brother got his wound, but then decided to stall for time and find a way out of the situation. So she said that she would like to drink some more strawberry lemonade. Medea sat back in her chair and said that she was not the least bit afraid, to which the girl replied that it was a very tasty drink, because the butler himself had prepared it. She said that the man himself ground and froze the strawberries, and then made lemonade from them. Zeno said that his lady loves strawberries very much, so he had to practice a little. Medea said that she heard that her butler was called the master of the ice sword. The girl asked if next time she could try strawberry lemonade made using the ice sword technique, because she was very interested. Viola knew that the eldest sister was a straightforward character, and her genius was not limited to innate qualities, so she also made great efforts to achieve good results. The reason for this was that she didn't want her brothers and sisters to die, so she decided to become strong, because she didn't want anyone from her family to die. After thinking it over, the adopted daughter decided that she had finally found a way to pass her test. When they arrived at the training field, the girl asked what kind of weapon her younger sister used, to which she replied that she usually used a dagger. Medea asked if she was aware that this was not the most advantageous weapon on the battlefield. Viola said that she understood everything perfectly, after which she asked to give her a slight advantage, and then added that her sister should not move, because that was the only way she could defeat her. The girl was interested in how she would do it, after which she offered to try. Hickson sternly said that if they needed it, he could become a second. The girl turned around and agreed with him, thinking that the spirit of a hero had awakened in the man again. She remembered that a few years ago it seemed to everyone around him that he was about to die. Medea understood perfectly well that the reason for all the changes was none other than the Duke's adopted daughter. The girl raised the dagger and said that she was going to attack her immediately, so she should get ready. The girl put the ball in front of her, saying that if she attacked like that, she would easily cut her. To prove her point, the elder sister began waving her sword around. Seeing that the girl was not going to stop, the girl threateningly asked if she really couldn't hear her. The tip of the sword passed a couple of centimeters from her face, but this caused a small scratch to appear on the adopted girl's cheek. Viola knew perfectly well that Medea would never hurt her family, which is why she chose such a seemingly stupid method. In the novel, Viola felt sorry for her older sister, but at the same time hated her, so her adopted daughter won their fight. But she was not happy about it at all, so she asked why she didn't dodge if she knew that she would strike. Medea said that she was already grown up and tired, so she wanted to finally achieve peace. The girl said that she was very sorry that she was leaving a heavy burden on her, after which it was beautiful to forgive her stupid sister. Kneeling in pain, she continued to say that she had loved her little sister all this time. The girl didn't want this outcome, so she simply rushed forward and hugged her older sister tightly, saying that she had won. Medea explained to her that this was too reckless, because if she were her enemy, she would already be dead. The adopted daughter calmly said that in this case, she would simply strike with a dagger. Moving away from her sister, Viola said that she believed that she would not attack her, since the second and third princes were still alive. The girl couldn't believe what she heard, so she was in a little shock and stood silently. The girl took her hand and said that she wanted to talk to her face to face, but for this, they needed to find a quiet place. The teacher immediately ran up to them, asking how they would leave without him, to which she asked, "What does he have to do with it?" Hickson explained that he was the adult who could be relied on, and the girl thought that he had such an expression on his face, as if the father had heard from his daughter that there was a guy in her. Looking at Tyrion and Zeno, Viola explained that this is not a matter of trust, so they may be offended, but they will have to stay where they are. When they entered the park, they immediately sat down on a nearby bench, after which the older sister asked what she wanted to talk about. The girl said that she had diligently worn a certain mask all her life. The girl said that everyone in their family lives like this, to which Viola said that the main thing was what kind of mask it was. She added that she felt it at the welcome meal, because she did not look at her with curiosity, a guard. Viola explained that the words that she believed her were truly sincere. Seeing the uncomprehending look of her older sister, the adopted daughter asked if she understood what was being said, to which she answered in the negative. Moving closer to her, the girl explained that if she did not want to speak openly, that she would do it, because all this time she hated all the disputes over the inheritance and intrigue. Viola said that family is important to her, and the family she dreamed of should not be like that. Medea sternly noted that her adopted daughter was not at all like Virata, and the girl thought that her sister exuded an ominous aura, so it was not for nothing that she became the knight of the first star. The girl reminded her that in fact, she was not the natural daughter of Duke Heron Viratu. She said that before she came into their family, her life was hard and lonely, and her only close person died, leaving her alone. The girl assumed that her close person was Hickson's daughter, because before that, she had said that she became friends with him because of her daughter. Viola did not resist her guess and simply confirmed it, and she herself thought that her older sister's face had become a little softer. Leaning back on the bench, Viola told her that she had wanted to make friends with her for quite some time, because even the common people were blown by the white wind of Viratu. The girl added that even if she was wrong about her, she would still like her to become her sister. Medea said that her sister was too impudent, to which the girl asked if she had made a mistake. The older sister hugged her and said that she congratulated her on finally becoming a real Viratu. Her embrace felt very warm, so Viola thought that in order to survive in this world, she often had to lie about her feelings. But at some point, she got used to being Viola, so she hugged her sister tightly too, and decided that she definitely needed a family. Later, the Duke approached them, whom she also asked to hug her, but he explained that he had no reason for this. When he took her in his arms, the friendly girl said that she was very grateful that he hugged her. Later, in Heron's office, Medea wondered if he would really punish his adopted daughter. The man reasoned that this should have been done much earlier, when she first arrived at the castle. He asked why she decided that he was going to punish her, to which the eldest daughter said that his behavior seemed unusual to her. The girl believed that their father looked as if he no longer expected anything from Viola, so he behaved very gently with her. Medea suggested that with her help, her adopted daughter could once again prove her strength as one of the Viratu. She said that if he doesn't mind, then she would like to complete one of the tasks together with her younger sister. Afterwards, she went back to Viola's room, where she was finally treated to the famous strawberry lemonade. The girl immediately told her that an order for the task would soon be issued. She added that her younger sister would do it with her, and Viola, meanwhile, wondered why such a high-level task was given to her. Medea informed her that they would go to the assault fortress, to which the girl asked if this was really connected with the murder of Sir Jack's storm sword. Her older sister said that she was really white to Veratu, since she understood everything so quickly. The girl promised that she would definitely help her prove her right to be Veratu, and Viola decided that her smile was too beautiful. The task was called Hurricane, where it was necessary to kill Jack Farlyle, the head of the storm fortress guarding the Empire from the Wild Gorge. He wrote unflattering reviews about the Winter Castle several times, and also stated that the profits from the discovery of the Golden Path belonged to Verat. He accused them that the youngest Princess Veratu possessed several billion dinars illegally because she used other people's funds and the privileges of the Winter Castle. Viola knew that in the novel, this task was supposed to appear only after 3 years, which means the plot had changed, although the main development of events remained the same, because the situation in the Duke's family was the same. The elder sister asked if she knew about the latest trends on the mainland. The girl explained that this is why she was given the task of killing Jack, to which the younger one replied that, in this case, suspicion would fall on her father. Medea asked in surprise whether this really had any meaning in this world. The girl knew that it was important for them to destroy all the evidence, and later decided that the older sister was the real Veratu. This task was one of the 5 most terrible, because after killing Jack, their family will become enemies with the Farlyle clan, which will subsequently achieve success and pose a great danger to their family. A day later, she went to Tyrion's teacher's room to discuss the issues that worried her. She asked if he knew Sir Jack, because she knew that they studied together. Hickson looked at her in disbelief and asked why she was trying to find out anything about him. The girl asked if he had read the article and if he found it strange. In the story, Jack was the commander of the Storm Fortress, as well as a man of iron will who could not be broken by anything. Showing the article in the newspaper, Viola said that this man was the type who would appear in person, but he would not engage in incitement through newspapers, to which the man said that she was right, because he would definitely come and arrange proceedings. The girl said that she also heard that Sir Jack also has an only son. Medea did not resort to any kind of tricks, and officially announced her intention to pay a visit to the assault fortress. So on the same day, she sent a letter using magic, and then permission came for the visit of the delegation led by her. Zenon was wanted in that place, so with the help of Savon, he changed his appearance. Tyrion and Hickson also went with them, since the matter was quite dangerous. At the end of a long week's journey, they finally reached the storm fortress. Thundersword Jack came out to them, saying that he was very glad to welcome Princess Medea and Princess Viola. The older sisters said enthusiastically that they had not seen him for a long time. As they got closer to each other, strange currents of wind formed around them, as if their mana were fighting for them. The man said that the girl had too good-natured an expression on her face for someone who had come to kill him. Medea said that she came on an important mission, so she does not understand what he means. Taking out his sword, Jack said that as a greeting, he wanted to cross swords with her. Feeling their evil auras, Viola realized that everything was hanging by a thin thread. This was on a completely different level than when her butler threatened Vincent's butler. She understood that if she intervened, she risked losing her head. But for the sake of her future, she decided to trust the plot of the book. Tyrion and Hickson watched her movements closely and were amazed at what she was going to do. Medea also noticed her younger sister approaching, so she was also wondering what she would do. The girl realized that if she put the sword away, she would immediately lose, and she couldn't let that happen. But if she didn't put it away, her sister would die. Princess Viola's actions did not escape Jack either, so he was a little distracted. At this point, Medea attacked him sharply, after which he said that it was a good moment for the murder, and then asked why she did not take advantage of it. The girl explained that he was the first to make a concession and lowered the concentration of the barrier. She added that she should thank him for doing this for the sake of her sister, and in fact, the loss remains hers. Viola bowed nobly and said that she was very glad that he did not attack her. The man noticed that she acted very unreasonably, because in this fight, she could have gotten hurt. The girl firmly stated that all this time she was confident in his fatherly feelings. She said she heard he had a son her age, so she thought he wouldn't hurt her. Jack reached for his sword again, saying that she was being too cocky. This did not frighten Viola at all, and on the contrary, she said that she would introduce herself again. The girl good-naturedly said that her name was Viola, and that she belonged to the White Veratu. When they were inside the castle, Medea said that Sir Jack was right, because she had acted unreasonably. Viola explained that it was not reckless, and that she was sure that neither her sister nor Sir Jack would have harmed her. The girl asked why she was so confident in her words, because there was no reason for this. The younger sister explained that Sir Jack probably remembered his son when he looked at her. She herself values him more than victory in a duel. The eldest of the children of the Veratu family asked if this was not recklessness, but the tactics of the White Veratu, and then asked what the final goal was. The girl said that she plans not to kill Sir Jack, but to unravel this matter peacefully. Medea said that the murder of this man was her direct responsibility, to which Viola said that she had already received another task and her father's signature. She explained that it would be much wiser to leave him alive, because if there is no one to protect the Wild Canyon, who will turn to the Winter Castle for help? And as a result of this, their family will direct their forces and become vulnerable. Viola said that she had no intention of interfering with her sister, but she also could not allow murder, so first she herself would try to meet with Sir Jack. Later in the evening, Tyrion was waiting for Viola, saying that he would serve his mistress because he was her faithful dog and should always be there. Zeno said that he would serve her because he was her personal butler. Viola, meanwhile, tried to explain to her two intrusive associates that she herself could hide. The butler said that as soon as 3 hours and 23 minutes comes, the princess, out of habit, takes off the blanket, and since he was still serving her, he did everything to prevent her from catching a cold. The guy angrily asked why he didn't want to give up his duty to him. The man replied that it would be strange if he refused her, to which the guy stated that the ability to temporarily give up his privileges was also his responsibility, after which she kicked them all out of the room. The next morning, she went with Hickson for a walk around the storm fortress. Watching the wars practice their attack skills, the man informed her that they had been doing this since 4 in the morning. Suddenly, Sir Jack approached them, tiredly wiping the sweat from his face. The man said that she got up quite early, to which the girl replied that she had heard about the majestic thunderstorm squad, so she wanted to see it in person. Jack shook Hickson's hand, saying that he hadn't gotten around to greeting him properly last night. The owner of the fortress stated that he had heard that it had fallen into disrepair, but later explained that it now looked quite good. The teacher said that it was all thanks to her efforts, after which Jack looked at her and asked if looking at the Thunder Squad was just an excuse. He asked why she came to see him and what the words of his dear friend meant. The girl asked if he knew the story of Sir Hickson, to which he replied that he was familiar with it and expressed condolences. Viola stated that it must be sad that his only son was also missing. Jack said in fear that he didn't understand at all what the little princess was talking about. She explained that his situation is very similar to the teacher's story, but on the mainland, it continues as people with power continue to kidnap people without any evidence. The girl said that she was making every effort to avenge Sir Hickson, and also to prove her right to be white to Veratu, so she wanted to help him too. The master immediately said that he would try to explain it to him, and then began to tell his story. He said that his entire family was kidnapped at exactly the right time, without leaving any traces, and after that, he could not do anything and turned into a non-entity. The man said that the owner of the fortress had also had his son stolen, which is why he went crazy and attacked the Winter Castle. Hickson suggested that both in his situation and in the situation of his comrade, they seemed to be bewitched. He added that he could not say for sure, but most likely it was terrible magic. Jack asked what they meant, to which the girl explained that most likely it was hypnosis or the magic of suggestion. She explained that this ability turns love into fear and paralyzes the mind, and when they stopped thinking straight, they began to be threatened. Viola said that this is quite difficult to believe, but this is the result of her 3 years of observations. The girl said that at the age of 12, she will be able to appear in secular society, so she wants to become the most dangerous and influential, so she learned everything about her competitors in advance. The Duke's adopted daughter said that she also found out everything about the heir to the Thunder Sword, Jeremy. Viola recalled that she had a special relationship with the Terra Trading Company, which often visited this fortification. She said that she had resorted to all means to find out about her only son, Jack. The owner of the tower said that this place was reliably guarded, and then asked if this was really possible on the territory of the Storm Fortress. The girl suggested that if she managed to obtain information about Jeremy, then organizing a kidnapping using all possible means was also possible. The man pressed his hand to his head and assured that after her words, his head seemed to clear. Hickson said he constantly felt like his head was in a fog. The girl decided that since they had removed the veil from their eyes, they would deal with the rest themselves. Now Jack was telling Medea that he was going to send a letter straight to Duke Heron. He explained that it would be better to make an official apology a little later, so he asked to give him a little time. The girl said that she did not understand what he meant, but would be ready to give the letter to her father. Medea constantly wondered what method her younger sister resorted to this time. The man said that he was bewitched, so he did all this, but now he was very ashamed. Viola recalled that this only proves his love for his son, and she does not consider it something shameful. The girl gently said that this was even quite commendable, and she herself thought that Jeremy was really growing in love, which she was a little jealous of. Jack approached her and told her that he was looking forward to when she turned 12, so that he could become the sharpest sword in her collection. In his letter, he wrote that he would certainly save his son, but for now he asked to give him a little time, and Heron, meanwhile, thought whether he was really so stupid and short-sighted that he attacked the Winter Castle because of his son. The Duke continued to read, where it was said that Miss Viola was interested in Jeremy, so in 2 years before her debut in secular society, he would like to introduce her to his son. Jack asked the Duke what he thought about this, but he himself assumed that they would get along well. A month later, Jack officially issued a sincere apology, which led to him being ridiculed, but it did not last long. Jeremy managed to return safely to the Storm Fortress, where, together with Jack, they destroyed the monsters in the Wild Canyon. After all these events, 2 years passed, and Viola was finally ready to appear before high society. One day, she heard a strange sound outside the window, so she got up from her chair to see what it was. Approaching the window frame, the girl noticed a dove with a note tied to its leg. The short letter said that someone would soon visit her, to which she thought that there were no such crazy people in the Winter Castle that she would decide to kill. Zeno noticed that the paper bears the seal of the Storm Fortress, which means the bird was from there. When she asked why they wrote to her, the man replied that she had turned 12 years old and had become much more beautiful than before. The butler explained that he was worried that this might be the machinations of the Duke of the Storm Fortress. Jeremy Farlisle, the son of the owner of the Storm Fortress, Jack, was the same age as Tyrion, and he was 17 years old, according to rumors. The guy had an extraordinary appearance that could leave a mark on history. All the girls in the Empire called him the embodiment of a beautiful dragon, and recently he had become the most talked about among the young ladies of high society. However, Jeremy has never appeared at social events, but has now expressed a desire to visit Viola Vereta. There was turmoil in the city. The girls were whispering that a delegation from the Storm Fortress was heading to them, and Prince Jeremy himself would come in it. The girls discussed that the son of the owner of the fortress was a wonderful young man. At the same time, the young man was walking around the square, and everyone around was discussing his beauty. He approached his favorite cafe, where Viola often visited, and then noticed that a long line had gathered around. Covering his face with his hair, he decided to change his appearance a little. The men in line were talking about how amazing the egg tarts from this place were. A stranger approached them and asked if they both knew Viola Vereta. Noticing the guy's sword, one of them asked if this was a future knight, and the other answered that the girl was a fairly famous person in the Winter Palace. Jeremy admiringly asked them what interesting things they could tell about her. After an hour, it was finally their turn, so the waitress came out to fetch them. The men happily walked inside and wished good luck to their new friend, whom they had just met. The guy learned that Princess Viola destroyed a flock of boars and drank their blood, so she was considered a bloodthirsty princess, as well as the embodiment of death. People completely distorted the rumors because it was about a boar that only a level 7 knight could handle. The guy decided that he really wanted to meet her, but all he knew was that she had purple hair. When he was finally called inside, he saw a girl sitting at the table, cheerfully devouring desserts. He immediately guessed that this was the same Viola whom he had been looking for all this time. The guy sitting next to her was talking about how she could eat his portion because he didn't like sweets. Viola, meanwhile, thought that it was much tastier to eat them warm, and also regretted that they were sold only 2 per person. Her pleasure was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, which asked permission to sit next to her, because there were few seats in the establishment. The guy took his portion and said that they had a table for 4, so they would all fit. Viola immediately guessed who it was, and Tyrion explained that he could not sit with them because he was a stranger. Jeremy replied that he didn't care at all, so he approached them. Giving up, Tyrion allowed him to sit next to them, to which he thanked them. When he sat down at their table, Viola asked if he was a student of the knight's school. The guy confirmed his guess, and Tyrion asked again because he couldn't believe it. Her dog wondered if the stranger was trying to hide his identity, and then he prepared a dagger and pointed it towards the guy. The girl explained that everything was fine because it was her guest whom she had been waiting for a long time. Viola ordered him to put down the dagger because it was impossible to start a fight on the territory of the Winter Castle, and Jeremy asked her how she knew who he was. She explained that he had a blue rope tied to his sword, which was a symbol of a thunder sword, and then asked if he really thought that no one would guess about it. She didn't really want to get involved with Jeremy, but it was safe to show all her cards from the beginning. Deciding to leave after a light conversation, Viola finished the tart and said that it was better for him to approach her in his true form, and now it was time for her. As he watched them go, the guy thought that she was not at all what they said about her, because everyone thought she was a witch. He thought that she was quite nice, although this could be dangerous, because a priori you want to treat nice people well. Having tried a piece, he heard strange exclamations, saying that he was forced to wait a long time, and they were only selling 2 pieces. The guy complained that some commoner had become too arrogant, to which the woman explained to him that he shouldn't behave like that. Jeremy wondered why an ordinary person would respond to an aristocrat like that, and then realized that she had a pretty good reason. The waitress said that the bloodthirsty princess really liked their establishment, but even she stood in line and bought only 2 cakes. The woman explained that if she sold him more, it would be disrespectful to her. The guy shouted that her tongue was too long, and then asked how she dared threaten him, to which she replied that these were not threats at all, but that she simply hoped for his understanding. The guy demanded that she shut up, and then said that at night she would breathe her last breath, because he could not allow such an attitude towards himself. Jeremy intervened in the conversation, ordering the stranger to stop this farce. Viola and Tyrion immediately heard a strange noise coming from the cafe they had just been in. They were both wary, because just a couple of minutes ago, everything was fine. The girl ordered her dog to open the door for her, after which he immediately went to do it. While he was opening, the Duke's adopted daughter felt a terrifying energy. She noticed with horror how the stump of the sword of the defender of the guy who made the noise flew past her. Jeremy demonstrated impeccable sword technique, which greatly amazed her. Viola asked if Tyrion had seen Jeremy's movements, to which he replied in the affirmative. When she asked what he thought about this, the guy said that he moved much faster than him. The girl thought that since their new acquaintance moved faster than Tyrion, they should stay away from him. The angry aristocrat began to leave the cafe and ordered them to step aside. The guy swore quietly that it was a huge disgrace in front of the commoners, so he decided to take revenge on them all. At the same time, in the cafe, Jeremy was thinking that he had very good movements, which meant that Princess Villa also liked him. That same night, the offended aristocrat asked his assistant if this was really the product. He lamented whether these commoners in the Winter Castle really had no brains at all, since they decided to lift their noses so high, to which he received the answer that he was no better. Tyrion was sitting on the threshold, and the guy began to ask who he was that he dared to contradict him. The guy explained that he was a mercenary, a devoted dog of his mistress from the house of Veratu. Rising from the porch, Tyrion wondered why he came to the cafe late at night, to which he asked how some mercenary dared to talk to him like that. The guy reminded him that he treats him exactly the same way as he talks to him. The aristocrat said that in this case he would simply kill him, and Tyrion said that they were in a winter castle. The angry guy ordered his guard to immediately kill or knock out the enemy, and then drag him outside the castle and kill him there. Tyrion was able to quickly parry the attacker's blow, causing his sword to split into 2 pieces. Both the aristocrat and the man who defended him were amazed that for the second time that day, they were losing in a duel. Tyrion stated that they said they would kill him, so it was simple self-defense. With a quick movement of his hands, he deftly hit them on the neck, after which they fell to the ground. Two people could not get up, and their opponent asked how they dared to set their sights on the owner's favorite cafe. The woman said that she didn't even know how to thank the person who saved her business. Tyrion asked her to give him 10 home-baked egg cakes, after which he assured that this would completely satisfy his mistress. He already imagined how happy she would be, and the woman said that she could bake him at least 100. Finally, the guy asked her to make them tasty, to which the woman replied that she would fulfill his request immediately. The next day, the girl enjoyed the egg cakes, thinking that the hostess had baked them especially for her, but they were even tastier than those sold in the cafe. Viola said that the guy could sit next to her, to which he asked if the dog could really sit at the same table with the owner. The Duke's adopted daughter sternly said that it was unpleasant for her to look up, so he should sit down. Tyrion calmly apologized to her, after which he began to sit down on one knee. Viola thought that this was not what she meant at all, so she immediately felt uncomfortable. The girl noticed that the guy became more and more like Paul, who was always stubborn, but reminded her even more of his brother, because he also loved sweets very much. She quietly suggested that he try at least one dessert, since he had done a good job. Tyrion again asked if the dog could really share a meal with his mistress, and then assured that he was happy to be next to her. Viola asked if he really didn't like sweets, to which he answered in the negative, but she noticed that his nostrils flared, and he swallowed his saliva. Rising from her chair, she declared that she did not like dogs who lied to her, after which she stuffed one of the tarts directly into his mouth. The guy thanked her, to which she said that he should speak honestly with her. Tyrion couldn't help but think that he had never tried them before, but now he was delighted with the taste. The girl reminded him that a person must think a lot, but a dog does not have to do this. She said the dog may or may not like it, but he shows joy when he's happy and says he's hungry when he's hungry. Viola said that the dog had no need to think so much about the feelings of others, and the guy thought that he shouldn't pretend to be a person, because his owner was right, so he needed to show her that he could change. The next day, he brought a small vase of flowers, talking about preparing this gift, because he saw her looking at the flowers along the road. The girl looked at the gift in disbelief and realized that he simply brought her field daisies. Zeno asked if he knew what meaning such flowers carry, to which he answered in the negative. Viola said that they mean sincere love, a prediction or the revelation of a secret. She could not say that the talisman was the daisies that Paul gave her, saying that if she kept them with her, then luck would definitely smile on her. Now she held the vase in her hands, remembering that incident and realizing that even her beloved did not know the meaning of the flower. The girl understood that he was not at all the one she once loved. And the butler, meanwhile, said that special magic was cast on the vase, so it was quite expensive, to which Tyrion said that he had been saving up the salary they paid him for 3 years. Viola angrily remarked that he would be better off spending that money on weapons or armor. She added that he should know his place and behave according to his position. She understood that she should not give in to him, and in the meantime, he said that now he would behave more carefully. 2 days after the incident in the cafe, Heron personally executed the offenders, saying that recently there had been a lot of rats in the Winter Castle. The Duke cut off the head of Zelton, the only son of Viscount Seal, after which the severed head hung on the southern gate of the Winter Castle, which is why part of the aristocracy began to be indignant. But at the same time, ordinary residents thanked and praised the Duke for caring so much about them that he even cut the aristocrat's throat. The rumors gradually became distorted and turned into a version according to which Viola sent her dog Tyrion to kill the Viscount's son. The girl, of course, knew absolutely nothing about this, but there were more and more people who supported and praised her every day. One evening, her adoptive father invited her to his office, but remained silent for a long time. He asked her what she thought was the reason he called her to his office. Viola decided to answer the question with a question and asked why he killed the Viscount's son. The man explained that it seemed to him that this was exactly what she wanted from him. Her father cryptically asked if she was finally going to take action. The adopted daughter understood that he was very much mistaken, because he still believed that she was chasing the place of heiress, but in fact she wanted to intimidate him, because now the Duke was the head of Veratu. The girl said that she wanted to warn everyone and show what will happen to those who neglect the Viratu family. She added that after this incident, many will remain silent, and those who had something against will continue to resist further. So in this way, she will be able to determine who is an enemy and who is an ally. Heron asked if she really believed that those who remain silent are their allies, and those who are dissatisfied are their enemies. The girl answered negatively and said that she believed that the way to solve the problem was correct, but did not comply with the laws. Viola said that those who remained silent were cowardly people, and those who resisted were crazy. Having lost all fear, she added that there were no allies among them, so the winter castle remains just a winter castle. The adopted daughter said that if she left anyone in her circle, then it should be crazy, pure, who had no relationship with the family of Viscount Seal, so she was going to warm them under her wing. The man asked if she meant that she was going to become the head of Viratu. In fact, Viola planned to put her older sister Medea in this position, but she said quite the opposite, and then said that she had heard about the Viscount's family and that he loved his son very much. In the original story, Zelton was killed by Vincent, and the Viscount, who had lost his beloved son, began to attack the Winter Castle, although he understood that the outcome was not predetermined in his favor. As he was tied up, Heron asked him why he attacked them if he knew he would eventually die. Anyone could do a stupid thing, but after the death of the Viscount, the Duke spared no expense to help and provide for his family. But it turned out that the widow was pregnant and named her son Benglas, which meant revenge. Later, this child really became a powerful magician and the enemy of the entire Viratu family, and Viola absolutely could not allow this. Therefore, now the girl explained that the Viscount, who loved his son, would certainly take action, and most likely they would ask for protection from the Emperor. But there was no benefit in this, so His Highness did not react in any way. The Duke reminded her that the Viscount had a moral duty, to which she replied that his son was the first to break the rules of the Winter Castle. Heron explained that that impudent man was trying to take away her only joy in this place. In response to her questioning expression, the man explained that she really loved those egg tarts. Viola was a little dumbfounded, so she quietly confirmed his conclusion. She added that in any case, she assumed that the Viscount would try to attack the Winter Castle. The Duke asked if death would really not even stop him, and, having received an affirmative answer, said that then they should let him die with honor. The girl asked to entrust this matter to her in order to prove to him her abilities as a white Virat, as in the Storm Fortress, after which she asked to be sent to the Viscount's estate as an ambassador. Rumors about Viola continued to acquire new details, because everyone was surprised how a 12-year-old girl could be sent as an ambassador to the Ciala estate, adding that she was actually a witch. Everyone around whispered that at the age of 7, she killed robbers and ate human flesh raw, and at the welcome meal, she drank the blood of demons. But such incredible rumors spread on the mainland that the girl's blood flowed in the opposite direction when she heard them. The imperial ambassador, Selina Harrels, told Emperor Nelak Freuds-Cullivan that there were many rumors surrounding the princess, but the people in the duchy liked her because they believed that she acted out of concern for them. The man asked in surprise if she was really only 12 years old, to which the woman answered in the affirmative. The emperor asked how long she had been watching her, to which the ambassador replied that she had been following her since the welcome meal, which was 5 years ago. She said that Viola, thanks to her bright appearance, quickly won the recognition of Viratu, and she also became the owner of the land on which the Golden Path was built, which brought her good benefits. Selina suggested that it might be an accident, but she absolutely did not think so, because the child threw all the money she had there. The emperor asked her to choose expressions, to which she replied that there was no one in the room except them. Sitting down next to him, the woman reminded him that she could only allow herself to behave this way next to him. The embarrassed emperor explained that she actually came to him with a report. Selina asked if there was a law against holding hands during a report. She said that if he doesn't like it, then they can pass such a law, because he is the emperor, to which he replied that he did not say that he didn't like it. The ambassador purchased it and said that it was extremely cute, to which Nelek asked her to return to the report. The woman said that the girl has very developed powers of observation and intelligence, because she cleverly solved the problem in the Storm Fortress. Looking at the embarrassed emperor, Selena revealed that even Prince Jeremy was interested in her. The ambassador tenderly asked if His Majesty was listening to her, to which he answered in the affirmative. Laying her head on his shoulder, the woman said that much depended on how Viola handled the case of Viscount Seal. She said that if her guesses were correct, then as soon as she arrived at the Viscount's estate, he would already be dead. The woman believed that rumors would quickly spread, and if luck turned against her, the girl would become the main suspect in the murder of the Viscount. The next day, Tyrion, Zeno, and Viola began to prepare for the road to the Viscount's estate. The butler laced her boots and said that they would have to ride for a long time through mountainous terrain, which meant they needed to tie them well. The girl said that he did not teach her this because he simply conveyed the information unilaterally. Even in the real world, she had never learned to tie her shoelaces, and now she didn't understand why the butler used his mana to do this. Viola noted that she would always have him for this, which greatly shocked the man. Zeno looked at her in surprise for a long time as her words slowly sunk into him. He stood up and said that he was very glad that she allowed him to be around. So he would always tie her shoelaces, and then he put her on the horse. The girl thought that she had learned to ride a horse a little, but it would be much more convenient in a carriage. But, unfortunately for her, it was difficult to get to Viscount Seal's estate by carriage, and the other way there took about a month, so they decided to go through the mountains. The butler tried hard to warn her that they would likely be attacked along the way. Viola understood that her father's nickname was the Duke who killed hundreds, which meant that he made at least several hundred enemies. It is for this reason that all Viratu have been exposed to danger since childhood, and their task was to learn to cope with it. The girl realized that she didn't like this arrangement at all, so she decided to take Hickson with her. At this time, her older brother Vincent suddenly attacked her, but Tyrion managed to block his blow in time. The guy also grew up, but still couldn't break through the defense, so he retreated a couple of steps. The girl confidently stated that if he wants to kill her, then first he needs to deal with her dog. The older brother said that if he had no responsibilities, he would have gone with her, after which Vincent waved to them and ran in the opposite direction to go about his business. Viola tried for a very long time to understand why he came to her, because it was very strange. After 3 days of travel, they were subjected to the first attack by robbers. Hickson said he had the feeling that they were all professionally trained, and the butler said that the attacks happened faster than he expected. The teacher asked if the girl had managed to make enemies for herself, to which she answered negatively. Viola thought that someone specially sent trained robbers for frequent attacks in order to detain her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she ordered everyone to stop and lay down their weapons. The girl explained that the purpose of the attacks was not murder, but a simple delay. The Duke's daughter suggested that, most likely, when they arrived, the Viscount's estate would be dead. She explained that trained warriors are trying to interfere in order to delay them on their way. Tyrion asked who could organize such a thing, to which she replied that it could be those who are trying to isolate Virata. Vela believed that the culprit was the Hurricane Group, who kidnapped the daughter of Hickson and Jeremy, because of which the Viratu clan almost broke off relations with the Falael clan, but this time they tried to quarrel them with the family of Viscount Seal. Now she believed that the question was whether they would be able to kill the Viscount's family by then. She assumed that this was impossible, because it would not be possible to kill so many people quietly in a minute or two. The butler asked if they would use some special method to make it on time, to which she replied that they would most likely use a deadly poison that took effect after a while. Zeno asked if she meant that after a set time, the poison leads to death, to which the girl answered in the affirmative. Viola said that there are 3 types of poison, after which there is no evidence left: 7-voice poison, flammable poison, and 3-day paradise poison. Hickson asked when she had time to learn poisons, to which she replied that she was actually a white Viratu, so she should study well. She said that the 7-voice poison is usually used in cold areas or winter, so it will not be effective now. She then said that the flammable poison was too expensive and rare, but if they acquired a large amount of poison that could kill the entire Viscount's family, they would leave traces behind them. Viola suggested that, most likely, they use a 3-day paradise poison, which relaxes and improves mood, and after 3 days, the person dies in his sleep. My stepdaughter reported that it was very easy to make, and the price was quite cheap, and it didn't leave marks. Zeno said that in addition to being effective and cheap, This poison is also easily excreted from the body, which is why it is often used as a narcotic hallucinogen. Viola firmly stated that if we were talking about the family of Viscount Seal, then things were different here, because Princess Viratu was heading to him. The girl explained that after the loss of his son, the Viscount was not in the best condition, and the poison would be used on everyone except a few quick-witted knights. So when they arrived, they would kill everyone with a sword. She added that this was the best way to shorten the time of the murder and adjust to the limited time, and Hickson wondered if this was all done to put the blame on them. Viola answered in the affirmative, and then asked Tyrion to gallop as fast as he could without stopping, because he was going to the Viscount's estate alone. By nightfall, the guy had already entered the estate, where he observed the situation, but he was warned that inside there would be normal-looking people whom he should beware of, because there was a high probability that they would be the ones who would add poison to the servants. Tyrion thought that his mistress was right, because there were not many people. Of the 8 remaining servants, he managed to kill more than half, because he understood that they were to blame for everything. Jumping around the corner towards the next victim, the guy suddenly stopped because a dagger flew past him, which left a small wound on his shoulder. The guy executed another false servant, after which he realized that it was a trap. Covering the wound with his hand, he went further into the estate, believing that this would not work. He was determined to deal with everyone, because it would be better for his mistress. Tyrion moved slower and slower deeper into the castle because he had lost too much blood. The guy was already slowly losing consciousness, but was still able to destroy everyone in the estate. Holding onto the wall, he thought that he still had to complete the task that his mistress had given him. Opening the door of the room, he saw the Viscount lying on the bed, after which he went inside. The man lay motionless, but as soon as he quietly said his name, he immediately turned over to the other side. The Viscount told him to leave, after which he asked why he came to him in the middle of the night. Tyrion wearily apologized to him and said that he would leave him alone now. As soon as he turned to leave, the Viscount sat up on the bed and took out a dagger from under the blanket. In an instant, the man was already flying towards the wounded Tyrion, who did not seem to hear him. The guy reacted with lightning speed, after which he stuck the dart straight into his opponent's neck. The man shook, was unable to say anything, and fell to the floor, unable to stay standing. Tyrion thought that everything had happened exactly as his mistress had expected. Viola warned that if the real Viscount Seal was lying in bed, he would get up, and if he was not real, he would try to hide his face and tell him to get lost, to which the guy would have to react that he understood, and then do the species seems to be about to leave, but then has to attack him first. The next step was to find the real Viscount and tell him everything, so the guy continued on, eating on his feet. With the last of his strength, Tyrion smashed the wall behind which strange sounds were being made. He was right, and the Viscount was tied up there, to whom he informed that the princess would arrive at the estate in a few hours. The guy told him to mix lemon, vinegar, and aluminum powder in a 1-to-1 ratio to make an antidote, because they were all poisoned. Tyrion immediately fell to the floor, because he believed that he was able to complete the task, which means his mistress should praise him. As he said, Princess Viola arrived a few hours later, accompanied by Hickson and Zeno. From the threshold, she smelled blood, and then saw Tyrion's lifeless body. She felt nurses running around her, just like the day her beloved Paul died. Now before her lay an almost dead Tyrion, whom local doctors were diligently trying to cure. History seemed to be repeating itself, but she was tormented by only one question: who did this to him? Having met the Viscount, the first thing she did was cut off his ear, which greatly puzzled the man. Her gaze was full of hatred and malice, and then she asked how he dared to touch her dog. The man said that it was not him at all, after which she asked who was to blame. The Viscount calmly explained that the guy fought with opponents, after which he was seriously wounded. The girl involuntarily thought that it was because of her that Tyrion suffered, but she could not even think that he could be so seriously injured. Viola was beside herself with rage and indignation that in the end everything turned out so tragically. She sternly said that if her dog did not wake up, then their entire family would be destroyed. Having calmed down, she sat down in a chair, and her companions were heatedly discussing something among themselves. The butler then suggested that they start compiling a report to send to the Duke. Viola was worried that she had gotten too excited, but then she realized that she could use magic to sew it on altogether. The girl remembered the very day when her friend died, so she lost her mind for some time. When asked by the butler why she did this, the girl could not find an answer. The man said that she should have assumed that Tyrion would not be harmed, and she also knew full well that it was not the Viscount who injured him. Remembering the scene of the poor man's ear being bandaged, Zeno again asked why she did it. Viola looked at him sternly and said that this was a warning that he was causing her serious trouble. Hearing the treasured word of warning, the butler beamed and thought that his guesses were correct. He said that in this way she made him her debtor, because she left him alive, but still punished him for violating the order of the Winter Castle. Hickson asked if he really thought so, to which the butler replied in the affirmative. The man explained to him that their lady was simply angry because her dog was hurt. Everyone witnessed the scene when she ordered Tyrion to go to the Viscount's estate alone. The teacher thought about how he thought she was a bloody princess and also cold-blooded, as everyone said about her. But now he saw through it. Zeno continued to insist that the princess assessed the situation rationally, but his interlocutor turned out to be not too wise, because their mistress is trying to benefit from everything through subtle calculations. Hickson quickly agreed with him, but saw Viola's eyes filled with anxiety. Noticing that the butler was writing something, the teacher decided to help him, since he was going to become a good person, so he suggested writing that, thanks to Viola, Viscount Seal was saved from certain death. As he said this, the man was still thinking about how he could make sure that Viola's mask didn't come off. The butler asked if he was sure that he should write so directly to the Duke about this. Hickson reported that Viola did two completely opposite things, and since she does not have a split personality, it seems very unclear, and this needs to be reported to him somehow. The man then suggested that the main survivor in the story would interpret this behavior in some other way. After some time, the senior servant of the Delphi estate came to the Viscount, who said that she had come to escort the man to the living room, where hot tea and cookies were prepared. The girl also politely asked if everything was okay with his ear, to which he replied that the cut was so neat that everything healed in one day. The maid asked if Mrs. Viola really just felt sorry for him, to which he replied that he never thought that at the age of 12, one could have such abilities. Delphi asked if everything was really so serious, to which the man said that even the priest was surprised. He added that the servant explained that the girl could only be compared to Princess Medea, which is why she was appointed ambassador. To her question about why she did this, the Viscount suggested that by doing so, she wanted to leave him a message, namely a warning that she was a representative of the Viratu family, so he did not dare to do anything against. Leaning on the chair, the man said that it also seemed to him that she still felt sorry for him. Delphi asked whether the gentleman was drawing too hasty conclusions about her. The Viscount said that Viola was known as the Bloody Viratu, but as a human, she wanted to become the White Viratu. He assumed that this was all a subtly calculated plan born in her head. Seal said that she is most likely between the Bloody Viola and the Humane Viola to achieve the desired result. After talking with the maid, he came to the living room, where Princess Viola was already waiting for him. The man asked what happened at such a late hour that she decided to meet him. Viola explained that he probably knows what happened to her, but if he doesn't guess, then she is disappointed in him. In fact, nothing of the kind happened. It was just that after talking with Hickson, she realized how she should talk to him. But the Viscount, meanwhile, said that her dog would soon get better, and his ear would heal in a couple of days, all thanks to her neat cut. The man looked at her with interest and asked if she had done this on purpose. The girl replied that she would not have used force if she had acted intentionally. The Viscount said that this is exactly what he thought, after which he decided to talk about his guesses. He assumed that it was not Princess Viola, who was sitting in front of him now, but Miss Viola, who had come to apologize. When she heard these words, she glared at him, causing him to immediately shut up. The man felt a powerful aura, as if it was ready to blow his head off right now. Dry your hands with a handkerchief. Viola said that she always thought that he was a fairly rational person, but now he can't understand the whole situation. She asked if his son really deserved the death penalty, to which he replied that in the end, it all ended with an attempt on his life, after which she asked why the relevant rules were not followed, and he was immediately sentenced to death. The Viscount asked that all this was because his son encroached on the Viratu family. Then she asked if the Viratu were really angry that the Viscount's man encroached on the Duke's family, so they killed him. She herself answered her question in the negative, after which Seal asked why this happened, because he needed to hear the truth. The girl said that the reason was that her father did not like him. Such words greatly discouraged the man, so he jumped on the spot and began to ask what it all meant. Viola explained that her father wanted to preserve their reputation, so he took on the mark of a tyrant in his place. The Viscount asked what this had to do with his reputation, to which she said that the reason was a violation of the rules of the Winter Castle. Having said this, she immediately clapped her hands, calling to her faithful butler Zeno. The man smoothly entered the living room, holding a precious box in his hands. The butler opened the box, and she said that his son's blood was poisoned by dark magic, and if he had been in his right mind, he would not have caused this outrage in the Winter Castle. She explained that dark magic clouds a person's mind and makes him seek entertainment, and instead of allowing emotions to take over the mind, a person gains access to powerful magical powers. The girl said that if he cannot cope with mana, then his body may explode. Viola said that Zelton was in a state where he could explode at any moment. The adopted daughter said that her father had to first protect the inhabitants of the Winter Castle from the living bomb, and then take care of his reputation, so he ordered his son to be executed. The girl looked at him sternly and asked what he was doing while such changes were happening to his son. She asked why her father was forced to take on the stigma of a tyrant and worry about his good name. Viola demanded to answer her question about whether her father's choice was wrong, to which the trembling man said that the Duke did everything right. Covering his face with his hands, the Viscount continued to shake with fear, but said that he knew about everything all this time. The girl did not expect such a turn, and thought about why he pretended not to know. Noticing the painting standing above the fireplace right behind him, Viola quickly realized everything. All members of his family were captured in the photo frame, and at that moment, the girl realized that he just wanted to be a father. The man ignored the beliefs of the aristocrats and did not punish his son for using dark magic. The Viscount explained that he always wanted to be a strong support and a reliable father for Zelton. He said that the child went too far and committed an offense, after which he asked to forgive him. Viola did not understand whether parents' love for children was natural or not, because she never learned this in the real world. For this reason, she did not want to find out whether it was right to love her children or not. She said that the method chosen was not entirely correct, but she could not deny his noble intentions. The girl said that his son, in turn, trusted him, which is why he caused a commotion in the Winter Castle. Slowly approaching him, his adopted daughter said that he might not be the best parent, but he was certainly a loving father, so now she was giving him a message from Veratu. Viola firmly and confidently promised that they would not hold him accountable for this incident. She added that he had already received the biggest punishment he could ever receive in his life. The man fell on one knee in front of her as a sign that he was very grateful to her, to which the Duke's daughter said that she understood his fatherly feelings and choice. In return, she asked him to explain whether it was possible to understand Duke Heron Vitaru. The girl said that her father is a great ruler who rules the Winter Castle and is also a shield that protects humanity from the snow. She added that at the same time, he is a man and the father of his many children. Viola concluded that it was for this reason that he offered to preserve his honor. The Duke's daughter said that he did not talk about it, because if his father began to talk, then the honor of their family would be broken on the rocks, so everything that she said was only her decision. The girl explained that she decided to make a choice in his favor because she understood the situation like no one else. She explained that if he accepted her words, then their families would be able to maintain friendly relations, but if he did not agree, then their clans would become enemies, and then he could declare war. Tears began to well up in the Viscount's eyes, and the girl continued to say that in this case they would not be able to preserve his honor. The man burst into tears and said that he was grateful to her for opening his eyes, which had been blind before. Deep down, he was grateful to her for calling him a loving father. After 2 days, Zeno told her that he was going to contact the Duke and report to him the situation. He explained that he would provide an official report only upon returning to the Winter Castle, to which she asked him not to report to her about every action. The butler explained that he wanted to show his best side to her, after which she asked if he liked the performance. Zeno embarrassedly said that he could not judge this, but the girl asked him to try. The man said that the Viscount had absolutely no choice, but Miss Viola made it so that he had to accept her choice. The butler concluded that a more excellent result could not have been achieved, so he immediately sent reports on the completion of the task. In his letter to the Duke, he said that the lady put on a mask of cool sanity and also touched the Viscount's emotions and persuaded him to take her side, so she again demonstrated her abilities to the White Virat. The butler wanted to show her the report before sending it, because if she had read it, she would have praised it, but the girl refused. The man imagined how happy she would become just by seeing how he praised her in a letter. He imagined that she would tell him that he was the best butler there was. Suddenly, he felt a strange aura that was heading towards the princess's bedroom. Prince Jeremy knocked on the window of Viola's room, even though it was at the height of the 7th floor. The girl let him in, and he began to untie the rope, thanks to which he was able to descend from the roof. Viola asked why he showed up without official warning, and at 11 p.m., the guy said that he arrived on the roof at about 6, then began to think about how he could appear suddenly, and then went to look for a rope, after which he climbed onto the roof again, but the sun had already set. Trying to interrupt him, the Duke's daughter asked why he came to her, because he could have simply warned him and walked through the door. The joyful guy explained that he was going to give her a surprise that she should be delighted with. She reminded him that this could be a big problem diplomatically, to which he replied that this place was far from politics and diplomacy, so everything would be fine, except that his father would scold him. Jeremy said that he was going to visit a historical site that was nearby. The guy added that he would really like her to keep him company. Looking at her carefully, he asked if she would deign to walk with him to the ruins. To her question about what kind of ruins they were, he replied that he did not know the exact name, but they were called the laboratory of some crazy magician. Viola knew that this was an unusual place, which was also described in the novel. In this place, it was possible to conclude a contract with a spirit, even if the level of communication with it was not the highest. In the story, Jeremy entered into a contract with a spirit who later became the king of the wind spirits. The girl thought that she would also like to conclude a contract with one of the spirits there. The guy reminded her that it was a big secret, so they needed to be careful. Viola asked why he told her this secret, to which he replied that they were friends. The adopted daughter thought that if she went with him, they would definitely become friends, but she would quickly get tired of it. Jeremy said that it was very clear from her that she did not want to go with him, and the girl replied that it was better for her not to contact him because there was a social event coming up soon. The guy said, puzzled, that he didn't even think about it because he just wanted to make friends with her. Viola asked him to come on an official visit next time, then she would be more kind. The guy asked if she knew that he looked very cute, to which she replied that he had unusual tastes. Walking him to the exit door, she said that she would rather agree with him, to which he suggested that she was often told that she was older than her years. Opening the door, the adopted daughter saw Tyrion, who was looking at her with curiosity. Viola asked what he was doing here, to which the guy replied that he had come to make a report, which he did not have time to tell after completing the task. He was about to say something else to her, but suddenly all his attention was captured by a mysterious stranger inside his mistress's room. Jeremy greeted him happily and said that they already knew each other. Her dog said that he was not particularly happy about this meeting, and then asked if they were in a relationship where they could address each other on a first-name basis. The uninvited guest said that it seemed to him that this was so, to which Tyrion explained that this was not so at all. The girl asked why Tyrion suddenly became so angry. The guy apologized, embarrassed, but thought that he seemed to have done it unnoticed, but his mistress was able to guess. Viola said that she didn't need his apology because she just asked why he was angry. Tyrion explained that Mr. Jeremiah does not respect order and rules, and also behaves in a manner unbecoming an aristocrat. The uninvited guest said that the guy should stop talking like that, because it was a surprise. Jeremy assumed that Tyrion was overcome with jealousy and therefore did not understand what he was saying. Hearing a strange word, her faithful dog asked if he understood correctly, to which he answered in the affirmative. After thinking for a while, Tyrion explained that he also thought it was jealousy. Vela immediately realized that the habit of tightening his shoulders and the corners of his lips when he was angry belonged to Paul. Every day, he looked more and more like his deceased lover in the real world. The girl understood that this man had completely different feelings for her, because Paul always considered her a sister, not a girlfriend. The Duke's daughter thought that it was for the best that they were so different. Tyrion asked if the master really knew about his desire, to which he replied that his funny dream was to become a devoted dog. The guy confirmed this and said that some faithful dogs have a temperament that makes them jealous of their owners. He added that this could be regulated through training, but he had never done anything like this, which is why he showed jealousy. Jeremy asked if it was for this reason that he became jealous of his mistress. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he liked people with convictions, and he also believed that people have no right to evaluate the beliefs of others. Touching him on the shoulder, Jeremy stated that he supported him in his dream and beliefs. Viola caught herself thinking that these words appeared several times in the novel. She remembered very well that the prince spoke these words when a strong spirit of competition awoke in him. The girl still thought about which part of Tyrion's beliefs she was talking about. At this time, Jeremy said that they would go to the ruins together in 3 days. Noticing the dissatisfied expression on her dog's face, he added that since he was older, he would treat him on a first-name basis, and then reminded that they should meet Sweet Viola in 3 days. Viola remembered that she hadn't told him at all that she was going to go somewhere with him. After some time he left, Tyrion sat down in front of her and asked her to forgive him for not showing his best side. The girl noticed that he behaved as a true dog should, and there was nothing wrong with that. Viola said that since he had done the task well, she was ready to praise him. The guy immediately began to approach his mistress's exposed hand to get a dose of stroking. The Duke's daughter gently stroked his head, while Tyrion knelt shyly in front of her. The butler who approached them asked how the guy knew that Mr. Jeremy was in the room. Viola asked if he really found out about this, to which the man replied that the guy stood in front of the door and did not go inside. Tyrion decided to tell them that she smelled him, so he immediately headed towards her. He explained that each person has a different smell, and Mr. Jeremy emanates a special smell of May. The girl realized that nothing like this had been described in the novel, and this was the first time she had heard about the special smell of Mana. Zeno immediately decided to find out if there was any smell coming from him that was unique to him. The guy said that the butler's smell changes every day, so he doesn't like it. When he asked why, Tyrion explained that the man was very suspicious and cunning. The butler assured him that they had already known each other for 5 years, and that was all he could say about him, which could not help but hurt his heart. Zeno curiously asked what smell came from Princess Viola. Tyrion said that she gives off a smell that he always misses, because he has known him for as long as he has known him. The butler noted that he and the lady met only 5 years ago, to which the guy said that he recognized her smell much earlier. Viola asked how this could be, to which he tried to assure her that he was not lying at all. He said that when he first smelled her scent, it immediately seemed familiar to him. The guy added that he felt like he was living to meet her one day. Tyrion explained that her scent seemed to tell him this, which is why he wanted to be near her so much. After his words, the Duke's daughter could not sleep for a long time, lying in her bed. She was moved by his words that she had a scent that he missed, and that he lived to meet her. Viola decided that in the real world she had barely survived the breakup with Paul, and now Tyrion, who was his copy, was telling her such words. She knew that Tyrion could achieve anything if he wanted, and even now he is trying to become her dog. So they imitate the puppy with all their might. It is for this reason that he acquired a new skill, scent, which was not in the original story. The girl understood that the owner is absolutely everything to the dog, which is why he smelled her mana. The Duke's adopted daughter couldn't sleep because of her pounding headache, but she knew it had to be done if she wanted to meet the Viscountess. In the darkness of the night, when she finally fell asleep, the butler came up to her and calmly covered her body with a blanket so that she would not catch a cold. He looked for some time at little Princess Viola, who was snoring peacefully. He thought that the meeting with the Viscountess would take place in the morning in the Sunrise Hall, and the dress code was yellow. Zeno debated which of the 38 dresses would be most suitable for this occasion, and mentally went through each outfit in his head. The butler continued to stand next to her bed, and his mind was filled with images in which she could appear before the Viscountess. The next day, he quickly offered her several outfits from previously thought-out looks, so it was not difficult to get ready on time. Noticing that he had brought a bunch of clothes with him, it seemed to her that the butler had discovered a new world for himself. Having put on a relatively simple dress, she thought that she had been wearing outfits for 5 years, but she still couldn't get used to it, because they were too bright and uncomfortable. Zeno led her to the sunrise hall before opening the door for her to go inside. The Viscountess quickly noticed that someone was entering the sunrise hall, so she stood up from her seat. The woman greeted the Duke's adopted daughter Viola and said that her name was Yahello and that she was the wife of Viscount Seal. Viola also greeted her, as was customary in aristocratic circles. The butler helped the girl sit down at the table, after which the woman asked how her guest slept, to which she replied that everything went well. The Viscountess said that they would not need servants, so they could go about their business. The Duke's adopted daughter followed her advice, and also told the butler that she wanted to have breakfast alone with the Viscountess. The two men left the room, after which the woman asked how the girl knew that she wanted to talk to her. Last night, Viola secretly sent the Viscountess a letter, saying that she knew the woman was expecting a child, so she wanted to talk to her alone. The girl looked at her angrily and asked if she really thought that this was all she knew. She added that she also knew that the father of this child was not Viscount Seal, but another man. Yahello dropped her fork and said that it was her mistake, after which she reached onto the floor to retrieve it. The woman explained that she is sometimes so clumsy, many of her husband says that it looks cute. The Viscountess said that she was curious why she wanted to meet her in person, but the reason was so absurd. She added, trying to stop the trembling all over her body, that the girl had made a terrible mistake, and she planned to make this problem public, because not only had she insulted her, but she also dared to mock the Viscount's family. Viola was not afraid and playfully told her that she had one devoted dog. The girl said that he had an excellent sense of smell, but suggested that the woman was probably hearing this for the first time, because she carefully kept it a secret. The Viscountess stated that she was not interested in the secrets of the Duke's daughter, but instead she must explain why she was being insulted. Yahello kept trying to understand why the girl spoke so calmly, and Viola, meanwhile, said that her dog said that every person has their own smell of mana. She added that Tyrion told her that there were two different smells coming from her, which is how she found out that the woman was pregnant. The Duke's daughter said that the most interesting thing was that there was another person's scent among them. The guy, of course, didn't say anything like that to her, but she learned about the Viscountess's secret from the novel, and now she simply used his scent as an excuse. Unable to bear it, the woman stood up and said that she was trying to confuse her with her slander, so they would have to finish breakfast, and next time they would see her in a less pleasant environment. Viola guessed that judging by the mana emanating from the child, his father also had outstanding mana. She said that it did not look like a war aura, and the Chitu was not the lowest possible. The girl offered to tell her the name of the one whose child she was carrying in her stomach. The woman stopped, and the Duke's daughter continued to say that the man was from a family living in the mountains, namely from the Louis Barton family. Falling into despair, the Viscountess screamed for the girl to stop talking now. Covering her face with her hands, Yahello realized that she knew everything, and that now she was finished. Having controlled herself, the woman asked why she had come to threaten her, and what she wanted from her. She said that it was a simple mistake, because she never intended to do such a thing, to which Viola replied that she can call it a mistake, but it does not change her guilt. The girl reassured her by saying that she had not come to her to threaten her, after which she swore in the name of Veratu, to which the Viscountess stated that only the head of the clan could do this. Viola confirmed that she was indeed forbidden to do this, but if she only mentioned it, she would be removed from the list of heirs, which means that now they both know each other's weak points. The Duke's adopted daughter asked the poor woman if she would now trust her. Returning back to the table, the Viscountess asked what this was. If not a threat, the girl explained that she had met with Viscount Seal, and he seemed to her an intelligent and correct person. Remembering how her husband told her that only she existed for him, the woman confirmed her words about him. Now Viola crushed her with the question of whether she really believed that he also knew nothing. She added that the Viscount values his family very much, so he would not attack Verata, knowing that he would die, because otherwise his wife would be left alone. The girl asked her to tell him the whole truth and ask for forgiveness, because only a person himself can correct his mistake. The next day, around midnight, the adopted daughter was sitting in a chair in her room and thinking that there had been no news yet, although it was very difficult to admit cheating. She assumed that the Viscount would forgive his wife, because he was just such a person. Rising from her chair, she heard a soft sound outside the door, and wondered who it could be at such a late hour. Opening the door, she came face to face with Viscount Seal, who smelled of blood. Viola immediately tried to calm down and not lose her temper, and also try not to provoke him. The troubled man held a bloody knife in his hands and said he just wanted revenge on his wife. His gaze was empty and lifeless, and the girl could not believe that she had been so mistaken. Viola did not believe that he could kill his wife, because for this, he loved her too much, so he was ready to die himself rather than for her to die. Taking a deep breath, the girl tried to calm down, and then asked how he wanted to do it. The Duke's daughter asked if he really wanted to punish her with his own death. She reminded him that they had already lost a son, so they could imagine how painful it was to lose loved ones. The girl asked if he really wanted to take revenge on her for everything, because he didn't look like it. Viola confidently stated that in fact he did not want to take revenge on his wife. Her words that he was going to take revenge on himself plunged the man into shock. The adopted daughter suggested that the man blames himself for the fact that his wife cheated on him, because he reproached himself with thoughts about what would have happened if he had loved her more, if he had pleased her more, or if he had made her life more fun. Viola understood perfectly well that he believed that then she would not have cheated on him. Now the girl told him that it was not his fault, so he should not reproach himself, because it was his wife who was the first to take the oath of fidelity, and not he at all. She did not allow him to interrupt her, and declared that despite this, he was unable to punish her or drive her out. The Duke's daughter explained to him that he loved this woman too much, so he could not do anything. Noticing the pulsating blood on his hand, Viola realized that he needed urgent help. She realized that the blood on the knife and in his hand was not the Viscountess's, but his own. While she was picking up his dagger from the floor, she managed to ask how exactly he guessed that it was she who persuaded his wife. In response to his claim that it would be better if she hid it further, the girl said that he could begin to move forward only when he faced the truth, and although it was difficult for him to forgive her right now, it would take time. Handing him the bloody dagger, Viola once again reminded him that he should not blame himself, and although his wife plucked up courage and asked him for forgiveness, the choice was still his. The man bowed his head obediently and said that he would do his best to forgive her. Viola said that she promises that she will not tell anyone about this incident so that their reputation is not threatened. She again swore on the name of Veratu, to which the Viscount said that she could not do that, to which she replied that now he knew one of her weak points. Seal continued to ask why she was helping him so much and what she was trying to achieve. The girl explained that she just wanted their family to follow a bright path, and she also had an assumption that the Viscountess's child would have magical powers. The man realized that she was making an investment in her wife's child in advance, although she was not entirely sure of this. The Duke's daughter looked at him joyfully and decided that he was very smart after all. Viola declared that she was going to become the future guardian of this unexpected child. After he left, the girl joyfully lay down on the bed and thought that she had succeeded. She was able to prevent enmity with the Seal clan, so now Bengus will not be born, and she also managed to become the guardian of the future Archmage. Even the Viscount expressed his respect to her and said that she was like a mentor to him. He added that although it would take a long time, it had set a direction for their family's journey. The Duke's daughter thought that she would be able to maintain strong ties with the Viscount's family for a long time. After some time, the butler came to her room, saying that he had brought strawberry lemonade. As soon as she tried it, he said that he had replaced the paralyzing poison with a deadly one, so its taste became milder. The man said that next time they would try to increase the dosage, and the girl thought that she was very glad that the poisons did not affect her. The next day, her stomach was twisted, so she sat in her room all the time. Hickson, who came to her, could not stop laughing because their mistress began to have diarrhea due to the poison. The girl realized that she had drunk too much strawberry lemonade, so she had an upset stomach, and the teacher, meanwhile, said that at such moments she looked like a child. He handed her 2 roots and said that this medicine would cleanse her body of poison and calm her stomach. Having tried one of them, she confidently declared that the taste was disgusting, to which he remarked that everything that is healthy is usually not tasty. Zeno asked if these were the roots of the warming herb, to which the man answered in the affirmative. It was a rare plant that was used for medicinal purposes because it instantly absorbed human heat, bringing a person to death due to hypothermia. When he said that he found this grass along the road, she realized that he was lying, because such grass could not grow there. Otherwise, there would be many victims. But then she noticed how much he was shaking, so she realized that he carried it long enough. The Duke's daughter asked to bring her something tastier next time, and he noticed that since she felt better, tons could be irradiated. To her question about where he was going to go, the man replied that he was going to ask the Viscount for forgiveness. Before arriving at the estate, Hickson vehemently insisted that he did not like Viscount Seal at all. The girl could not understand how this could happen, so she asked again how it happened that they had never met the girl, but the teacher had already managed to confess his feelings to her, after which he managed to beat the Viscount. The man explained that he was too young, and when she asked if he apologized for this, he replied that a lot of time had passed. Viola said that even if he still remembers what it was like for him then, who is worth going and apologizing to him? Now she grumbled that he should forget his pride and sincerely ask for forgiveness until he receives it, because an apology is needed not to calm his own soul, but so that a person will forgive him. Hickson quickly left her room and went to the living room, where the Viscount was already waiting for him. The man apologized for beating him many years ago, and Seal said that he did not do anything because he did not see the point in it, because responding to violence with violence is inappropriate behavior for aristocrats. The Viscount put down his mug of tea, rose from his seat, extended his hand to the teacher, and said that all the past should remain in the past, because they had bad thoughts in their heads, but now they can call it quits. Hickson was in no hurry to shake his hand, but later did so and said he was very sorry for his son. After a while, Seal said that he wanted to ask something about Princess Viola. He said that, in his opinion, she has excellent judicial qualities. The Viscount reported that people said that the girl was the first to lend a helping hand to Hickson when he was in a hopeless state. He added that she had now come to the estate to establish relations with him. The man said that she wanted to become the child's guardian, saying that he had incredible magical abilities. The teacher asked if he would really have another child, and later realized that he had not yet been born, but his mistress somehow found out about it. Seal did not answer, and Hickson asked if he had thought too much about the Bloody Princess, because although she was white Viratu, she could not have such abilities. The man assured that it was just an excuse, so that her help would not seem strange behavior to him, because she was not God to understand exactly what abilities a child in the womb had. The Viscount realized that his eyes had just been opened to everything that was happening, because all this time a veil had been lying on him. The master assured him that the girl was a real Viratu, but at heart she was kind and sweet. When he asked whether he was crazy to reason so strangely, Hickson laughed and confirmed his guess. Suddenly, the butler knocked on the room and said that he had come to report disturbances on the castle grounds. He explained that due to the appearance of Sir Jeremy, there were 3 incidents of carriage collisions. After catching his breath, the servant continued to say that there were 6 cases of damage as a result of collisions and 2 fights. When the Viscount asked how this could happen, the man replied that it was a culture among young people. He said that people came together to show their affection and were also called fans. The Viscount frantically began to ask what was happening on the estate. The servant said that the guy was expecting a beautiful lady, and it seemed that he was talking about Princess Viola. At the same time, the girl received a letter saying that he would be waiting for her in the square. She understood that if he appeared on the square in his image, then fans would begin to flock there, and a clash would be unavoidable, and the square would become a real battlefield. As she folded the paper back, the Duke's daughter suggested that she had better not go there. Suddenly, the sheet sparkled, and new words began to appear on it, so she decided that he had cast a spell on the letter, after which, after some time, other words appeared. The secret message said that if she did not appear within an hour, he would begin to sing odes to Viola Virat, so she immediately asked the butler to bring the mask. She decided that she should change into Savon's mask, so that no one in the square would recognize her. Having gathered, Viola headed to the square, and Tyrion and Zeno walked with her. Traveling in a carriage, she asked the butler whether the Viscount's estate was really so large that so many girls could gather in it. Looking at the square, where it was impossible to crowd, Zeno confidently declared that they all came from the neighboring county. Although all 3 were disguised, they still continued to look like themselves. The butler wondered whether it was really necessary to use an armored carriage and horses, wear masks, and invite guards in advance to meet Sir Jeremy. He said that it would be easier if she told everyone that she was Viola Veratu, to which the girl replied that the name would not help her. She ordered them to be extremely careful and make sure nothing happened because she didn't want to shed any unnecessary blood. Zeno immediately said that he understood her very clearly and would do as she wished. The man was the first to get out of the carriage, after which he offered his hand to his mistress so that she could go down. Walking past the crowd, Viola felt a wild, strong, and intense energy emanating from the fans. Approaching the subject of their sigh, she asked if he had foreseen this situation in advance. Jeremy rose from the fountain and was surprised that she still came to his call. He said that he was very glad to see her, so he didn't even know what to do with himself at such a moment. The girl explained that she could make it so that he really wouldn't know where his body went. The Duke's daughter added that this place would become the field for their only battle. The adopted daughter took out a dagger and pointed at it, to which the guy asked if she really meant that very battle. He asked why he had to fight her, to which she replied that he had underestimated her and her family too much. The guy sighed resignedly and thought that it was not at all how she imagined it. Jeremy stated that he simply wanted to explore the ruins with her, to which Viola explained that they had promised nothing of the kind. She added that he did everything for her to appear in the square, because he hoped that in front of all the people who admire him, she would act on his instructions. The prince tried to justify himself, but the girl sternly asked who he took her for. People began to whisper about who she was, that she dared to challenge Sir Jeremy to a fight, and the guy at that time thought that he could not talk about Verada in front of everyone, so he fell into his own trap. The Duke's daughter threateningly ordered him to quickly draw his sword in order to fight with her. The crowd started screaming for him to show them his skills and then put this brazen girl in her place. The guy hesitated and asked if they could go to another place, because he did not think that the area was suitable for a battle. They retreated to a more spacious place, where no one could stop them from calmly fighting each other. By this time, the Viscount and Hickson had arrived to them, who also wanted to know who would win. Seal asked if everything would be fine, to which the teacher replied that the girl was smart, which means she had some kind of plan. Jeremy asked if he could just apologize to her, because there was no audience now. Viola recalled that she was a member of the Veratu family, and then asked if he really didn't remember what she said. When she left the cafe, she asked him to come to her when he was ready to show his true nature. Now the girl claimed that he did not show it, but used strange techniques to force her to dance to his tune. The guy again asked for forgiveness, to which she said that he would not be able to hush up the matter with an apology. After taking a certain number of steps away from him, Viola turned around and said that Veratu did not interfere in cases where a legitimate battle resulted in injury or even death, so there should be no problems. Jeremy tried to convey to her that this was not what he meant when he talked about the battle. He thought that fighting a lady was a little too much, and the girl decided that this was his weakness. Jeremy had never fought a girl before, so he probably had a stereotype that knights should protect ladies. But later, he would lose to Medea and change his mind on this matter. Viola asked if he really couldn't fight her because she was a girl, after which she explained that at that moment she was more of a fighter than a lady, which meant he was trying to insult her. Tyrion intervened in their conversation and asked if he could fight in her place, because it seemed to him that their strengths were not equal. He explained that the lady is much stronger than him, so there is no need for her to personally cross swords with Sir Jeremy. The guy asked if the enemy would run away, afraid of Lady Veratu's faithful dog. Tyrion thought that he had not liked Jeremy from the very first time they met. He reasoned that he also saw the guy leaving the ladies' room in the dead of night. Her faithful dog burned with anger, but thought that usually aristocrats or wars took part in duels, and he could only hunt. Jeremy immediately realized that next to her was a real fighting dog who could tear his throat out. The guy thought that at first he just wanted to make friends with Princess Viola, but now he couldn't back down. He believed that not only his rival could communicate closely with the beautiful young lady. Tyrion slowly walked closer and said that he liked the sparkle in his eyes. Jeremy said that now he would have to fight for real, because in this case he could not retreat. Her faithful dog asked what the guy meant by saying such unforgivable words. Jeremy looked angrily at his opponent, and also angrily replied that it was none of his business. After exchanging pleasantries, the two guys began their duel to prove to Viola which of them was stronger. Hickson immediately noticed that both young men fought quite well. He added that, even considering that Jeremy was fighting with a different sword than his own, he still thought that Tyrion would be inferior to him. The girl said that her faithful dog should win because he fought instead of her. Tyrion gradually began to breathe heavily, so she realized that he was at the limit of his capabilities. Viola called out to him and asked if this was all her hunting dog was capable of. The Duke's daughter said that he should watch carefully because his opponent had a habit of tense his thumb before striking, and this knowledge would help him distinguish the real from the false. She told him that he must feel a special rhythm, because these were not just sensations, but he must fight, reading the principle of his actions. The girl explained that at the moment, all the enemy's blows begin with a lunge, and the reaction to them determines further actions. Therefore, if you step back a little, in 9 out of 10 cases, his sword will cause a deep wound. Jeremy looked at her in surprise and could not believe that she had read his habits, which he did not even suspect. He understood that she was the real Viratu, and that in a few years she would surpass him in strength. Tyrion listened to her carefully and decided that he needed to try to do as she told him. His opponent swung his sword again, lunging forward quickly, trying to wound him. The guys began to fight each other even more intensely because no one wanted to look weak in the eyes of the girl. Tyrion waited for the moment and then struck Jeremiah's sword at the right time. The opponent's sword broke in two, and the guy himself fell flat to the ground because he had exhausted all his strength. Holding the stump of a sword in his hands, the guy could not understand who ultimately won their duel. Hickson approached and informed him that there was a draw between them because both had made a mistake. Jeremy said that he had heard that the guy had mastered a sword just a few years ago, but now he was holding the stump of his favorite sword in his hands. He added that it was not surprising that Sir Hickson took him as his student. The prince thanked the girl and said that thanks to her, he learned about his bad habit. She said that he had overheard her conversation with the dog, and she thought that Medea had seen all these tricks. But now Jeremy had a debt to her. Viola said that his storm sword, like Tyrion's, has a powerful aura and requires a lot of mana. The girl suggested that Jorg's meditation method could help him with this. Usually this method was used by the ladies of the court, so it made Hickson very funny. Viola understood that in the future, this method would become mandatory for Jeremy. The guy asked if she was really laughing at him for fighting to a draw with her dog, to which she replied that she respects any kind of battle in which they put all their strength. The girl thanked him for fighting at full strength with her faithful dog. He looked at her tenderly and said that this time he would take these words seriously. Jeremy added that anyway, thanks to her today, he learned about his bad habit. So in the fight with her dog, they got an equal score, but they can consider that he lost to her. The guy bowed his head, after which he tried to sincerely apologize for his behavior, and then said that he just wanted to be friends with her. A bright aura emanated from him, which slightly discouraged the Duke's daughter with its beauty. Having come to her senses, she immediately asked if he would really apologize only in words. Looking into her evil eyes, Jeremy suddenly felt an aura of fear and hatred. The girl said that she knew very well about his desire to make friends, and although he chose not a very suitable method, she would still go with him into the ruins. Viola also added that she had one condition related to the fact that whatever they find there, the right to get it will remain with her. When she climbed into her bed that evening, she thought from the very beginning that she was not going to refuse him because she wanted to get the spirit of the bodyguard. Having made herself comfortable, she was glad that in a few days they were leaving on an expedition, and also that she had managed to get consent to the right to be the first to choose what they would find there. In return, the guy asked her for the opportunity to contact her informally to make it easier. He stated that if she refused him this, he would formally ask Duke Viratu for her hand in marriage. This statement greatly frightened all the people on the battlefield. Viola had no choice but to agree to his conditions, because she was not at all eager to get married so early. The girl did not imagine that he would begin to threaten her with marriage, because he had not been interested in such things before. She was already falling asleep, but did not stop thinking about how marriage with the heir of the Storm Fortress looked very tempting. But she should not forget that she should not have gotten involved with Jeremy because of the difference in status. At the same time, the guy was sitting in his room and polishing his favorite sword until it shined. Tyrion entered his room and asked why he was staying in such a seedy place. The guy didn't like his tone, so he asked what he meant. Was the place really old and shabby? He reminded him that most people live in such places, because his guest had recently been among the same people.